Hello and welcome to guys नई स्ट्रीम में एक बार फिर से सभी का स्वागत है We are live now guys जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ आज एलिमिनेशन है एक और कौन एलिमिनेट होने वाला है आज वोट करो पोल पे जाओ जवाब दो यार और जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ के साथ लाइव आ चुके हैं
I think it's gonna be Genji make it through, and then you know what? I think it's kind of funny. Crew will win.
I'll take it 10%. Qualify करेगी और
He's biased. Doug is yelling. He's biased. Just an FYI, which also is kind of
biased towards speaking up.
Let's see the predictions and see how biased Achilles is. Oh, shocker!
I mean, I didn't actually go for it, but
yeah. Well, I went with Genji today because I just felt like I mean, you gotta look at previous results here, but I am the lone crew champion, baby.
I think they can win. Fnatic did not look.
They're going to contact all over the map. They're not going to run a single play.
Yeah, they look good against DRX. They got slapped.
There's always a chance it just happens.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
That's true.
Crew
or Heat.
Crew will do something silly at the drop of a hat. I'm telling you, it's so capable. But this day is going to be incredible, boys. I'm excited. We're locked in. This is going to be probably one of the most exciting days of Valorant here at Champion Seoul. So with that being said, we have so much more to break down, and there's going to be so much more to come. But let's get this show started. Genji versus Sentinels, Fnatic versus Crew Visa. Day 9 of Champion Seoul starts right now.
Let's go. Match started today. जहाँ तक देख पा रहा हूँ अभी वोट्स जो है वो चैट पे पड़ रहे हैं जेंजी बार होने वाली है आज हमारे पूल के साथ में
I know in the past I made this joke about how I've been working out and how I look buff. But at this event, I actually have been working out. And I'm starting to look a little bit bigger. You might think you're working hard right now, but we're working harder. I think I'm ready to lift this trophy. So step aside. We're coming.
DRX will get a 2-0 victory over Fnatic. For Fnatic, they still have another life. They still have another chance.
Of course it feels sad that we lost, but we're still alive in the tournaments. All we have to do is beat Crew.
Me siento extremadamente confiante y creo que nunca me había sentido tan confiante de mis compañeros que tengo al lado, que cualquiera se puede sacar una ronda y puede dar vuelta a todo y nos da ese como momentum de esa partida.
I think my most memorable moment against KRUStream was a chance 21 when he won and dropped us off the tournaments. And now we have a chance for a payback.
Derke han pasado 3 años, pero de nuevo se va a demostrar que soy mejor duelista que tú.
We've lifted trophies before. We can do this.
City, here to play, here to stay. Genji will take him out. A good close finish, not how they hoped.
센티넬과 마드리드 결승전에서 패배를 맛봤을 때 후회가 되는 플레이들이 마구 떠올랐고, 그리고 저 트로피를 내가 들고 싶었는데 라는 생각과 그냥 많이 후회했던 것 같습니다. 그리고 화도 많이 내고.
It was one of the best feelings ever to lift that trophy. I'm very confident that we can make a repeat of the Madrid Grand Finals. I've done it before, I can do it again.
마드리드 때처럼 둘 중 하나가 집에 가게 될 테니 관객들에게 좋은 경기를 보여주도록 합시다.
Genji, yeah, their symbol is the tiger, but I feel like we're the tiger now, and they're the cat, and we're coming for blood.
Sentinels. Genji.
And it can only end this way. These two teams have met each other 3 other times in the past. Today is number 4. And who stands tall? Because it's for all the marbles and it's for survival in the competition. Here is your series layout. You got Lotus, you got Icebox, and Haven. And I said we were going to see Lotus. And I mean, look, it's not a shocker, but Sentinels are the ones who ended up wagering for Lotus there, Achilleos.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the start here on the veto, I think it does make some sense. Genji continue to not really want to play on Sunset now that they have unveiled that Abyss. But the Ascent ban away here from Sentinels, not wanting a repeat of what happened that first time that they did clash. But they elect to go to Lotus, and Genji goes to Icebox. It's been a strong map overall. They've gotten wins, but they've very rarely been clean ones.
And I really think this is a interesting pick from Sentinels for a couple reasons. First of all, they haven't played it since May 4th, week 5 of stage 1 in Americas against Furia. That's the last time we saw Icebox from them. They've been widely banning it. However, this was the decider map at Masters Madrid, where Sentinels absolutely destroyed Genji. This could be them saying, you remember that? You remember that time we did that to you? We're gonna do it again here today.
Yeah, but then when you look at Haven at the end of it there, I mean, again, there's just so many things. Overall, what I'm expecting here, fellas, is a phenomenal matchup. I think both teams, I think Genji, they're gonna wake up. I think they will go ahead and shake off what happened in the past. Sentinels, they have found their form, they have found their confidence again. This should be a clash of titans. This should be an absolute war. At least that's what I'm expecting. I wouldn't be shocked if it goes to 3, but if it does go to 3, I feel quite confident in Genji.
I mean, I'm right there with you that Haven, you know, it was at the Ascent. Those are the maps that they were able to go ahead and take them down on. So I think that in the long term, it could favor them. But, okay, no big overarching changes whatsoever here, so just gonna be straight up. I wasn't sure Sentinels electing to pick up this Lotus versus Genji. Were they gonna have something up their sleeve? Were they gonna be trying to bring out the deadlock here? No.
They're just going to play each other straight through. And I think that is the best way to approach this. Sentinels realized that in that series against FPX. And they're keeping that trend going here.
It's going to come down to teamwork. And that's what Sentinels showed in their previous match, whereas Genji struggled with that against Heretic. So it has to be confidence right now for Sentinels. You have to find ways to keep those Genji players off balance, to keep them uncomfortable, and to make it hard for Munchkin to make good reads.
My eyes are going to be going to Texture and Lock here, and then Zekin and Saucy seeing that fade raise combination. Who can find value? Who can get the better reads? It could all come down to that.
All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead and dive into map 1, shall we? We're going to send it over to your casters, 2 guys who just love commentating some of the biggest games possible. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, fellas. We're gifted with yet another banger. Our 2 global winners from 2024 will collide on this stage one more time. The difference today, though, is that one walks away with Death of the Year, the other continues their pursuit of glory.
Yeah, this is an obnoxious game. I can't believe we're here. I mean, we thought that this group would have been completely different. Genji would have made it through, and maybe Heretics would have been in the spot that Genji is in right now. But Sentinels, I mean, they looked great. The recovery, the turnaround that they had compared to the first match they had against Genji, they're going to need to bring that energy against FPX here today on this Lotus. And the last time these 2 teams clashed on this map, it was a mirror.
Let's go,
it
guys.
was a
Start हो
13-7 win for Sen.
जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ वीडियो के साथ. वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो यार.
This is going to be an
और
unbelievable
पहला राउंड होने जा रहा है. लोटस, आइसबॉक्स एंड हेवन मैप आए हैं आज.
This is what players play for. This is what the entire year is about. And for one of these 2 teams, it ends today. Sentinels on the attacking side of Lotus. You've got Lakia, who's already taken a lot of space towards A. Now taking a step back, but otherwise, Dre, the map very quiet.
Yeah. It's so timid from both sides right now. No one wanting to make an early mistake. Very default play across the board. It's going to be a lurk smoke on C, putting doubt in the minds of Gen G. But Munchkin, he's getting ahead of that.
Yeah, a smoke out from Karon as well. The Prowler through, but you're right, Munchkin ahead of the line just a little bit. Getting enough info as to what's really going on. And you see, as we see the map kind of lean back towards A. A couple of members across the middle of the map. Locky is the first one to fall.
Yeah, he was the solo man there as well. It's all up to Karon here.
With a classic light armor, the wall will conceal their movements. As Texture tries to get a little active. Texture was an absolute demon the last 2 times these teams faced off.
Yeah, he absolutely shut Zekken out of the series. And he just shut down Celsius.
At least out of this round, Meteor with a nade and a flash at his feet will fall at the hands of Zekken as Tens looks to get a little bit more active. Will connect onto Munchkin. Numbers the way of the attack in a massive amount too. And it's not getting any better for the #1 seed from the APAC region. Sentinels win the pistol up very quickly. The last time they played, they won 1 out of the 4 pistols the entire series. They struggled.
And not only that, but it's Zekken getting a 3K into that round, getting momentum. It's something that he couldn't do the last time around against Gen G. And it's something that was able to get them over the hurdle in that grand final in Madrid for Sentinels to take that one home. So this is very important for the side of Sentinels. They need momentum. They're such a momentum-based team.
Absolutely. You know, we talked about it 2 days ago when we watched Sentinels dance with FPX. Zekken, unfortunately, he went -17 in the series against Gen G. Those demons are not that far behind him.
Will just be a C hit right off the rip, understanding that they have all gun advantage, all utility advantage, and it's going to be a clear retake from the side of Gen G. What can they really do? They only have a couple sheriffs on Meteor and Texture. And we've seen this post plant happen a lot.
दो sides तो उन्होंने plant कर दिया, दोनों rounds plant किया.
It's all to delay.
कोई मेरे को इसमें pick map है Lotus Sentinel
so hard to break through.
Oh, shot, bro.
Zekken's having such a map already.
Dude, it's the 2nd round, and he's already 1 point away from having his ultimate.
And he's hungry. He wants more. Here it is. He gets that ultimate.
I mean, when you have that far of an advantage, you really want to push, and that's exactly what he does.
One more round for Sentinel. Let's go.
You mentioned Sentinels. You mentioned Zekken struggling and how it's important for him to get back online, get the ball rolling as quickly as possible.
क्या लगता है guys? 2-0 करेंगे या decider में देखा जाएगा?
The showstopper round 3. Huge.
Yeah, and they didn't lose a single rifle in the process. John QT, he was sitting on a sheriff the
2-0
entire time. Yeah, Zekken falls down there, but he got the showstopper like you said, and John was able to pick that Spectre up and now upgrade to a Vandal. And on the other side, it's all light armor across the board. If that showstopper even tags somebody, it's going to do mad damage and probably take out a couple players. But I will say, in the last series, we saw Zekken whiff a couple of those ultimates. So
yeah, think about that bind one, that sword. Right past the autumn, if I'm not mistaken. Seems like a lot of pings on the mini map towards me.
2-0 Gen. अरे भाई बिल्कुल.
Gen G seemingly wise to it. 3/5 of their team is
Game OP. ऐसे ही चाहता हूँ मैं भी.
But the mid rounding, Celsius, while all that front B pressure was happening, took all of C control.
Stage decider है.
Little orbs right here. Munchkin needs to be careful right here. If he gets carried out, yeah, that showstopper's gonna do the damage.
And the thing is here, if you're Sentinels, you don't have to fully commit to this. It seems like they might, though. Tens is already TP'd all the way across. You've got everything back sight, mowing over Gen G.
An absolute firing squad that Texture just ran into.
I mean, he swings, and it's the most terrifying thing you could imagine.
It was diabolical.
And so now, as the dust settles and as the rest of the round kind of comes to a close,
round
you see
important
Sentinels with a really big advantage here. They're up on numbers. You've got John, who's going to get a little bit closer to having his ult online. Zelsis halfway to his. Money's in a really good spot. This is the Sentinels that was missing a couple of days ago. This was the Sentinels that was missing in the opening match of this tournament.
Yeah, missing in stage 2, honestly. Even in the playoff, they barely squeaked in. Celsius gets the quick trade.
One more round for Sentinel. Let's go, guys.
Closer to that ultimate. And yeah, Zekken wasn't the one that got that showstopper kill. But Sasi doing his due diligence with that fade prowler, sniffing out Munchkin. And yeah, there's not much you can do in a spot like that against a showstopper and a Spectre.
No, I mean, you mentioned it. He needed to be careful. That was just that's a brutal one and done spot.
Yeah, and losing the bonus round, it could feel so bad. Your economy feels like you can never really get it going. That being said, it's going to be light armors again across the board right now, and a showstopper of his own for Texture.
Find you. Still waiting.
See if he's able to replicate any of that success. Maybe that's the tipping factor here because you see the buy. It's not great. 2 Stingers and then Sheriffs. For Sentinels, again, a slow start. Pretty metered, pretty tempered, if you will. Just kind of waiting to see if Gen G are going to get active, if they're going to try to take some space and throw something aggressive into the fold. And that's exactly right. You got the Paranoia that's out, and they're going to give up some of the same main space, trade the Paranoia of their own, but manage to get away unscathed.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that all that C control was already gathered. So there's 5 members here, and the rotations can't make it in time. Sentinels are aware of this.
Well, they've
but
got
they're getting delayed.
You got to be careful here, too. There's a brutal crunch. Remember, Texture has his ult. But once again, fully sending out onto C. Saucy will be the first to fall as Munchkin manages to find 2 on the round. There's the ult popped as well. Not connecting onto anything, but Munchkin continues to farm. 3 on the round now. Oh, I thought he had fired it off already. Celsius falls on it. It's just John left in a 1v4, and they're weak, but not that weak. A thrifty round for Gen G.
He may have been in the wrong position in the round previously, but this time he took things into his own hands. He gets 4 into the round, 3 with the Stinger, gets the upgrade. That allows Texture to go in with that showstopper and secure the round win. And what a way to stop the bleeding. I mean, winning an eco round, now all of a sudden your economy is going to be back in the game. You're back in the mix of things. Gen G needed this, and they needed it desperately.
And there was never any doubt that a team like Gen G would punch back, right?
Yeah.
They're not the team to roll over. They're not the team to kind of fall in the face of big moments. So you knew it was going to happen. You knew it was inevitable. The question was when. And it just so happens that the stars aligned on the 4th round.
And they're also a team that takes a little bit to get going in series, I noticed. Sometimes, they'll go down, I don't know, 4 or 5 rounds, and then they'll bring it all the way back and even secure out the map if that. But if not, they can reverse sweep at any moment.
Sure. Zekin already taking a ton of damage. Just off a spam through the smokes, 21 HP, no armor left to him.
These teams play at such a high level, both of them. It feels like we're truly watching like just a chess match right now, just a battle back and forth of the brains. Sentinels will take space here. Gen G will take space there. This tit for tat, blow for blow. The rotations being in full effect. Look, 3 members facing each other in front B. Both teams have such a good read on how each other play.
The spike is rotating back towards B. Both Paranoias have been traded. As of personnel on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Both players have been traded too.
All of that KJ utility.
दोनों के
Top
पास ही
towards C to have a
advantage है.
decent idea if that's where the hit is, but with 30 seconds left, there's still a couple of options. And once again, 10's the tip of the spear, TPing forward. A little bit separated. How in the world does Meteor win that? Saucy with the swing on the trade. Nicely done. And now with 3v3. As Texture creeping his way forward. The first to fight, the first to find a kill.
2v2.
As has been the case, instantly traded right back 2v2 now. Saucy has his eye. Lakia has no health left. It's Karen alone. He's been good. Head and shoulders above the rest. But can he deliver here? Against John QT, no, he cannot.
Oh, that's a nice one.
The leader for Sentinels delivers once more.
I mean, it was trade for trade the entire way through. It came down to a 1v1. It's that chess match I was talking about. This is going to be such a close series if it continues onward like this. But now, it's ultimates available for the side of Sentinels. Here's the replay of the trading on site. It's so evenly matched, it feels like. Pistol round, truly the only difference maker in these rounds in this 1v1.
And again, we talked about this when we saw them play against FPX. The big difference was John QT, it felt like, in my opinion, right? When Sentinels have been good, John has delivered. That's a big moment for him early on.
Getting your IG on the close, they can be a really big thing, especially early on. If he starts getting the kills, you get more confident in the calling, you start getting better reads.
Oh, they've got him figured out.
God.
They spotted him.
That was a tough one.
Oh my god.
He was there in the previous round, too.
Goodness, bro.
And Sentinels have a good idea of when a player is playing pushed up like that and they're solo to go through the door, the revolving door. No one has met them there yet.
A look back towards A. Texture getting through the ult. He's got a big timing here. A wide swing and 2 kills found. Again, heroics from Texture.
Nice, Zekin, nice.
But the counterpunch comes through at just the right time. Zekin down low, spotting one, trying to switch to the weaker weaponry, not finding a kill. Now 2v2, the pit invested 10s on the prowl. So an alarm bot keeping him
2v2.
Just a little bit further back. His
Nice.
meteor waltzes into his death, right into the crosshair of the controller.
Yes.
Munchkin does the same.
Nice stance.
Tens too fast in these moments. Holding the angles. It's a tough round to win if you're Gen G Texture. He went huge in that moment, getting 2, swinging out super wide. Look at this. That's such a wide swing.
Dude, and how many times have we watched Gen G and seen Texture do something like that?
Yeah.
Munchkin, Meteor, do something where they're getting 2Ks and 3Ks in most instances where somebody gets traded instantly.
Yep.
But that just seems to be one of their strengths, one of their
पहला
strengths.
टाइम
We're
आउट
already
आ
seeing
चुका
them
है.
now. I think the
गोलियां
big
है
difference here is
जेंसी ने.
Sentinels are managing to kind of go toe-to-toe with that, where they haven't been able to in the past.
Yeah, they figured out the spacing game, right? The problems they had against FPX early on in the first map.
Yeah.
It's carrying
दोनों
over.
अपना
They
एक
fixed
मैच
it.
जीत
They
चुके
fixed that
हैं और
problem.
ये
Their
मैच
spacing is on point.
इनकी
They're
स्टेज
getting
डिसाइड
trades.
करेगा
Even
कि
if player gets
क्वालिफाई
2,
करेंगे
they're
या
able to, you know, bring it all the way back.
ये छोड़ कर जाएंगे.
It's going to be an early timeout for Gen G.
CT
Remember, the only
Gen
round
G
they've
का
won
भी
so far was
सपोर्ट
that
है
tricky
और
off the back of
सेंटिनल का भी
Munchkin.
सपोर्ट है. तो गाइस
4
जल्दी से
kills in
जुड़
that
जाओ
round,
वीडियो
1
के साथ,
showstopper
लाइक
from
करो
Texture.
वीडियो को, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो यार.
And other than that, it's been very close, right? We had the 1v1. Karen versus John QT. In this case, it was a 2v2, but tens. I mean, he just held down that opposite side of the Viper's pit that John QT put down.
Again, it feels like for Gen G, part of their calling card has been delivering in the big moments. And again, anybody on that roster can deliver. Laki is a guy that we don't really talk about a ton, but he's just as good, just as stalwart in those high-pressure moments. Again, I think the big difference here is that Sentinels have been able to respond and deliver with a couple of their own.
And they're not really getting picked off early either, Doug.
Yeah, I think that's huge. That's part of the 4-round difference here. On the other side of the timeout, what are the adjustments? You've got 3 ults on the side of the defense.
Got 4 now.
Yeah.
That A-orb gathered.
Again, sweeping a little bit further. Munchkin clearing out the turret. And now the round ripe for reset.
I mean, the approach from Sentinels on this attacking half has been so calculated, so methodical. They clearly do not want to give anything away early on to Gen G.
No. Remember, that's that lurk smoke on C that you mentioned at the beginning of the map, the piss around one, but this one way just sucks together.
अगर ये हाफ 10-2 पे खत्म करते हैं, अगर 10 राउंड जीतती है सेंटिनल और 2 रहते हैं जेन जी के, तो ये मैच तो क्लोज कर ही देगा सेंटिनल. नेक्स्ट मैच आइस बॉक्स किसी तरीके से जीत जाती है तो डिसाइडर की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती.
Viper wall gets baited out from the side of Sentinels, but a Prowler also out of the mix.
Sand in that hourglass continues to tick away. 30 seconds left in the round now as they've invested the lockdown. And now it's going to be traded back for another.
A big investment from Gen G.
With still a lot of time left to play in the round. The Prowler just got a little bit of info towards A. Second satchel forward and right into his death. Are they going to be able to navigate some of this? Zlaki is going to fall in exchange.
Look at the time, Doug.
They may have burned the candle down just a bit too low. They're trying to get ahead of this, but the reinforcements are right here. Look at Munchkin's positioning. That's the plan stopped. That's John QT dealt with assassination style. The round will go the way of Gen G.
What a round from Gen G. What poise. To not make any mistakes. Not give a single inch to Sentinels.
राउंड तो था देखो, जेन जी ने ये राउंड निकाला तो है.
Not taking the bait on that Killjoy ult.
ये अल्ट में भी वो लोग नहीं
पीछे
गए.
What a call. The gall you have to make a play like that when you are down in the weaponry. That's the second thrifty win already for the side of Gen G. If they can get things going on these gun rounds, they could bring this one back.
और ये Munchkin ने शॉट जो लगाए हैं वो भी शॉट्स.
So this time, that cautious approach from Sentinels, it works against them. Maybe we're going to see a change of pace. Here it is.
Paranoia already out. The one-way goes up, but they're already past it at this point.
Lockheed might get caught right here. He needs to be careful. Oh, that Viper wall gets up right on time. Munchkin, good awareness in that moment. All that's happened. Yeah, Texture took this deep angle.
With the op, we haven't seen that yet. Zelsis aware of it now. Is he going to be able to get away? No, Zelsis chases him down.
Sentinels right now, they have no other choice. They kind of have to just hold W here. There's still 2 mollies they have to deal with. The showstoppers invested from Zekin. He gets chipped down very low.
He didn't have any satchels.
Yeah.
He couldn't go.
Will be a free site gathered. Spike should be planted unless spam.
I mean, it might be a free site, but it feels like they're walking right into Gen G's trap. Lakia has his ult. Smoke's already going through. Zekin getting a little bit aggressive, getting the best of Meteor, but again, still, that Nightfall in play, and there it is, right on cue, tapped. You've got John, who's playing his tight angle, managing to stay alive with the help of the nade, sure. Swinging out into Latia, but not able to convert. He's now left in a 1v3. He's cutting his losses. He's tucking his tail. He's getting out of there.
Yeah, he's got to save. What proactivity from Sentinels in that moment.
14
Tense holding on to that paranoia. Shooting it through water. Zekin.
One more round for Sentinel. Let's go. GG.
And amongst all the chaos.
जितना एडवांटेज से जीतेंगे उतना डिफेंडिंग जल्दी क्लोज कर पाएंगे तो जितना ज्यादा राउंड लीड में ले लो उतना बेहतरीन है भाई सेंट्रल क्योंकि ये मैप तो किसी भी हाल में जीतना पड़ेगा ये मैप लूज नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि आइस बॉक्स थोड़ा सा इनका डिफिकल्ट रहता है शुरू से तो ये मैप जीतना पड़ेगा
I think on both sides.
सही टाइम पे रिकवरी करी भाई एक शॉट के बाद
but I think again Texture taking that aggressive line towards C with the op.
Celsius.
I love him so much.
Thank you so much.
That's just a different look, right? We haven't seen that out from them.
A little bit of frustration from the side of Gen G.
Again, the op in the hands of Texture. 3 ults to play around, light armor for everyone. And I think I gotta go back to what you were thinking or saying a couple of rounds ago. What is that smoke?
Very interesting. Maybe to hide from an aggressive haunt if there was an A fight to be in the mix.
Yeah, possibly.
And it was a fake TP going into a B hit, so they're trying to condition very small micro things. And you have to do that when you're at this high of a level of play.
Zekin was too far out, Tens was too, Munchkin again, delivering. These are the big moments where Gen G has their way with opposition. They're yet to win a gut round, but it seems like they're going to here forget the Thrifties.
Oh my gosh, he went for more.
Just John QT and Saucy left.
दोनों ही लो है भाई
They really have anywhere to go.
What a shot from Munchkin, that was disgusting. He's looking for more.
And remember, Munchkin was the hero in a couple of rounds ago, the first Thrifty round that they won. Delivering again.
Saucy might just opt to save. I mean, he's got $350 in the bank. Spike is definitely going to have members on it. Texture with that operator being one of them.
Yeah, I do want to go back to the value that Munchkin has
Nice
been able to
try,
provide for Gen G all year. Right? I know I mentioned it a couple of rounds ago, but you think about these map-changing moments, these series-defining instances. It's often multi-kill rounds, and it's often things like this.
Yeah. From the top, no one looking at him. He puts his Viper walls up at the most opportune times. And then he hits shots like that. That's crazy. To be IGLing, to be the forefront of your squad at the same time, that is so hard to do. But he's one of those
कुछ राउंड जरूर डिफरेंस बनेंगे भाई आज कुछ राउंड जरूर डिफरेंस बनेंगे इस मैप में जैसे कल एक मैप में डिफरेंस बना था
Such a big part of their consistency this year. Getting second, the first international, and then winning a championship, the second one in Shanghai.
A level of consistency that hasn't been rivaled. Really,
कल जो इवनिंग में मैच हुआ पेपर एक्स और दूसरी टीम कौन थी FUT तो उनमें भी एक राउंड सनसेट में एक राउंड वो मैच का डिफरेंस बना फिर ओह माय गॉड टेक्सचर ओह माय गॉड टेक्सचर यू आर फकिंग इंसेन ब्रो
That was unbelievable. He's so quick with it. And now he's the one at the top. That last
भाई फॉर्म में आती हुई लीड कम होती हुई सेंटिनल के पास 6 and 4
He ended up killing John, I believe.
अब 2 राउंड की लीड बची है
The collat, you know, whatever. You get lucky, but those last two.
Oh my gosh.
4 kills by operator.
Right now if you're Sen. 4 rounds on the defensive side for Gen G. Texture is here and ready to play, still sitting on that showstopper. Wow!
And now Meteor's joining in on the fun. This is the Gen G that's terrifying. This is the Gen G that wins championships.
And I said it, Doug. Gen G are a team that tends to start off a little bit slow, but when they get warmed up, they're unbelievable.
And yes, this is an eco round, but you know, we talk so much about confidence, we talk so much about momentum and how valuable that is in a game like this.
11 rounds हो चुके हैं, एक round की lead है Sentinel के पास.
As far as how momentum is gone.
6 and 5.
What the fuck?
एक टाइम पे 1 और 5 था. Gen Z 1 थी और Sentinel 5 था और 5 राउंड जीत 4 राउंड जीत लिए हैं. कमबैक कर लिया है Gen Z ने. और टेक्सचर ने उसमें बहुत ज्यादा रोल निभाया. टेक्सचर बहुत गलत किया.
Nasty stuff.
Perfect. So before we hit the last round of the half, Sentinels will call
Sentinel ने अपना पहला टाइम आउट ले लिया है.
to try to slow things down.
Let's go. पहला टाइम आउट Sentinel दोनों टीमों ने अपना पहले हाफ में एक टाइम आउट यूज कर लिया है. तो एक ही टाइम आउट बचा है अब सेकंड हाफ के लिए.
They've won 4 out of the last 5, and Texture, Munchkin, and Meteor are online in a massive way. And again, those were the 3 names that caused the most heartache for Sentinels at the beginning of this tournament.
Crazy players that could change the game at any moment.
And I want to take this moment to talk through, you know, the Des talked about it, but I want to mention again the global dominance that Gen G has had this year. There was that graphic that was flown by the Des. They're 11-2 in their last 13 global matches.
That's obnoxious.
That's asinine. That level of dominance is just absurd. But now they both find themselves again in a position where one of these 2 teams goes home today. And it was in a way that nobody expected. You talked about this at the beginning of the match. We thought it might be Heretics that was down here, fighting against likely Sentinels, and Gen G would be the ones kind of cruising all the way to the playoff stage, but I guess that's why you play the game.
Unbelievable stuff from both sides right now. Sentinels were up 5-1, Doug. Gen G, they brought it all the way back.
ये राउंड मैटर करता है. लास्ट राउंड इन द हाफ बहुत मैटर करता है ये राउंड. Nice one.
Way to do it.
John.
Taken out, but the showstopper.
It was short. Nipping at his heels, but not enough to get the kill.
Oh my gosh.
John QT continues to dance with Des, just looking for any sort of moment of respite to reload. Now back to full strength, continues to hit the spam, no targets found.
Ult किसने यूज की?
Sentinels don't want to let Gen G come back into this round with a free pick. That's why they're grouping up, they're death balling right now.
And remember, Karen has had this aggressive angle many of the defensive rounds that they've played. Are they expecting it here?
Even if they are, I mean, it's so tough. He's ahead of this Viper
so
wall.
far
Oh
ahead.
my gosh! What was that peek from Second, though? Instas, and they're just going to run through the door like they have been this entire time.
Oh my
Perpendicular walls keeping these 2 teams apart as one of them goes down. Munchkin gets ahead of it. Second on the jump spot, they understand the threat that's on the other side, and now they decide to wait it out. They're beckoning the fight to come to them. Either you wait out the lockdown, or you fight us.
It got spammed.
And now Texture not able to hold the line, not able to keep up the resistance. The pit invested, Munchkin trying to trace over. Munchkin. Or on Asasi, excuse me, but Meteor.
Let's go. 7-5. First half complete. 2 rounds की lead है Sentinel के पास.
Map like Lotus that is attack-sided.
I'm tempted to say when it comes to matchup between these 2 teams, conventional wisdom goes out the window, man.
You might be right.
Like,
it oftentimes comes down to those micro adjustments, pistol rounds even. Clutch plays.
See that peek again from Zekin. All
through the one-way. Oh my gosh.
Tiniest of glimpses.
Nice play. Oh, John, wait, look.
अच्छे rounds गए.
Who knows?
I don't know what they were looking
थोड़ा सा
probably flashing the
फंबल
ball
हुआ
or
है
something.
बीच
I don't know.
rounds में.
7-5, the way of Sentinels. We've got an interview standing by with Rob Moore, the CEO of Sentinels, standing by right now. Take it away.
Hello everyone, it's the halftime interviews with Bella, and I'm joined by Sentinel CEO Mr. Rob Moore. Hi, nice to meet you, Rob.
Thank you so much.
네, 센티널 CEO 럽 모어 씨와의 인터뷰 준비해봤습니다. 이제 서울 방문한 게 오늘 처음인지 좀 어떻게 이번 챔스 즐기고 계신지 한번 여쭤보겠습니다. Is this your first time in Seoul? How have you been enjoying the city?
This is my first time in Seoul. I think I've already added 5 pounds eating all the great food here.
이 서울 방문은 처음인데 아마 오고 나서 한 2-3kg는 금방 찐 것 같다고 얘기를 하십니다. 오늘 센티널 경기 초반에 화력이 아주 좋습니다. 좀 이렇게 성장을 잘 해봐서
मैं
오늘 멋진
बोलूंगा
경기
तो विवाद हो
보여주고 있는
जाएगा.
팀은 얼마나 좀 자랑스러운지 한번 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. You must be proud of how the boys are doing. You know, they started off great. So, how proud are you?
You know, it's been an amazing year, and obviously now this is our 4th time playing Gen G. I'm a little surprised. It's the first time I've ever been in a match where everyone is rooting for the other team. And nobody's wearing a Sentinels jersey today, except for Tenz's uncle. Except for Tenz's uncle.
이제 올해 센티널의 성적이 너무 좋았고 그리고 이제
भाई सेंटिनल का सपोर्ट कम है वहाँ
네
पे, बहुत
번째인데
कम है.
사실 경기장에 와서 센티널을 응원하는 팀보다 젠지의 관객들로 이렇게 가득 찬 건 또 색다르다고 합니다. 그리고 또 센티널을 응원하고 있는 텐즈의 삼촌분 빼고는 없다고 하네요. 이거는 이제 센티널의 번들 구매. A minute for you. 그럼 저희는 로터스로 돌아가 보겠습니다. Back to Lotus.
You know, for as much as that was lighthearted and you know whatnot and fun to listen to Rob for a second there,
Let's
I think
go.
it's a really good point. Sentinels are in a position that they rarely find themselves in. I mean, yeah, they did at the beginning of the tournament, but the stakes are notably higher here. This is enemy territory that they're playing in front of. When they're often used to looking out to the crowd and seeing a sea of red, it's all black and gold now.
And it's been just blow for blow this entire way through. Everybody on both sides performing at the same amount. You see Texture and Zekken going head-to-head, same amount of kills. John and Munchkin, same amount of kills. It's poetic. Roll for roll. It's so equal.
Why?
Genji on the pistol, they're already farming the orbs into Laki's hands.
I love bring. Let's go. What the fuck?
Perhaps indicative of what's in store. Oh, a little bit of spam texture.
भाई
block.
थोड़ा सा adjust करो भाई. थोड़ा सा adjust करो please. I don't know क्या हो गया.
Smokes, nothing like that, but Tenz has a sheriff and light armor.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream.
Ad क्यों देखने मेरे को? क्यों ad क्यों देखना है? हाँ? मुझे game देखना है bro. Ad क्यों देखना है? Ad थोड़ी देखना है. Game देखना है.
Difficult to win.
भाई round के लग गए हैं.
Just not the case this time. Again, pistols
Round में
were
सोच
elusive
चुका
to
है
them
और
in their first matchup.
Sentinel ने match ये पहला round जीत लिया. Let's go.
Well, Munchkin, he did his damn best right there. He had to get an ace to win that pistol round, and I mean, he might as well could have. But the sheriffs are too strong. You could wall bang with them. 2 body shots is all you need. That's why Zekken gets that free kill in the beginning. But look at the shots. Look at the form that Munchkin is in right now. He wants it bad. In that interview that Sue had with Munchkin and Zelsa, Zelsa said, no, these guys are nervous. Munchkin does not look nervous at all. He was shaking his head the entire way through. Yeah, these pistol rounds haven't been going their way, but all it takes is one Thrifty to get them back on the map, and that's why you see this Vandal.
5 round पीछे है Sentinel ये पहला match.
Side of Texture.
पहला map जीत रही
Such
है.
an abnormal purchase.
You also have a Marshall on the field for Meteor. It's a 5-man A.
On the attack side of Lotus, no less.
Sentinels are aware now that the Vandal is in full effect. That room of being shot from Texture. So that's why they're playing so cautious. They don't have the gun advantage when you have a Spectre and a Bulldog. Wow, tether nade.
Achilles was talking about that on the desk and how it seemed like that needed to be a big part of their success on Lotus, and it hasn't really been much to speak of, to be honest.
And do you still opt to clear out that very, very close corner on Zekken?
Peek together, peek together. Peek
Ross
together, bro.
is crazy, but Saucy was the backup. He was the reinforcement. So Paranoia is out. It's going to tag up Zekken as well. It's just buying
Oh,
time.
bro, time. Nice
With the
Zekken.
nade out, still manages to get one. But Karen on the equalizer. Celsius now aggressive with the Spectre upgraded in the hands of Munchkin. Can he hold the line?
Oh my god, that's it.
Meteor's Marshall finally besting him.
30 seconds left.
But he's now left in a 1v2. Upgrading to a
2v1.
Vandal. No armor. Challenged
Nice one.
in the smoke. Challenged in the map. Sentinels get to 9.
It was a valiant effort from Gen G into that force buy. And it was looking promising. But Zelsis, he stepped up huge in that moment. That little off angle here in the spray down, he knew he had to do this.
Nice.
If you give them the sight, if they are able to upgrade, all of a sudden your chances of winning are drastically lowered.
Hey, look at him. They laughing now, buddy.
What a clutch play. And he stands up on top of it, puffing his chest out.
It's a good sign for Sen City. Paranoia out, the spit goes through. Zekin has to take a step back. But with Zelsis intense, fighting over his shoulder, it's all safe.
Enemy remaining.
GG boys,
From the
GG.
very beginning of the round.
क्या domination दिखाया है defending में Sentinels ने.
And it's another song.
5 round की lead ले ली है. 2 round से start हुआ था second half. अब 3 round लगातार जीते हैं और 5 round की lead के साथ. अब सिर्फ 3 round जीतने बाकी हैं इस map को जीतने के लिए और
And it was just the firing
second
squad
map
ready
को
here.
भी जीतने के लिए जाना होगा. Icebox में.
I missed my nade and we still won.
That was
What
where
क्या
Genji
बोला?
had success in the first half.
miss कर
They
गया
were the
तो सुन
ones
नहीं
who
पाया.
dug their heels and they drew the line in the sand A main. And now Sentinels are giving them a bit of their own medicine. Zelsis is still with that outlaw that you mentioned, has his ult to play around.
And just across the board, just very default stuff right now from Sentinels. Understanding they have a good advantage. They don't want to give any picks. It's reminiscent of how they were approaching their attack sides. Playing very, very standard and safe.
Yeah, tempered, I guess, a metered approach, if you will.
And maybe that's what the game plan was going into this matchup.
Sure.
Not giving that much away to Genji, not giving these 1v1 exchanges, not giving the contact approaches, fighting as a unit, using utility. Maybe that's the key. Maybe that was the game plan, the adaptation this time around.
It's a cheeky angle there. Zelsis is holding. If he does get threatened, he should be able to get away, unless he's completely overwhelmed.
This is going to be an A reclear fight, though. That's why you see Tens out with that paranoia.
Yeah, I think it's just noise that Munchkin is making. And it's just enough of noise. It's just enough of a distraction. Very nicely done by Genji, but Zelsis still holding the line on the other side. That's now 2 bodies found. The swing of the classic will not betray him.
Nice one,
Back-to-back 3Ks for the Vibe Merchant himself.
He played that to near perfection.
I mean, he really did.
And now tethered nade. I mean, yeah, the spike gets planted. Oh, it doesn't even get planted.
Oh, nice try.
I mean, Tens was still really far away, and time was really short, but that was almost almost a Munchkin
क्या
clip.
खेली है Sentinel भाई attack.
And remember,
क्या
last
खेली
time
है.
these two teams played on Lotus,
6 rounds
it was a
की
mirror
उम्मीद है अभी
matchup.
भी.
It was
और अब मुझे लग रहा है कि ये मैप
It was
आ चुका है
13-7 for
Sentinel के लिए.
Sentinels.
Shot bro,
Genji
shot.
ended up banning that in the finals. Keeping it in this time around, thinking that maybe Sentinels were weaker than what they were.
Full
A
form
shell of what they once were. But Sen, if they get confident, they can beat.
क्या हो रहा है यार इसके अंदर? अरे यार क्या हो रहा है? क्या दिक्कत हो रही है?
Anybody in the world. That's why they're champions of their own right.
Loading पे आ.
Some safe pathing out from Texture at the beginning, but Karn was
Game of his senses.
The doors tap, the honk goes up, no target found, Saucy's dead.
Oh.
Tens.
He's playing this crazy.
He slipped the net. Oh my gosh. The Fox is in the den and Meteor is dead.
Timing.
They've gotten the spike down, but they've got to realize there's a threat behind him, and it's a considerable one. The Paranoia is going to attack both. Karn's now dead. 2 members trapped in tree. Texture's the only one who's still playing backside. Nice shots out for Munchkin. Equalizing things at numbers. Zelsis with the lockdown. Gonna try to flush him out as Texture's dead. What do they have to go off this? They have to respect this. They have to give up the space. Nobody on the spike yet. Oh, he's got the line. He can hold him back from there. Zekin's the first to fall. Munchkin dealing with the aggression. Zelsis will have to clutch this out on his own. A 1v2, Locky and Munchkin both still have ults to play around. And time's got to be so short.
One enemy remaining.
There's none left.
No time. No time. No
It
time.
wasn't looking too good
Nice
for
one, yeah, Gen G.
in that moment, but they brought it back.
Second half का पहला
Munchkin,
round जीत
he
चुकी है
has no
Gen G.
fear in these moments. He came here ready to play. He's the playmaker of their team right now. Yeah, Texture had that beautiful entry, but the impact that Munchkin is getting with some of these frags and trades, it's been crazy. And Lakia, who's been quiet, he stepped up big in his own right here. Picking the perfect timing to get Zek in there.
Well, it's all off of, yeah, it was all off of Munchkin's position and his timing that you mentioned just a couple of moments ago. He had that line from Broken Door. He was able to drop the spit. And again, the double swing out from them was perfect. So Gen G, stay alive, get to 6. An op in the hands of Zekin and an aggressive line taken with Zalsis close by.
And Gen G now have 4 ultimates of their own to work with. Meteor, he's creeping up slowly, 3 orbs until he gets his.
Momentum तो shift हुआ है। एक round जीतने के बाद ही switch हो जाता है momentum।
How far?
पहले भी यही था कि 5 round की lead थी और Gen ने comeback किया था। अभी हम match point पे नहीं पहुंचे तो हम ये चीज नहीं सोच।
But that deep alarm bot, that should be heard from Zalsis, I believe. But they're not reading into it. Last time around we saw Sentinels use that same alarm bot, they ended B.
They're committing to this.
Showstopper committed.
The B side is empty, but they've popped the 2 ults and the paranoia out.
Oh. Zekin just stole that one away, opening the door himself.
The spike does go down though. No ults on the side of Sentinels.
And that does Meteor fallen, so that gives Zalsis this
timing.
Smoke keeping them apart. 2 targets found, only 1 claimed. Munchkin, who was so far up at the very beginning, still playing out towards stairs.
Nice thing. Nice.
10's besting him. Numbers the way of the defense.
दोनों भी main है.
An op still in the hands of Zekin. A difficult weapon to pull this off with.
He's got to be the one that gets on the spike, allow his teammates with the rifles.
I don't know if he has
to
the tools for this.
He's got to hit the shot here.
Aaron's the first to fall. Texture's by
Shot
himself.
by
Second hit the shot. The
Zekin.
fuse comes through. Sentinels
Well
get
played
to match
Zekin.
point.
Match point by
We said
Santina.
it against FPX. Zekin looked amazing with that operator. And he's continuing that onward here. He's sitting at 20 kills. He opens the door. Takes his own peek here. And it's against Meteor. Of all players.
And you're right, you mentioned it. That's what allowed the timing for Zalsis to crunch up mid.
Yeah. Zalsis was waiting on that alarm bot the entire way through, hoping that somebody would pick off Meteor, allow him to get that timing, and Zekin did just that.
Zach!
Yeah, you know what he said.
I don't know if any of you are Liberators out there, but there were strong words of encouragement towards his teammate.
Last round में match points के और ये सही जगह time out लिया है क्योंकि अगर ये round आते तो match map तो हार ही चुके हैं तो time out waste करी
A best of 3.
time out waste होगा तो ले लेते हैं.
Written all over the walls. The end of the year for one of these 2 squads. Hopes and dreams of lifting hardware end today.
And when you were looking at this map pool, you knew Sentinels had to win this Lotus map. If not, you're going against Gen G on Icebox, Haven, maps that Sentinels haven't really looked that great on.
No, I mean, Icebox was their perma for forever. It's been a while since
they haven't played it since March.
Yeah, it's been a minute. So who knows what they have prepared there, but opting to ban out Ascent, which makes sense. Gen G, the best team in the world on the map, so I get it.
Yeah.
But you're right, they had to win Lotus. And I mean, we're not done.
Not by any means.
But so far, it seems like Sentinels are managing to make good on the plan that they set out to accomplish.
Sentinel को यहीं close करना चाहिए man.
Still plenty to be
यहीं close
found and
कर दे
figured
तो
out
better है
for
बहुत
Gen
ज़्यादा.
G with 2 ults.
Oh, so much info gathered from that fade.
Beautiful eye out from Saucy. You're getting a little bit proactive here. The Prowler doesn't tag, Zekin doesn't either.
Yeah, and Zekin's gonna have to move now. Get off of that B site. We saw them do this last time around against FPX. He takes a pick front B, goes towards stairs. He has the alarm bot there for protection.
Remember, Munchkin was right up on this in the previous round. The turret, the first thing that's cleared, you saw the 2 mollies.
Such cool protocols right now from Sentinels. So many different layers to this approach.
Yeah, but I really like this from Gen G, though. I mean, they're methodically removing all of the traps and all of the little passive information gathering tools that Sentinels have.
Very high level stuff right now. That's a free B site because of all that.
And yeah, it costs them a paranoia, and yeah, it costs them a little bit of time, but they gladly give that up in exchange for the site.
Viper's Pit
ये राउंड
invested as well.
रीटेक के लिए छोड़ दिया है उन्होंने.
Texture's gonna, yeah, exactly. Texture's going to play ahead of it.
Very good hunt, bro.
It's looking pretty good right now for Gen G. Sentinels. What kind of retake do they have cooked up?
Careful here on the crunch. Tens has a paranoia. Karen's going to be the first to fall. The first smoke comes through, the tap of the door, and there's the flash. Is there anything behind it? Texture, the only one who I believe didn't get tagged in. He's still up on the pit, like you mentioned. Concealed in the green goo. The spam comes through. Meteor's dead. How much more can he find? Oh, no. Disaster again for Sentinels as Texture obliterates them. 4 found as Gen G get to 7.
क्या राउंड जीते हैं भाई, क्या राउंड जीते हैं जेन जी. वेल प्ले. मुझे अल्ट से पता चल गया था ये राउंड आ गया. रीटेक होना टफ था ब्रो.
He didn't move an inch. He was stone cold. Everybody whizzing past him. He didn't move the whole time. He was crouched here. The entire retake. And that last flick on his second. Disgusting.
One enemy remains. Unbelievable play.
Crazy.
Yeah. The problem is for Gen G, they're going to have to do it again. The deficit that they're facing is so great.
Sentinel ने save round ले लिया है. Save कर रहे हैं.
Valorant can be a silly game at times.
The calling of Gen G has been really, really good so far on this attacking side.
Oh, they're investing heavy into this without real weaponry. Sheriff's and a judge, but they drop the lockdown, or excuse me, the nightfall. Karen up close. The paranoia's out. Karen's dead. So is Lakia. Texture and Munchkin, the only two that are up. The pit's been planted, but the guns are not great on the other side. Texture's gonna have to clutch again, and he does! 8 for Gen G as they stay alive!
2 rounds में 2 clutch करे Texture ने.
It's ridiculous.
कमाल हो गया भाई. 2 round में 2 clutch.
Saucy using his ultimate. Oh my goodness. Another showstopper online. He just had that 2 rounds ago. The momentum is in full effect right now for Gen G. They're within 4 rounds of tying this up.
अरे यार क्यों लोड पे जा रहा है बार-बार.
Last round is often the hardest. And against a team of Gen G's caliber.
Game OP. Back to back. Yes, back to back.
A lot of Odin spam being done in tree. But Texture, oh my gosh, he's not slowing down.
With ult pops, the tether keeps him back. Zekin's got one of his own. What? But he's gonna have to use it in the next round if we get that far.
सही advantage आ चुकी है.
Doug, Sentinels are crumbling.
I think they have to save here.
You have to.
Yeah.
But even the way these fights are going, it's so one-sided in the way of Gen G. They're decimating Sentinels in these last couple of rounds.
I'll find you.
Texture just decided to just wake up and go absolutely nuclear.
Gen G with full momentum here. I was a little hesitant to say it in the previous round. Because again, there was a lot, they still were a lot of ults on the side of Sentinels. They're still at 12, there's still a pretty big gap here, but I think we're watching every single brick of that wall fall.
And Doug, this is why Gen G are a championship level team. You can never count them out. They never give up. They're gonna fight till the very end. They're gonna push you like you've never been pushed before.
वो टाइम आउट क्या टाइम आउट लिया था भाई लास्ट मैच पॉइंट पे. उस टाइम आउट के बाद सीधा 3 राउंड जीती है जेन जी. बहुत सही टाइम आउट, बहुत सही सिचुएशन पे लिया है भाई. टफनेस है, बहुत टफनेस है.
Reckless abandon on the swing, and it works.
मोमेंटम बिल्कुल जा चुका है, फुल फॉर्म में आ चुकी है जेन जी. सेकंड Sentinels को यहाँ पे ये मैप क्लोज करता
almost
होगा.
everyone is here. Both paranoias traded.
Nice,
down.
Nice.
Raid boss falls, and now the ult popped, but it looks like it's a little short.
Little low.
And so both teams refusing to relent on this area of the map. But Zekin
Map आ गया guys.
looking to take us high spots. And barring a miracle for Meteor, that's exactly where we're headed. Gen.G decided to take the fight where Sentinels have succeeded this entire half, and it was ill-advised. Wow, T9 as Lotus goes the way of Sen City.
साला मैप आ चुका है सेंटिनल के लिए.
Wow, what a map so far. If this is what we have in store, this is insane.
Gen.G fought back with ferocious attempts, but it wasn't enough to get him over the finish line. It wasn't enough to close the gap. Texture had heroic moments. Munchkin did too. But the guys on
GG guys.
They're starting to shoot back as
आ रहा हूँ
well.
guys,
We're
जल्दी
in for a
जुड़ते
good
हैं
one, folks.
नए मैच
Icebox
के
on the other
साथ.
side of this break. We'll be right back.
चलो जुड़ते हैं.
What an exciting start to our elimination match here today. I'm now joined by Sentinels head coach Kaplan. Now, the map pool was so interesting. You know, the Icebox was left in there. You guys banned Ascend and then Pig Lotus as well. Are you able to give me any insight as to what the game plan was coming into this map picks and bans?
Yeah, I mean, we just wanted to start on a map we were comfortable on. So while they have a great Lotus,
भाई बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्निक के साथ खेलने सेंटिनल अगर यहाँ 2-0 क्लोज करते हैं तो मैं बहुत खुश रहूँगा 2-0 क्लोज भी करना चाहिए क्योंकि फॉर्म में है मैं नहीं चाहता कि डिसाइडर में जाके थोड़ा सा कुछ ऊपर नीचे हो जाए फिर 2-0 पे क्लोज करो और अपने को प्लेऑफ्स में लेके जाओ तो सेंटिनल को जीतना पड़ेगा
we have a chance to throw them off. They'll probably have prepared to play Ascent. So we'll see how it goes. Plan to win in 3 if we have to.
इसमें से ये सेकंड मैच नहीं पड़ेगा.
We've closed it out on Icebox before against them, so yeah.
I love the mind games. Thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you.
In the saga of Sentinels versus Gen.G, in this iteration, Sentinels strikes first on Lotus. They pick up the win, but man, let me tell you, Gen.G had us believing for a minute there that there was a possibility we could be going to overtime. I do want to get some quick thoughts though on that map because, yeah, I mean, you heard Coach Kaplan saying, you know, they know they're good on that map, but it's one that they felt good, very comfortable with, and it showed on the server.
No, it really did, and I mean, excellent prep work here for them. But I mean, we got to see the attempted run back there from the side of Gen.G, but I felt ultimately there was too much damage dealt early. That was the Gen.G, those last couple rounds that we were coming into this series kind of expecting to see. So it feels like they started to get locked in, but just not being able to make that a 6-6 half, having that fairly devastating start. Because I mean, you know, 7-5 overall not bad, but given how things had begun, it was a very poor showing.
I mean, to me, I really feel like Sentinels just got a lot more value out of their util usage.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, there were some explosive plays on both sides, some hype moments, those things like that, but little things like, for example, Gen.G's round where they go to B and they use the showstopper and the nightfall.
Yeah.
Nothing. And then they go into a post plant and they're not really prepared for the angles that and the timing that Sentinels are coming from. So you're going to use those big ults and you can't even convert the round.
But Texture as well, right there with him. I mean, you can't ask for much more from your aces in those situations, right? Like, Texture's hitting some wild shots. Second is opening up the map for his team. I mean, genuinely speaking, Achilleos, like, this was a war between two titans on each side of the field.
No, it really was. And the parity between the players is actually kind of astounding to witness because at the half, they're both there, 12-8, only one assist separating them. At the end of the game, they both have the pretty much the exact same scoreline. Same amount of kills there at 23, 1 fewer death, 3 less assists for Texture, and then both of them with 5 kills. They both went 5-3. These guys were operating on very similar levels. For Texture, though, it was a bit of a run back for him in that second half. Zekken had taken that lead. Texture comes in, overtakes him, and then Zekken's able to capitalize and catch up at the very end.
Yeah, well, you know what, though? Texture was just absolutely on fire in some of these rounds. That takes us to a HyperX Reflex moment of the day. This one, of course, you got Texture who, you know, look, we're still hoping that Texture gets the ace, but I'll take a collat. I'll take a collat any day of the week.
I mean, and you take a collat and you take that flick.
That flick was absurd. I mean, he first picks up the collat onto Zelsis Intense, but then he goes back for more. He's a little hungry. He wants a few more bites of the pie. Finds it there on Saucy and looks again, and he figures, you know what? Let me go ahead and disrespect this fool right here. John QT had to take a lap, had to take a seat. That is exactly what you want to see out of your star player on this team, Paper.
And he had a couple of those moments that could have been that HyperX replay. Hit another 4K in there.
Yeah.
And that could have been it too. I mean, he was frying. He was doing everything he could, but the backline behind him, Munchkin played pretty well in that map too. But, you know, surprisingly, Karan and Meteor in particular really were struggling on that. Karan getting called out a lot in moments that he typically doesn't. And this is kind of one of the things I was talking about, where sometimes you can pick on Karan when he's anchoring a site solo, and you can make him uncomfortable and get those easy first kills, kind of convert rounds off the back of that.
Yeah. Now, of course, this takes us to Icebox, and if you remember history, Icebox was the map that Sentinels closed out against Gen.G, but this is Gen.G's pick. We have not seen Sentinels, you know, play this, and when they did, it wasn't that great. You know, they had a few wins.
But that kind of is the same story for Gen.G internationally, globally rather, I should say, on Icebox. They're 2-4 across the year, and as Kaplan just mentioned in that interview, this is the map that they were able to close things out. They said, you know what, we have ended a series against Gen.G with this map before, and it was fairly dominant, 13-6. Regionally, Gen.G has been very, very good on Icebox throughout the entirety of the year, but it's still they've never really had those big, you know, blow people out of the water type performances on that map.
Yeah, other than like towards the end where they kind of destroyed DRX on it, but that was like towards the end, and like DRX was looking really good for what it's worth. But yeah, okay, so basically similar comps here. It's
really
just the Sova versus the Gecko, right? Your info gathering initiator is going to be the change up. So Sentinel's throwing a little bit of a difference in there. Saucy going back to his Sova, the classic agent he's so well known for, has such impeccable timings on this. So you never know, man. Sentinels look great right now.
No, they really do. And one of the things that my eyes are very much going to, and somebody that we didn't get to really talk about too much, is Lakia. Was not finding that much impact. Was able to put up a couple of assists. His util was there to try to escort players forward or force Sentinels back. But here with this Gecko, I'm looking for big impact from him, not just in the util usage, but also in his rifling, because he has proven on the global stage, proved it there in Shanghai. This guy still can shoot, but we were not seeing it on Lotus.
And this is a map where he generally thrives. He's really good in the mid to late round about using his util well and finding those clutches, finding those high impact moments when Gen.G needs him the most.
Well, the last time these two teams played, it was Gen.G with a 2-0 win. Can Sentinels now return the favor to Gen.G, or will we be forced to go to a map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters for this one. It's, of course, Doug and Baby Bay for the call.
Thank you so much, GB. Dre, I think one thing that stood out as we were listening to Kaplan talk was the immense amount of respect that he showed towards Gen.G. He didn't want to go towards Ascent. He felt like it was a little bit too strategically deep. He wanted to go towards Icebox instead. I think there's a lot that he's showing there. It's like, hey, we know where you're good. We don't want to take you there, bro.
And it also showed in the server of how Sen approached that entire map in the beginning, right? All the attack, it was, you know, the slow, methodical approach, not trying to give any kills. And the pistol rounds is what stuck out to me. In a 13-9 win, that's 4 rounds. That's 2 pistols that Sen won.
Yeah.
That's how evenly matched these teams are, that it comes down to who can hit these shots right here.
Icebox very well. Might be a different story.
Wow.
A couple of sheriff shots already traded and kills found. Texture slips all the way back. But John QT is trying to do a bit of the same, not able to settle shots on the last kill as Gen.G manages to get the spike down, manages to get away. Now it's on Sentinels to attempt to retake this. Have a little bit of util to play around. They have the drone, they have the Viper Wall, and they have a weakened Texture, a weakened Munchkin. John QT is not much better off. Do they have any lineups? Do they have anything like that? No spits, nothing to speak of. John's not able to stick around. The one Molly that they had, Saucy with 2 big ones. Munchkin left alone. Had the knife, drops down, spots 1. Saucy on the defuse, gotta get it to half. Pauses for the fight as Saucy gets 3 and the defuse.
It was blow for blow the entire round, a 3v3, but Saucy just turned up.
And
those
honestly,
sheriff shots were so clean.
And honestly, that was a guy we didn't talk about a ton on Lotus. It was relatively quiet. I mean, yeah, we talked a lot about Texture and Munchkin and Zelsis, and for good reason. But this Carol was quiet.
Oh my gosh, him and Lakia both.
Yeah.
This roll for roll, these teams are so evenly matched, but it's another pistol the way of Sentinels. Texture, he will get a Stinger purchased for him from one of his teammates and a light armor invested. Might be the only saving grace.
There is threat here. It's not all safe. Munchkin will fall.
I cannot use that.
But again, it's Texture who can bite back.
Nice.
Oh, good damage done on the 10s and Saucy. Actually, might find the
भाई
timing
मैं
here.
जब
Just
से
like
बोल रहा हूँ और माइक बंद
second.
है.
He's so ready for it.
And if he
बहुत कुछ बोल
continues
गया
to be
मैं.
able to get the
अगर
best
माइक ही
of
बंद था
Texture
भाई, तो भूल
throughout
गया
the
और.
entire map, that's a really good sign again. But if it's not Texture, it's Meteor. If it's not Meteor, it's Munchkin. It's gonna have to be Karon this time.
You want to, bro? Bro? No.
Saucy looking for the target. Karon's gonna find him. Celsius is on this late flank. And as time continues to tick, you've got to have a decent understanding for him.
Sorry, bhai,
the
sorry.
one problem though is Karon is 10 HP. He's so weak, Dre.
But all he needs is one headshot. One dink of the Sheriff at the right range.
एक bullet का game है बस.
He's gonna flip the map.
I mean, he's got so much time. Taking the scene of the
Rotation
crowd.
ले रहा
There's
है.
not gonna be anything to give this away.
Oh, at the perfect range as well, yeah. He got right out of dodge, but now I think Zelsis,
30
he
seconds
smells
left.
something as amok.
Well, the problem is he could be freezing back A main right now. There's no way to know where he's headed.
Yeah, the spike will inevitably be planted.
And now, Zelsis will understand.
भाई मुश्किल है भाई ये मैप निकालना क्योंकि फॉर्म में
Now the
सेंटिनल
gunfight begins.
जेंजी जरूर कम बैक कर दिया बट सेंटिनल्स फुल फॉर्म में.
And here, Karan taking a step back. As Zelsis continues to push forward, he has a turret, he has an alarm bot, but no real way to utilize either of those.
He's got so much to clear as well.
And I think part of the problem is Karan has no idea where Zelsis is coming from either. So it's a guessing game for both, the 50-50. Karan's on the swing, can't hit the shot, the 10 HP. Was what gives it away at the end.
2-0 हो चुका है. यहाँ 2-0 है, but series में भी 2-0 हो जाएगा आज.
Meteor went
करते हैं
nuclear
होके.
on site, getting 3 kills with that Sheriff, making it extremely costly from the side of Sentinels. These shots were disgusting. Oh, what a flick. And how does he get this one? Okay.
Getting shot too. This was big from Zelsis.
Doesn't matter how we did it, it's that we did it, baby!
And the truth is, nobody remembers how things play out at the end, right? I mean, to a degree, he's absolutely right. It doesn't have to be pretty as long as it works.
Baby!
Now Genji with clear
Mood
cut
में है भाई आज
advantage.
सेंटिनल.
Going into this round, it's another A default. A nice
Shot,
tag from Zekin.
shot.
Gets a little too greedy, gets taken out by Lakia.
Yeah, swings into way too many. So the weapon will sit up in heaven.
Out of charges.
Genji with no real intentions of the rest of the map. They're all here towards A. Tench trying to get back and stay alive as Lakia is pushed so far already.
He's in a deep mix of things right now. Oh, Hunter's Fury invested.
Nice.
But there are only Sheriffs left. I don't know that it's going to be enough.
There's a lot of players low right now.
Yeah, they are. You're right.
बहुत लो है भाई वो लोग.
Light armor on John and Saucy.
Can they settle this?
बहुत लो है.
Genji are playing so far up here. Munchkin has a knife too.
Dark tags. Oh, can't connect.
How?
Texture 49 HP. As the wall goes down, John QT segmented off.
How? Timing.
Texture again found success from this very position. Saucy on the reposition. They've got
Nice.
it down to 1. Texture's weak. Can he find it? Down to 1v1. 7 bullets left. Saucy with the Sheriff. He gets him. Saucy drops him.
Sassy.
The 3K is sent.
Wi-Fi आ गया जतिन.
What was that?
भाई Wi-Fi अभी भी
Another big
खराब.
round from him.
खराब है भाई
He was
Wi-Fi.
investing the Hunter's Fury with such a disadvantage, but they're so confident.
कंप्लेंट कर रखी है बट यहाँ पे थोड़ा वायरिंग का इशू आ गया ना. बारिश बहुत हो रही है भाई इधर तो थोड़ा वायरिंग इशू है.
Things that happen.
उसे
And
ठीक कर रहे हैं भाई
phenomenal
वो लोग.
execution. What great
Bro, I
awareness.
missed the easy one and I hit the hardest one.
कौन सी कंपनी का है?
Saucy
भाई
showing up in a
है
way
तो
that we
एयरटेल का
haven't
है.
seen in a really long time to deliver the master card 50
एयरटेल
to get Sentinels to 3.
एयरटेल.
Genji on this weird hobbled by now. They've got a Vandal, a Guardian, light armor. But Sentinels did just show us it doesn't really matter the size of the gun in the fight. Second so far up.
Oh,
But he's been caught, he's been had, he's been found.
Second timing हो गई bro तेरे साथ.
A life donated here.
Very risky play from Zekin there with no real support. Johnny didn't have an angle.
No, he had no way to help him.
Yeah. That's kind of uncharacteristic from Sentinels with the way they played the last map. They didn't really go for risks like
मेरा
that
भी
on the
एयरटेल
defensive
है.
side
bro.
when they knew they had a clear advantage.
एयरटेल सही रहता है
Maybe a
but
little bit too
जब
overconfident, a little too overeager, but a
जाता
lot of
3
people
दिन
gathered
नहीं
from
आता.
Tex.
3 दिन नहीं
Pixel
आता.
angle.
हाँ यार but
Back A.
मेरे साथ तो बहुत टाइम बाद ये सीन हुआ है क्योंकि यहाँ पे कुछ ज़्यादा ही बारिश हो गई ना इस वजह से वायरिंग
for a little bit, but in and
हो
out
जाएगा
behind the wall, finding
और हम लोग
lethality and
स्ट्रीम
getting
नहीं
away.
रोकेंगे भाई जब तक वाईफाई नहीं आएगा कोई इशू नहीं. स्ट्रीम चलती रहेगी स्ट्रीम आती
Yeah, they've still
रहेगी.
gotten out towards the site. Spike should be able to go down. I don't know if there's anything that Sentinels have to deny this. And now the lockdown early.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is going to create chaos for Zelsis, but he's still going for it.
Seems like he's just going to try to get a parting gift. Even if he gets detained, he's got help. The problem is, what he doesn't have a ton of his time.
Nice bro.
Meteor's
आज
down.
सेंटिनल बिल्कुल मूड में.
Crisp shot out from Tens, and now the rest of the defense
क्या
starting to creep
lead
their
है
way
bro
forward. The flash
इनका.
over the wall. Gen G giving so much
कोई
respect and
pick
getting
नहीं
so much
देते
space
अली,
here.
retake चले जाते हैं, full retake रहते
Again,
हैं.
all of the post plant utility gone. 2 Vandals in the hands of Gen G. Lakia 1 away from having Thrash online. They're waiting for the swing, and there it is. Lakia down. Celsius will get it to half. Munchkin's by himself. Can he stop it? No! Sen City get to 4.
4-0, bro.
These retakes
4-0.
from Sentinels are so good on A site so far. Complete control and patience in the approach. And then they're fighting together. I mean, it was a firing squad that everybody in that post plant had to deal with. Munchkin, had he taken a little bit more of a step out, that spray would have connected, but it just wasn't quite there.
Nice fight.
And Celsius, what a big
भाई
impact
अभी भी
kill.
बारिश हो रही है यहाँ पे और
A lone warrior on
ज़्यादा
site,
मौसम खराब.
dipping out, making it even numbers after a great entry from Texture.
Thrash popped at the beginning of the round, clearing out a little bit of that B-long space. And then the
गली का
knife too,
चक्कर लेके
confirming
वापस आ गया.
where Zekin is. It's actually a really nice combo of utility.
Just no follow-up from the side of Gen G, so Zekin can hold his ground, keep all this info.
Yeah, but I don't think they wanted that. I think they wanted to find where Zekin was and then hit the other side of the map. The problem is that may be part of Sentinel's plan. They've got so much more utility out towards A, but it's all been cleared. It's all been recalled back.
Oh.
Texture finding high
Yes,
ground, but not
Texture.
finding a kill. And so they've gotten out onto A. They should be able to get the spike down. I thought it might go over to Karam because he was one away from the pit, but it's Munchkin who sinks the spike into the soil of the site. Knife out. Understanding there is a little bit of presence. Celsius further up, but the rest of Sentinel's not far off behind him. Again, these post plants that you mentioned, they've been so effective for Sentinels, but they're at a numbers disadvantage here. Can they convert again?
Oh my goodness.
That's such an aggressive lockdown. They've got to fight it. I don't think they can hold this back. Chunk QT has already gotten it to half. Tens pushing forward. Just the threat. Just the distraction. Getting the kill too. Lockie and Karen left alone. And it's another round the way of Sentinels.
Tens, what happened to you, bro?
The retakes of Sentinels. Need I say more? It's too good. That's 5 diffuses, 5 spikes being planted for Gen G, and no conversions. And they're trying to swing together, but that aggressive lockdown, it created too much chaos. It creates a disconnect.
My brain is completely off right now. Peak.
That's him with brain off. I mean, I guess
he doesn't really need it on when he's just playing aim labs.
Yeah, when he's
holding the diffuser,
swinging out 410 like that.
First time out, 6-0 हो चुका है.
It's slipping away right now for Gen G. Nightmares, flashbacks.
Yeah, but I still think I'm very curious to see what things look like on the other side of this timeout for Gen G. Because you think about how effective they've been on the other side of timeouts throughout really the entire year. I mean, this is not an area that they're unfamiliar with as far as trying to implement a plan and as far as trying to change the tides in positions like this. I think the one problem is important timeout Gen G will call all year. This might be the most important timeout of the year for them.
It is. And on the last map, that timeout brought them back into things. It got them back in the mix, gave them a chance, brought it to 13-9.
मुझे बुरा भी लग रहा है यार लोगों के लिए.
They need to convert
के लिए मुझे बुरा भी लग रहा है.
They're doing a great job of getting the spike planted, but it's
भाई,
the post plants that have been
दिल कह रहा है
faltered.
कि यार ऐसा ना हो, but उसने जिस तरीके से उसको motivate किया था मुझे देख के बहुत बुरा लगा.
Ten's getting a free pick on him. Then the numbers advantage sways the way of Sentinels. Maybe they all need to fight back sight together as a unit and be cohesive in the post plant.
Again, heavy presence towards A. Karen has his ult. Munchkin 2 away from his.
Another A hit. They understand that they've been getting the spike planted, like I said.
Yeah.
But this time, a change of pace, though. It's a flood. Oh my gosh, they're not ready for it, Doug.
Ten's ahead of the play. He really might be brain off, but it seems to be working.
So much.
I mean, they just continue to crumble. It's just Texture and Munchkin left. You were just talking about how this has been successful for them. If you think about the equation for Gen G, this part has been fine. They've been able to get into post-plant positions, but they lose the post-plants. This time, all of the resistance was met ahead of that.
It's not over yet, though. The wraparound from Texture, he's got 3 to the round.
He's going to have to win a B2, though. The ever-elusive Ace will have to deliver here if he wants to get Gen.G on the board. He's getting it down to 1!
Oh, nice
Ace
ace.
at the best possible time! Gen.G are on the board.
And he's the guy you want stepping up in moments like this. The runner, the forefront. He's been getting entries all map long. But an ace from your star duelist, that can be what turns the tide. All of a sudden, the team has energy and life in them. But can you string more rounds together? Because you absolutely have to.
This time a bit of a different look for as much as they've been slamming their heads into the wall of A. A little bit more noise B here. And look at this lineup from Zekin. Far up, inserted, with op in hand.
An adaptation made. He was opping B the last 3 rounds. This time he wants in the mix. He wants in the action. He wants to take out Texture, who just got that ace. But he's going to have to deal with a lot here, and it looks like Gen.G have a...
He's had a
notion,
hot hand,
yeah.
but he's going to get flashed off of this first line, holding the next, almost landing the shot. Sasi understanding Texture so far up already. As Zekin switches to the classic, tries to get away, and Texture hunts him down! 2 kills found! Tenzo trying to punch back, grabs the op. Can he wield it the same way?
This one's just too hard, Doug. Surely, with the Viper's Pit invested, one player tries to save the operator, but they have a lot of time to work with. Maybe Spam can get you a pick.
And they've got money.
Oh, a little bit of a chip damage right there.
Make a play. Traded right back though. Tens falls off once again, hits the ground. Surely they just scoop that thing up and get away. Gen.G will get their second, and again, it wasn't an ace, but it was Texture setting the pace.
He's so explosive in these moments.
And in a lot of ways, Dre, this feels really reminiscent to what we saw in Lotus. Was the score not 5-1 before things turned?
Yeah, after a timeout.
We're following the same forecast. This is where Gen.G really put things together. And it seems like they're doing it again.
I mean, he dashed onto Zekin after Zekin whipped that off shot. He just ran him down. And then this time around, the Viper's Pit made it easy to isolate fights. Saw Zelsis dropping there. Texture has his 2nd round of jet knives.
11-5 from the star.
What a performance.
But the job's not finished.
Another AD fall.
But this time with a little bit of mid presence. We haven't seen them do this.
They will be matched by a turret.
Remember, they've been throwing the Smolly over the top 2 to clear it. I'm surprised they didn't try that here. It doesn't matter. Zelsis is dead.
Yeah, everyone was isolated. There's 3 members of Sentinels towards B. This is a perfect call from Gen.G.
Yeah, you got to be careful here, though. These gunfights are hard to win. A little bit of damage was dealt, yes. But you still have some mid-presence in Meteor. Beautifully escapes. He tries to get away. JunkQT has to clear this. And there was no safe space. That's a gorgeous call from Gen.G.
That was unreal. What a beautiful, beautiful set play. The walk through mid.
They have to save again.
Yeah. Momentum now the way of Gen.G. At what point do Sentinels call their own timeout?
अभी 5-0 था और momentum एकदम से switch हो
चुका.
Oh my goodness.
Momentum
Spike
switch
will
हो
go off.
चुका.
Gen.G will get to 3. And again, I think it's a lot of the dynamic rounds that we've seen from the attack on the other side of Texture's ace have been splendid.
Yep. And now if you're Sentinels, you're worried about mid for the rest of the game. Is another split going to happen when they're doing their AD fault in the beginning? It opens up the map for the attacking side. And you're able to be rent-free in the mind of Sentinels.
Yeah, and I realize now is Sentinels will call a timeout. Give us a moment to discuss things. I was questioning in the moment. They've been dropping that molly to clear out the turret. You clear out that turret, and then the surprise is given away, right? Like, they tucked in the smoke. That was such a beautiful call.
Very high IQ play. you're 100% right. If that turret gets broken early on,
somebody has
Sentinels
to look.
has to pick it up.
Exactly.
You shift over a player at B. Them not breaking that turret at the timing they did as that A hit is coming through. There's still 3 players towards B.
Timeout आ चुका है Sentinel.
I mean, that's a
पहला
wonderful call.
timeout दोनों ने अपना हाफ
Munchkin.
use कर लिया.
He may be
Momentum
sitting at
switch
1
हुआ है.
kill. But his calling right now is phenomenal. And what a comeback into this half off the ace of Texture.
Very similar to what we saw
मैं आ रहा हूँ
in
5 2 1
2
second
rounds
में.
now between these two Titans.
It's kind of insane, like Sentinels, with the way that they won all of those rounds in the retake scenarios and whatnot, their economy has lasted 4 rounds. It's the 4th round, they still have money. But right here, it will be broken if Gen.G can win this round. Finally put Sen on an eco, perhaps. Such an uphill battle that Gen.G had to climb. And they're just 1 step away.
It seems like they've crested the mountain, or close to it, almost at the summit. Look at the respect mid.
Yeah.
Look at Sasi's positioning. You're absolutely right.
Rent-free. Absolutely rent-free.
Second holding B-line with the op. Gen.G a much slower approach to this round.
Yeah. And this is Munchkin's highlight of IGLing, his changes of pace. I mean, the pace in the first 5 rounds, it was A hit, A hit, A hit, A hit, A hit. Now a very, very slow approach. But there's 4 members of Sen here, and that Viper's Pit is invested as well. You kind of have to flip sight in this moment.
They're not committing to this.
Oh,
they are now. That's going to flush out the pit. Or at least attempt to. Meanwhile, that dart tagging a couple of people. A really good idea of what's waiting on the other side. 30 seconds left. The spike's still not down. They realize that, I mean, the vast majority of the defenses are here. If they decide that they're going to go up any bit further, it's going to be with a fight. Texture still alive. And still fragging. He's so far back. You're absolutely right. Lockie is tucked. Just waiting on the other side of the pit, waiting for his moment to strike.
What is that?
John finds him. That was the trap the entire time. They still have this pit up. They're still gonna have to find a way around it. Zels is falling. Zekin 2. Can John 1v3? I don't know if there's enough time for this anyway. The tap, the spam, the 4th round for Gen.G.
That is an unbelievable round to win for Gen.G. Sentinels did so many things to make it hard on Gen.G to win that round.
Borderline impossible.
They pre-fired the Viper's Pit. Everything was leading the way of Sentinels, delaying that spike being planted. But Lakia, he may be sitting at 1 kill, but sneaking through there, getting the spike planted with Wingman was everything. Taking all that space back sight, it gives his team the information.
Let's go, bhai. Let's go,
Kamikaze.
Welcome to the stream, yaar.
And it's such a risky play, but you gotta make
थोड़ा
those
टफ हो रहा है
like
भाई
this.
सेंटिनल के लिए 5-0 से 5-4 हो चुका है और अब सेंटिनल को यहाँ पे कम बैक करनी होगी, लीड लेनी होगी और ज़्यादा.
The dart from the
Okay,
defense
man,
already
एक
clearing out back
decider
in. They've
map
got a lot
में
of
जाए.
space too.
नहीं
The Alarm's
2-0
gonna
पे
get the
close
position
होना
away. They've got to
चाहिए.
understand that the timing window to hit B is now.
भाई मुझे
Texture's already
सेंटिनल
dashed
बुरा
back
लगा है
sight.
बट
Karon not far off.
सेंटिनल को सपोर्ट कर रहा
It's
हूँ.
traded 1 for 1. The fadeaway Molly finding value
एक
for
और अर्ली
Zelsis.
पिक कही है सेंटिनल.
But Lockie is still there.
Yeah, and so much space gathered as well on this A site.
I mean, they were just so decisive on the hit. But Texture is now
सेंटिनल को
Lockie
वोट
swinging
कर रहा है
backside, only finding one.
पब्लिक. एलिमिनेट होगा.
Valuable one at that.
हाँ?
It's now a 2v2. Tens and Sasi. Sasi, who was heroic in these first couple of rounds, but has since gone quiet. Looking to deliver again against Munchkin and Meteor.
He's in such a good spot right now. He might get double swung though.
There's no way
Let's go,
anybody
let's
clears
go,
this,
let's
not in a
go,
position
let's
like
go.
that. Beautiful positioning for Meteor.
Shot,
Sasi
bro.
tapping, down to 1, 6 bullets left. Munchkin's Molly's gonna buy some time, and that might be all he needs. As the clock continues to tick away, the spike continues to go off. It will
time.
expire.
5-5.
Gen.G has tied us up at 5. Unreal.
What was it that Zelsis said? Doesn't matter how you win, we won it. And their economy is flourishing, so they're chilling with that win. What a great timing to go B.
Equalizer आ चुका है, 5-5 हो चुके हैं दोनों के rounds.
They finally broke it.
Equalizer आ
reached
चुका
that
है
summit,
भाई.
like you said. And they take fights, these long-range fights towards B. They didn't expect the likes of the Vandal of Zekin in the beginning, and it being picked up from Pence
Situation
as well.
tough होती जा रही है.
But it makes a lot of sense, this approach from Gen.G.
Sentinels have bought into this again.
Equalizer आ चुका है. अब Sentinel को lead भी नहीं
Thrash clears so much space.
एक round की lead थी वो भी चली
that one up as well.
Yeah, but the defense is starting to attempt to bolster.
Retake work नहीं कर रहा है यार Sentinel के लिए, तो push करना चाहिए था.
No targets found. The spit out first.
Nice access.
Being down is a big
Good,
one.
good,
Sasi
good.
also striking. And they've thrown Gen.G into disarray. The 3 remaining members have to take a step back towards long. 10's on the swing. And it's a threat. It's a tap. It's a bait.
एक मिनट यार,
They've
call
got to do
किसकी आ
something
गई?
to try to dissuade and
Time
try
पे.
to distract some of what Sentinels are trying to do here. But they've been pushed so far back. Gen.G cannot find an opening. They cannot find a way in. Sentinels punch back.
The B retake is something we haven't seen yet from Sentinels in this half. And they look damn good at it, just like they did today.
I mean, we sung the praises of the retake so much. I'm not really surprised.
And if you look at the timeline, it's only been retake wins from Sentinels.
Yeah.
Spike diffuses across the board. And it's because they're not giving those long-range fights right away. They're waiting for teammates to group
Let's get
up.
7, let's get 7.
Waiting for Gen.G to fight. And Sentinels, they're wishing for a 7th round here. 2 big ultimates online for them. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury.
To close out the first half of Icebox, Texture popped his blades.
And right now, Gen.G, all signs leading towards another B default. But Sen aren't buying it. They hear that jet smoke. Zekin, he's been kind of quiet since
बाहर बारिश और यहाँ पे
Yeah.
मैच.
They just set
क्या
Munchkin
मजा आ
up to
रहा
go
है. एक
for
lead
the
आ
ult.
चुकी है
Have
Sentinel
his
के
ult
पास.
online for this round.
Take flight.
ults don't matter when you have the KO ultimate available to you.
And Sentinels should know that. That might be a free kill. It's just so tough to land that onto a jet. But he finds Lakia. There's still a lot of threat from the attack here, though. They're not out of the woodworks yet. Oh, Meteor swinging into his death. I thought he had the timing on him, but he did not. Munchkin cannot do it on his own. Zekin asks for it. Sentinels get 7.
Not taking the bait, holding their ground at A that entire round, and taking the fight to Gen.G this time. What a change of pace at the very last round of the half.
But again, the exact same story that we saw on Lotus. It was Sentinels until it was Gen.G, and then it was 7-5 to take us to halftime. We'll see how Icebox closes out.
Let's go. पहला हाफ खत्म हो चुका है और लीड 2 राउंड्स की है. सेम रहा पहले वाले मैच से, क्योंकि पहले वाले मैप में भी सेम सिनेरियो यही था कि लीड जो थी वो सेंटिनल के पास थी और वो भी हाफ 7-5 पे खत्म हुआ था और ये भी हाफ 7-5 पे ही खत्म हुआ है. अरे यार मुझे ट्वीट पढ़ने दिया करो यार, थोड़े इंटरेस्टिंग से ट्वीट्स होते हैं और ये ऐड दे देता है ट्विच. भाई यूट्यूब से ही करूंगा मैं आपकी बार, ये ट्विच पे ऐड आते भाई बार बार. कम ऑन सेंटिनल विन दिस, यही चाहते भाई. From 0555, Texture finally gets in ace after all this time and realize Gen.G back to back. Let's go, let's go. Guys, जल्दी से वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो यार. सेम हुआ है जो अभी हुआ था पिछले मैप में और अभी भी यही मैप में चल रहा है कि 7-5 हो चुका है. क्या मैप हो रहा है यार, क्या मैप चल रहा है ये.
Punch a ticket to playoffs to the big dance.
क्या मैप हो रहा है.
You're still in pursuit of the hardware.
लेवल
Go home empty-handed.
ऊपर जा चुका है इस मैच का.
it not only makes
मैच नंबर 1 है, मैच नंबर 2 है, तो जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ यार.
Both these teams champions of their own right this year. Sentinels, Madrid winners. Genji, Shanghai winners.
The only two teams to have tasted international glory in 2024.
Poetic.
Sentinels have the lead, but we know Genji. They do not go down without a fight.
Doug, Genji desperately need a pistol round win in this series. It might be
हाँ भाई, pistol round भी यही जीती है.
What an entry from Texture.
What a beautiful setup. The flash, the dart, everything was there, and Zelsis is dead.
He's going for more, Doug.
Sentinels deciding that they still want to try to hit this site with Zekin up close. Sponge getting the best of 10s, but Texture only finding another. They're weak though. 22 HP on Zekin.
Advantage heal की दोनों. Heal की है अभी भी.
Genji, there's a lot of time left.
Genji के पास है heal की advantage.
They can slow things down. They can quietly instill all, well, that wasn't quiet. Instill all the doubt into the minds of Genji.
And look at how their approach is so similar from both sides. Just group up, play together, push together.
Not even really interested in the orb. They want to find the timing. They want to capitalize on it.
Revealing area.
Attempting to clear out any utility that might have been there, and there is none because Meteor went for Sheriff.
And armor. And that dart will be seen on the mini-map from the side of Genji, so now they have a good idea. They're able to get a little bit more ahead. And remember, second sitting low.
Yeah, Sasi's got to be careful here. He's the healthy one. He finds his one.
ये दोनों बाहर हो गए ना?
But can the rookie deliver for
अभी नहीं हुए दोनों बार.
He spotted the cape, betraying him twice.
दोनों ने एक-एक मैच जीत रखा है.
I think Sasi also saw him. Second turned instantly around.
Karen's having to accelerate here in a 1v2. Again, both targets weak. A stiff breeze will drop him, but that's now 4 pistols in a row. The way of Sentinels.
And last time
एक और pistol round हार चुकी है यार.
On the Gecko. This time he's on Sova. He's known for it. And he looks so comfortable. He's 14-7, and his pistol round impact has been impeccable. That trade, by the way, of Zekin onto Texture was unbelievable. That was so much impact right there.
आज जो जीतेगा वो playoff जाएगा.
To connect a headshot in a moment like that when you're doing a 180. Insane.
To go from winning 1 pistol to winning all 4. I mean, what a drastic change. Zekin's gonna get gooped, Texture's gonna get aggressive, but it's a Guardian shoved down his throat. The gun difference here for Sentinel, so nice. There's really no way for Genji to put up a resistance. They don't have the weaponry. They don't have the health. They don't have the personnel.
Spike planted.
Karen's gonna get his one, but again, Zekin closes the round as Sentinels get to 9.
Very decisive anti-eco from Sen. Just full sending it A. It was a great flash from Lakia. But Zekin dropping the smoke on himself. Everybody else, the supporting cast of Sentinels, just spamming away, understanding that there's only one way Zekin dies in that moment. And it's Texture walking into that smoke. It's a pretty healthy buy right now from Sen. They didn't drop any rifles or any Spectres that they bought into the round. And it will be the first full buy for Genji.
Pacey take across the middle of the map. Every single member with crosshairs trained there too. Look at that, a 1-for-1. Zelsis takes a step back. You see the pings on the minimap. He's spotted here. This is a dangerous fight.
4 members taking a fight against Zelsis. That's full information relayed.
Texture's so weak. But he somehow stays alive and somehow cleans up 10s before he even hits the ground. But of course, it's Sasi. Who else? He's been so steady. He's been so stalwart. He's been so successful here. And on the international stage again, trying to drag Sentinels across the finish line.
Advantage you lose.
Meteor's left in a 1v2, and Sasi gets another.
10-5.
Sentinels get to 10.
Sasi has been lights out this entire map. We keep praising his name.
17-7 is absurd.
And he almost has another Hunter's Fury. He did that all with a Bulldog. Texture, he just couldn't settle those shots on the Zelsis right away. It brought him low enough. But just cold.
Oh, the smirk and the wink. The guy knows what he's doing, man. 3 in a row for Sentinels. Another bonus converted. Gen.G, remember, they found success in this exact same play, but this time cautious now. 56 HP. He's got a rifle. One of only 2 that are standing up as Lakia gets aggressive, finds his one. They're dealing a lot of damage here, but as soon as there's a window for Gen.G, Sentinels slam it. How in the world does Meteor do this? Can he be a spark? Can he be magic? Both targets found, but neither of them claimed. Zekin gets 3 as Sentinels get to 11. And the light slowly starting to fade for Gen.G.
2-0 कर देगा Sentinel.
The pace that Sentinels have been putting on Gen.G in this attack half.
अगर यहाँ से Gen.G come back करता है तो बहुत
Gen.G's own game plan of their attack onto them. But the difference is, Sentinels on their defense played a full retake style. Gen.G on their defense are trying to fight Sentinels, and it's just not going their way. When center on point, when they're dialed in, they have some of the most cracked aimers in the world.
Different look early on. Sentinels again with a lean towards A. Texture has an op this time, and that's exactly where they're headed. That tag is going to get 2. Munchkin gets his 1, though. Lakia trying to stay alive, has to take a step back as John looks to settle the shots, and it's Meteor who wins it out. Can Texture claw them back into this? It's Zelsis left alone, a 1v3. Lakia's weak, yes, but so is Zelsis. And he's outnumbered here. Meteor gets to 3 as Gen.G gets 6.
Finally, 5 round के बाद
it was a crazy
round आया Gen.G के लिए.
From Saucy in the beginning of that round.
और अब लगातार rounds आएंगे मुझे लग रहा है.
I thought he was going to get 2 there.
Yeah, right. But the movement, the finesse and backside. Texture finding a window of opportunity. Lakia seeing a barrel, a glimpse of something.
I didn't think it was a barrel. It might have just been the effects of the gun.
Meteor going huge as well in screens.
And I think that's the question now, right? Is who's going to step up for Gen.G?
5 rounds के बाद एक Gen.G round जीतती है.
In that round, it was Meteor. Texture still has the op.
Deploying drone.
And a different look from Sentinels. It's been all A, all day. Drone will get a tag. Saucy is truly in a flow state right now. He pre-fired that. They didn't even see him.
There's a lot of the defense here, including Texture and his op.
Yeah, Texture wants blood.
Momentum switch जरूर होगा. Gen.G लेगा ये round. एक और round Gen.G जीत रहा है.
Sen have something cooked up. A little pop flash play, perhaps.
Will he find a target? He's taken the line. Nothing found yet.
Look at this from Sen.
This freeze is crazy, but the problem is they're on the clock. You can't stay in this state forever.
Look at the mini-map. Just biding their time. It's a free B site right now.
Second with a massive shot. The op is down. Lakia and Munchkin with 2 ults. Rotating back B, and there it is, the first popped. Saucy managing to get the spike down, though, as Tens. Back sight, plucking one down, trying to turn the flash, succeeds, but dies. Now numbers still the way of Sentinels. With the spike down, John QT looks to get away. A couple of parting shots, his threats as Lakia falls. Munchkin on his own, a 1v3. He's got it down to 1. 1v1, can Munchkin deliver? Perhaps the biggest 1v1 of his career. The tap, there, the swing, but Zelsis walks out on top. Sentinels get to series point. He wasn't kidding. Sentinels said they were out for blood. That's exactly where they're at now.
Just gotta let it sit right now. Texture, too many targets to look at. Getting double swung in that moment. What a freeze, though, from the side of Sen. It made 2 members that were supporting Texture in that moment rotate all the way back into A site.
Match point आ चुका है.
No info was gathered towards B. The spots that Sentinels were hiding at. The operator doesn't get value in that moment. I don't blame Gen G for rotating over.
क्या ये last time out बनेगा?
Very common for teams to leave a solo
बने रहो यार
operator
भाई.
posted on that B line. But it was a false sense of security that was their demise. And this might be the last time out that Gen G will take at Champs 2024, Doug. Economy not looking too hot from the side of Gen G. And the ultimate economy is off the charts right now for Sentinels. You guys will all see it when this timeout ends.
I mean, what do you say
Yeah,
to a team in a
momentum
moment
switch
like this? If you're Gen G,
एकदम से
what do you
अगर वो
say if you're
momentum
solo
ले लेता
here?
एक और round Gen G का तो
Gotta
फिर
pray.
2-3 round
All
आराम
you
से आ
can do is
जाते.
band together.
और
Exactly what you just
11-7
saw the coaching staff do on
पूरा
the
score
screen.
नहीं था.
There's the ults that you were
अगर
just
वो
talking
round थोड़ा
about.
सा
4 of
texture
5
जो
the
है
way
आराम
of
से
Sentinels. They've got everything they could possibly want.
इतनी
Remember,
एक साथ
on
कोई नहीं
Lotus,
कर
they
सकता.
got to the 1 yard
समझना
line, and then
चाहिए
Gen
था.
G put together a ferocious comeback. But it wasn't enough. Can they do it again? And can they close out the map here?
Sentinels are wise to something.
Yeah, that Dizzy going up. They know.
And you can't recover that either, Doug.
Exactly, that's not a Dizzy. They're going to be able to scoot back up.
Sentinels understood that they're at match point right now. It's elimination for Gen G. Players get desperate at a time like this. They want to force things, make things happen. That's why you see a red wall across the board. Nobody has really pushed past the barrier.
That desperation can be a fine line, though.
I mean, look at the mini-map. From the start of the game, it was 3 players towards A, a shift towards mid now. There was a dagger used.
Texture's going to be called upon to deliver. The hour has struck. Can he arrive? No! Saucy overwhelms him. With the rest of Sentinels behind him, they push forward, looking to take A. Can Karen hold the line? The flash in his face, he will crumble too. Now just one rifle up for Gen G. Hopes and dreams of a year. Potentially falling short right now. Yes, they raised the trophy in Shanghai. But it would have been so much sweeter to do so in front of a home crowd. But now, Lockie and Munchkin doing their best to keep this thing up, to keep it competitive. They're gonna have to navigate the pit. Every single member crumbling. Tonight, Seoul burns red. Sentinels survive.
It feels like Sen always take the hard route, Doug. And this one was really, really tough. What a fight from Gen G. But it was Sen besting Gen G on the maps that they bested them in the final, the last time around. Closing it out on Icebox.
Heartbreak for Gen G. The weight of the year. The expectations, the hopes, the aspirations. Coming up short. And so Gen G bow for the last time in 2024. Bested by Sentinels. Again, the only 2 teams that have tasted international glory this year. But it's Sentinels who come out on top. Nothing but love between the 2 players, between the 2 squads, as you can see on your screens.
A lot of respect.
Oh, a ton. From the coaching staff to the players, from top to bottom.
काफी prediction सही हो गई भाई आज. 2-0 Sentinel. Let's go.
What a performance, man.
It was ridiculous. We said it in the last match against FPX. Once this team gets momentum, they're full steam forward, full train ahead.
भाई आज इनकी support नहीं थी यार यहाँ पे. सारे support Gen G की थी.
Well, the thing is, I think for Sentinels, as you think about stage 2 and you think about playoffs, for most of stage 2, we thought, okay, Sentinels are peaking at the right time.
Yeah.
They're going to head into champs, and they're going to head into champs strong, confident. They have a chance to make a run, but they hit a couple of stumbling blocks along the way, and we thought, okay, what team is showing up in Seoul? Is it going to be the stage 2 team, or is it going to be the playoffs team that struggled, that stumbled?
But nice था यार, जेंजी ने बहुत अच्छा करने की कोशिश की, but आज थोड़ा दिन नहीं कह सकते, क्योंकि कमबैक तो उन्होंने करी थी पहले हाफ में, और पिछले मैप में भी करी थी कमबैक, बट आज दिन नहीं कर सकते. सेल्सियस ने आज अपना बेस्ट दिया है, बहुत सारा बढ़िया खेला है. टेक्सचर तो भाई पिछले मैप से आज सेकंड मैप में आ गए हम लोग. लोटस से लेके आइस बॉक्स तक इस बंदे ने टीम को बहुत ज्यादा पुश किया, बट आज लकी डे नहीं था.
And it's just tough as well for Gen G, not winning a single pistol round. That first map truly came down to that, a 13-9.
You don't win against the best in the world when you struggle on pistols that much. Sentinels saw that the first time they played. They made the adjustments that they needed, and you mentioned it was the difference maker on the first, and that closes out the series for them. We're going to throw it down to Zekin, who's standing by on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Match interview. सेकंड ने भाई क्या खेला आज पहला मैप लोटस.
Thank you.
बहुत बढ़िया. Well played, Zekin.
센티넬의 제켄 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 젠지와의 두 번째 경기였는데 이번에 센티넬이 승리를 하게 됐습니다. 오늘 경기 승리 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. This was your second game against Genji and you took it home this time. How was it the second time around?
It was amazing. Thankfully, we got it pretty clean, 2-0 instead of a 5-map series, but we're just really happy to get the win.
오늘 아주 깔끔한 2대0 경기를 가져가게 돼서 너무 좋고요. 사실 다섯 번째 맵까지 뭔가 5게임을 하게 될 거라고 예상했지만 생각보다 빨리 끝나서 기분이 좋다고 하네요. 중요한 순간마다 만나는 젠지, 그리고 젠지의 아이스박스 이전에 만난 적이 있지만 그때보다 계속해서 촘촘해지고 있었던 아이스박스였는데 오늘 맵픽 보고 좀 어떤 식으로 접근을 해서 승리를 가져가게 된 건지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, you've met Genji on Icebox and they've been improving, like their Icebox is known to be flawless, but so when you saw the map pick today, what was your game plan?
Our game plan was just to hopefully shoot better, win on the aim duels. Icebox is such a aim duel heavy map, so usually whoever is feeling it more tends to win. So we just came in with a lot of energy and tried to win all our fights.
You've done it before. Doing it again, right? 이제 아이스박스가 워낙 듀얼 뭔가 에임적으로 중요하기 때문에 오늘도 이전에 해봤던 듯이 다시 뭔가 에임 집중해서 오늘 경기를 치렀다고 하네요. 그리고 다음 상대 플레이오프 진출하고 나서 내일 드로우를 통해서 만나게 되는데 가장 만나고 싶은 팀과 그리고 가장 피하고 싶은 팀 한번 물어보고 싶네요. You're off to the playoffs, but you will find out your opponent at the draw tomorrow. So I want to ask, who do you want to meet the most and who do you want to avoid the most?
I don't really have anyone I want to play or don't want to play. I'm just excited to play whatever the strongest team is possible. I just want to play the best.
Oh, the strongest, whatever comes your way? 누굴 만나는지 사실 그렇게 뭔가 선호하거나 그런 건 없고 그냥 강한 팀을 만나서 이기고 싶다고 합니다. 센티넬의 제켄 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. That was Sentinel's Zekin, and we'll be back after the break to see Fanatics and Crew.
चलो यार थोड़ी मस्ती करते हैं, एस्केलेशन खेलते हैं. एक सेकंड रुको, मैं लगाता हूँ. थोड़ा मस्ती करने का टाइम आ गया. एस्केलेशन खेलते हैं. इस उसमें एस्केलेशन खेलना भी टफ है भाई. थोड़ा सा अपनी प्रैक्टिस भी चलती रहनी चाहिए ना. अपनी प्रैक्टिस नहीं बंद होनी चाहिए भाई. स्टार्ट हो रहा है गेम। आज मैंने ऑन करके ही नहीं रखा यार, मुझे लगा था कि स्टार्टिंग में हम 3 मैचेस देखेंगे, 3 मैप देखेंगे सॉरी, बट देखा तो एक ही है। अरे हो जाए स्टार्ट भाई, कितना देर लगाएगा। हो गया। अभी मैच स्टार्ट होने में 25 या 20 मिनट्स हैं। तो 4 बजे से स्टार्ट होगा, अभी 15 या 20 मिनट्स तो लगेंगे, 20 से 25 तो लगेंगे। 4 बजे से पहले पहले स्टार्ट होगा। तो जब तक हम एस्केलेशन खेल लेते हैं। एलिमिनेटर पॉल तो अब कंप्लीट हो ही चुका है, क्योंकि जेंजी जो है वो बाहर हो चुकी है, अब नहीं देख पाओगे। सेंटिनल को एक अपना ओपोनेंट मिल जाएगा, जिसके साथ वो प्लेऑफ्स में जाएगी, उसको हराकर। कल पता चलेगा वो तो। हम तो एस्केलेशन खेलेंगे, मस्ती करेंगे, एस्केलेशन खेलेंगे। सेटिंग देखो भाई, मेरी सेटिंग को किसने छेड़ा आजकल। ग्रोसर यही रहता था। ज़्यादा एक्सपेरिमेंट मत करो भाई, क्योंकि आप प्रो प्लेयर नहीं हो। एक्सपेरिमेंट मत ही करो, तो आपके लिए ही बेस्ट है। एक्सपेरिमेंट मत करो भाई। राउंड पे ही अटक चुके हैं, पता नहीं क्यों अटके, समझ नहीं आ रहा मुझे। हम अटके तो मैच फाउंड में ही है। गेम क्रैश तो नहीं हो सकता मेरा। गेम तो सही चल रहा था। भाई स्क्रीन ब्लैक दिख रही है ना। आ गया भाई, वापस आ गया, वापस आ गया। स्क्रीन ब्लैक दिख रही थी बट अभी वापस आ गया। तो ओ माय गॉड, पता यार क्या हो रहा है, बट गेम यही अटक गया है। बहुत ज्यादा FPS खराब आ रहा है मेरे, बट आ गया है ना, अभी खुल गया। ओरे बाबा, आराम से बाबा। कैसे लग गए? भाई पहले तो हेड एम तो हेड पे ही था मेरा. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? I don't know कैसे connect हुआ. सुन ली इन्होंने वॉइस. मैं इसके बाद लंच ही करता हूँ क्योंकि VALORANT तो नहीं खेला जाएगा भाई. काहे पीक दी. लेट्स गो, मैंने सेट कर दिया है। फनाटिक और क्रू का मैच स्टार्ट होने ही वाला है। दोनों टीमें आ रही हैं जल्दी जल्दी।
This week, he has been
मैं
on
भी आ रहा
fire
हूँ
for this
थोड़ी सी
team,
देर में।
and again, his story this year has been so
ठीक है, मैं भी आ रहा
incredible.
हूँ।
Coming in as a substitute for the team, you know, having been in a Brazilian team last year, not really finding much success in that regard, changing up the role, not playing the duelist anymore, being more of an impact player. I mean, guys, this dude has been an X factor for this team, but can he do it here today against Fnatic?
I mean, I think he absolutely could. I mean, this is another one of those names that is very storied and has been around the block, has been in international competition, global competition in the past. And I mean, if he can get heated up, not to make the dad joke here with the dads, then it is going to be a scary thing, because this is somebody who can go toe-to-toe with the likes of Alpier on the opposite side.
Neither one of us are fathers, by the way. Just wanted to stress that, unless I don't know anything about it. You know? Unless I found something out and my wife didn't tell me. But in case now, here's the thing. For more on that win over BLG, here's Keznit with our Omen player moment. You're okay, Seth?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Yeah?
Buenas, soy Kenneth Deus, duelista de Cruz. Obviamente se siente demasiado bien y demostrarle al mundo que tenemos nivel. Me siento extremadamente confiante y creo que nunca me había sentido tan confiante de mis compañeros que tengo al lado, que cualquiera se puede sacar una ronda y puede dar vuelta a todo, y nos da ese como momentum de esa partida, y creo que nunca había sentido algo así, como que todos mis compañeros pueden carrear o hacer una ronda demasiado buena. Teníamos que jugar bien, no extremadamente bien para ganarle, y es bueno igual porque te da, este partido creo que nos va a dar un poco más de momentum y seguir disfrutando igual un poco más de Corea. Está bonito.
Isolated the players further back. Heat called upon, does well with one. Keston and Heat in unison, somehow outdoing them here. I thought Billy got everything right, and K-Knight, sadly the one who took all that damage early on, the one who suffered from that outlaw, can't handle them all.
Hoy día tuvimos un mental demasiado bueno, así que creo que deberíamos llegar con esa misma mentalidad, y si es que se pierde un mapa, no debería bajar. Para probar nuestro nivel tenemos que jugar contra los mejores equipos del mundo. Obviamente uno se siente bien porque está demostrando que nosotros también tenemos el nivel y podemos lograrlo. Entonces obviamente se te viene todo encima, y es como un montón de emociones buenas que nos da.
Now this crew lineup, they are genuinely the ultimate underdogs. They've been the underdogs since inception, it feels like. But I feel like coming into this one, Paper Thin, you know, they have to have a lot of confidence, because the pressure is on Fnatic here, right? If anything, this is, you know, one of the best teams coming out of EMEA, a team that could very reasonably win this event. So you got to wonder, if you're crew here, you're like, hey, I'm playing with house money. Let's see what we could do here.
I mean, in some ways, I think that's true. But I think for Crew, there's a lot to prove, right? Like, they had a really rough go of it in the middle of the year, right? They lost, what was it, 6-7 matches in a row? Or,
yeah, 6 in a row, or 5 in a row.
And I think that ties to what we just heard in the interview, right? Like, you really want to bounce back. Like, have that mentality that no matter how bad it's going, we have that ability to come back and play good. And they have shown that this year. And it's just, this could be a real test of that. Fnatic's a very good team. And even though there's been a lot of 2-0s in this tournament, which is kind of crazy, but look, today may be a little bit different. I expect this to be 2-1. I think Crew's really going to push Fnatic today. I really like what I'm seeing out of this team in terms of their fundamentals, the coordination. They just need players to step up a little bit.
Yeah, and of course, when we talk about both squads, you got to highlight the impact players on each side of the field. We just heard from Keznit just a second ago, but also let's not forget about Durka, because he always in the conversation, you know, such a talented player, has always brought his A game, but these two have squared off against one another before, Achilleo, so this is going to be a little bit of a rematch here as well.
Yeah, I mean, Keznit, the last time out, that 2-1 victory for the side of Crew, he was able to outdo Durka. It wasn't by a significant margin, 4 kills separating them, I believe, at the end of that set, but it was Keznit coming out on top, having played Raze and Reyna in that series. Do I think that's going to happen here today? Well, probably not, but it could still come through. Every now and then you get that stray Reyna thrown into the mix. But Kez, both of these players are players that when they are on, they are absolutely on. They look like world beaters. They look like some of the best duelists in the world. And I would just love to see that peak be hit here in this matchup. It's elimination. Leave nothing on the table. Let's not have another 2-0 series to determine a team's fate. Let's just watch this clash go all the way to 3 and have these two leading the charge.
Yeah, I'd really prefer that, to be completely honest. I mean, it's been a while.
It would help me forget.
Yeah, let's wipe clean my memory from what just happened a few
doing that later tonight
ago.
as well, so.
A little Men in Black, you know, you got the device.
Please, if you have one in your pocket, I'll
look for it. I think I left it in the back. Sorry about that. We'll get it later.
No, but seriously, I mean, I really think these are really good teams. I think Kesnick can take over matches, so can Durka. Heat can take over matches, Alfier can. There's a lot of players on both sides, but it needs to be a team effort for both of these teams. When they've lost, sometimes it's been relying on one player to kind of just try to carry them over the line, but nobody else can really step up with them.
Yeah, well, you saw the fan poll there. The fans are saying Fnatic could walk away with this win, but Crew have proven time and time again to be the ultimate underdogs. It's Fnatic and Crew Visa. They're ready to fight on the stage for their lives. Let's send it over and make this bad boy happen.
Crew. Fnatic.
Back in 2021, we saw a barn burner between these two teams. Crew managed to come out on top that time, and Fnatic since then have only grown stronger. So the question is, can Crew repeat history, or will Fnatic stop them here and now? We take a look at the series layout. You got Sunset, Haven, and Lotus if we go the distance. How are we feeling about this one, Achilleos?
I think that this one's actually quite intriguing for the side of Crew. I think that this is actually a pretty decent shout for them to be able to potentially get this victory here. I mean, we heard it from Boaster, kind of spoiling things ahead of time with that Haven coming through, wanting to go back to that map pick and get a little bit of revenge, rewrite that history. But will that revenge mindset
I mean, sometimes you could be chasing ghosts here, you know what I mean? And that's where things get a little concerning, because you really want to try and, you know, get back at them. But honestly, you let Kesnick go wild on Haven, I don't know what would happen there, Paperton. That could be problematic for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think at the other side of the coin, Fnatic's comp with that Yoru on Haven is really tough to deal with. They're really smart, really cagey.
That's true.
They maneuver around the map so well. The calling's phenomenal from Boaster. I mean, I know Crew likes this map veto. I think that in general, a lot of fans are going to look at that and lean tightly Crew, but I don't know, man. I have this feeling about Fnatic right now where they've been so good on Lotus. They were 6-0 on it coming into this stage. 5-0 on Haven coming into this stage. So for some reason, I feel like that might just be it.
It could be, but again, I look back, I think about what we just saw in the last series.
I know, now
Lotus was another good one, right?
It's my brain is telling me one thing, and my heart is telling me something completely different.
It's just something about these boys, these Crew guys, and the thing is out in that Billy matchup, what I was really paying attention for was, does Crew beat them down?
They did.
And they did. That's what you needed to see. That tells me that this is a team that is punching at the weight class that they need to be at, and I think there could be a strong possibility here that Fnatic might not be ready for the smoke. Now we take a look here at the agents and what we get. Nothing all that crazy, but you're gonna let Kesnick fly around and zip across that map on Neon. Could be dangerous for the boys over from EMEA.
Yeah, and trying to contain that Neon is going to be the biggest thing here for Fnatic to really shut down this comp. I mean, obviously, you know, map win percentage, not the greatest here for them, but there's still an immense amount of firepower. So if Heat is gonna be on point as well, that is such a dynamic duo that allows Crew to go ahead and get these site entries opened up for themselves.
And it's something that DRX really struggled with against Crew on Haven, was the way Kesnick was just kicking doors in, sliding past angles. They weren't able to keep track of him at all. I think he was 5-0 on first kills to first deaths. He really was problematic on that agent.
I think the biggest thing here for Crew coming into this one, they have something major to prove. They've always been that underdog. They want to prove that that is not the case anymore. They want to be considered one of the best teams in the world, and if they can take down Fnatic, they'll be one step closer to that.
We got a high stakes matchup here, and we got just the casters for the gig. It's Pansy and Steel for the call.
Thank you, GB in the desk. And genuinely, you know, the phrase chasing ghosts really stood out to me there that GB was discussing. And the fact Fnatic are haunted by the history of this matchup, a messed up veto previously in 2021, still so present in their minds. But Josh, now we've got a totally different veto, very different maps coming through here. I mean, Haven's still lingering, but let's start on the first. Where's your mind going to? We've seen so much of this in EMEA through playoffs, but only playoffs.
We might have a fast opening here, so I might have to hold that thought for a second as Crew does their, you know, that contact walk in on pistols. They love it. I think the last match they might have gone A side with this. Now they're towards B, just here on the defense. Fnatic comfortable with these retakes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the positioning as well from Fnatic too. Early post towards middle, a very passive hold from Hero, who's been very, very solid for them. Of course, that newer addition. And he's already being tested, a little bit of a pressure, but they were willing to give up the site. That was an intended approach, but Keston is a problem! Still a problem! A stark reminder of this man's danger. Oh, and they're now going to have to try and walk their way back in. This is so good from Crew. A little bit of damage, yes, but we need more. Not going to get it. Hero now left in a 1v3. Clutch as he can be. They already have a nice post-plant setup. And Kesnit just toying with him, but that's what you get. But still 2 more to find, Josh. That's almost too much, surely.
I've seen this before from Hero.
I don't think we're going to be seeing it again this time. Trying as he can.
Not with that dart in his body.
So little to be done. A damn good try. Didn't get it to halfway. Crew get away with round 1. Very nicely done.
Fnatic only started to introduce their Sunset into Stage 2 playoffs. Not the normal stage, the playoffs. Correct. We've seen them only run it a few times. They've run the same composition here. So we kind of know what to expect a little bit, but they shied away from this basically since the match was out, and now they brought it in. It's going to be taken here at Champs. What I look for Fnatic here, though, is defense side, Hero, the Cypher, and then also Chronicle back on that Sova role where he plays his best.
Keep your eyes on him going forward on the other side. Of course, Kesnit even said earlier in those interviews that he is one of the players that caused them so many problems, and maybe on Haven we'll expand on it further in regard to what they intend to do, but a little trap set up here. Clearly been working, cooking some bits up, but Shy's not going to fall for this. He has no need to over-explore on his own. He doesn't want to give up any of these weapons. So playing very, very considered here, Crew. Bulldogs coming out, Stinger, and of course Shy does only have that Ghost, so willing to lose 1. The rest, you wouldn't want to see anything drop beyond that, really. Maybe the Stinger. But Shy will be the one to receive the vast majority, and he sees pretty much everything.
The important thing to look at is, I guess, the silver lining of Alpha dying, getting 1 tap last round. He had full abilities, so now he keeps them, and this could be just, if they can do a lot of damage with these classics, that's huge right now. Crew understanding that the flank's coming in.
Yeah, the flash going to force one of the players off the angle. Stun comes in, he going to calm the approach. Yeah, this is lovely from Crew, very clean as Chronicle, the last one alive. And this is great so far from them, kind of setting the standard, and when we talk about Crew, it's always such a curious team. You see highs and lows from them, such a danger to come across in these specific matchups on those knockout stages, getting to the kind of quick of things. They are deadly and easily underestimated, and they really shouldn't be. So far, tick in the box. They lost out on Shy, but that was a loss they were willing to come in with.
Going into that first gun round here, this is going to be a big test. Crew so far has been going pretty slow, contacting their way in. And Fnatic hasn't guessed the right site. They did an A stack on first round, B stack on second round, and Crew went the opposite direction. If Fnatic's able to find out and get ahead of where Crew's going next, we could see a completely different result here. And I think they're going to be even comfortable playing those retakes anyways. We saw that constantly, how they employed those flanks consistently and knowing exactly how they want to play, but depending on what abilities and what ultimates they had in play here. Crew starting with maybe a little bit of a fake towards B pressure.
Both sides with a very early start, and Kesnit is happy to pressure. Puts a little risk on the line, but he gets away and they remove that initial trap.
Orb required, trip broken, information. They know Hero's towards B now, and Hero's gonna have to think about how he wants to use his trips in the future. You can already see one of the kill trips is on B site for that extension. They did this extension on pistol round, but the grouping towards B, know that Hero likes to play here a lot by himself. What the entrance trip is gone as well, dealt with. But Hero is usually so good to get a couple of kills and back away with his life.
Kesnit, the first man to step forward here, committed.
Oh, almost,
Easy.
almost.
Yeah, you can see them trying for it, but Hero not going to get the reward he wanted, and once again, Crew contain the site. Fnatic playing quite deep off-site, though. They've really only had Hero taking a couple of steps and easy to slip back towards CT. Still going to maintain some control towards Market, but Crew already in that deep post-plant position, sitting happily towards B main. We've got to see what the pressure looks like here. What do they have to disrupt this? What do they have to push it out of position? Hero going to find Kesnit, but the trade's there, and the spam through the smoke begins. Just a messy battle now to start with, and Hero is claiming bodies. Halfway not achieved, though. Ult going to come through. Information is free-flowing, and Shy is doing some serious damage. This is the bonus, and it looks like it's going to be converted. Boaster can't do a thing about this. This post-plant is so devastating. Great shots, but it matters not. Crew going to get that third, and the bonus goes in the bag. They will be chuffed to bits with this.
It's a good start from Crew. Now, can they build on this momentum? That would be big. They cannot let Fnatic start getting into the game mentally. They can't let them get into the game with their ultimates. The first one going to come online is probably from Boaster. That's going to help with some of these retakes, deny the ability for Crew to be able to play the spam battle from B main on another such round. Getting close to some ultimates of their own for the side of Crew, but the first ones to come online are Cypher, Omen. They don't really help that much.
So we're looking at that one remaining rifle in Boaster's hands, Sheriffs to supplement, but Crew looking to extend their lead now.
Big damage? Nope.
But an early note of where that rifle resides. Going to find that top middle. They now know where that is going to be positioned. And Crew taking their time, playing out this default, maybe looking for any of these stacks, any aggressive plays coming through from Fnatic. And Crew with the right read so far. Could be some danger over towards Tiles, though. Once again, Shy. So much weight on his shoulders here, and he's found Boaster. The rifle going to be filtered back through towards Alpha, but still information's there. They've got the whole game plan read and almost dealt with, but Hero does deliver a shot, can't do much more. Crew are in control here. Now, Durka and Chronicle, the last two to collect, and they just shift back towards B. Lovely from Kesnit. This is nice from Crew. And again, this is when we start asking those questions, maybe a little further into this. This wasn't a map, as you highlighted, that Fnatic lent on throughout the regular play in EMEA. This came out purely in playoffs when Abyss started to hit the rotation. We were questioning, is this just them sandbagging to make it look like they have a full map pool? But they willingly walked into this, Josh, and so far,
Sorry boy, यार लेट हो गया भाई. Crew तो बचा रखा है Crew ने तो.
Only one gun round has been played so far. Here, just deny this camera. Baits out the stun as well. That's a good read on the setup. Crew might shift over towards A off the back of that, knowing that it might be a little bit less defended, but also...
Ooh, a miss from Durka. You can't be having that. Melza is going to be so happy. Done great deals. Can just back away now. They've got a man advantage above a minute. These are all ticks in the box. Still got full utility as well. Smoke's there, Paranoia's there. MTA just got his util back off cooldown TP.
Just for info, finding out what the setup is here. If Crew commits to B, they cannot forget about this Astro Wall. They need to understand how it's going to be played, but without the paint shells there from Durka.
A little bit of a stall on the way in, though. And now I'm going to know that Alpha is at least present here. Chronicle considering middle in case there's another layer to this, but
5-4-0 चल रहा है.
Boaster just cleared out all of A as well.
क्या होगा भाई?
Sees this trip, he's trying to get past it.
I don't know if he's going to be able to without it being noted, but for now, it's already looking like the site's falling. Kesnit going to crack it open. Alpha's gone down, and he's looking to follow it up. The pressure is outrageous, but Chronicle standing tall. 13 seconds. Oh, that's 4 already. The man wants the ace. Melza got things started well, but it might end with a pretty big flourish here. But the time just has to live. Boaster just has to live. Chronicle, give him the crown in this one. This is what we're talking about, Josh. This man's capability activates in a map and a role like this.
When we talk about Fnatic, it's always Durka this, Alpha that, but the unsung heroes of the team, Hero and Chronicle, especially when they're on Cypher and Sova respectively, it's just, they're so good at locking down these positions. The way that they play the game means that Chronicle gets to play in the mid-rounds a lot more, he likes to play in the clutches, he gets to bait his teammates, but when he's able to just put his back against the wall and stutter step left, right, and then just tap them out, that's when I've seen so many clips of him in those situations, and we get another one for the real.
चलो जी एक राउंड तो जीता Fnatic ने मेरे हाथ में.
Individual round of impact from a player, not the team. And a very aggressive start on attack to be had. Melz is in trouble. Kesnet does at least trying to levy it back with one, so keeps it at least at a 4v4. And Kesnet is doing some serious lifting here. He's been taking space. He's been doing brilliantly on the entries. But now that's the first time we've seen an aggressive start from Fnatic that's rewarded at least.
Cosmic Divide still available. I wonder if Fnatic's going to pivot to defend that A site, play that retake on B. Middle completely cleared. Boaster going very aggressive here. The trip, I think, broken from either the shock or the ultimate for the Hunter's Fury. That cage is info. The sprint is info.
A cleared sight. Alpha just trying to control towards CT because, again, Kesnet is just doing wonders, taking all of this space, securing it perfectly. Plant is in. He's got his ult. He has his ult as well. Some big ultimates on the board now. MTA's in a bit of danger here.
Eyes on the Chronicle flank as well. As soon as Boaster shows himself at A link here, I think that's go time for Chronicle.
But Shy's been on the money. And absolute heater looked like he was a little asleep at the wheel, and now he's seen a whole lot. He's in trouble. He get pinched here. Pressure starting, Chronicle on the way. Not going to have the same sort of range as the last round. Falls away from this crew, though, starting to feel the pressure on the site. The flood coming in from Fnatic, but Hero's fallen. Crew still standing, still holding. MTA denying any steps towards that spike. And it's just Alpha, and it feels like a formality. There's nothing more he can really achieve here. The double swing.
One more round for
in
Crew.
Full control.
I would not be in the slightest bit shocked to see a timeout coming in the favor of Fnatic right now, because what's been happening is Crew's able to get into the sites, get these post plants, and they've been converting it really well. The only time they got really locked out was when Chronicle sat at the back of the site, one by one, eliminated all of the players. So right now, Fnatic, if your game plan right now is go for the retakes, they're not working for you. What else do you have in store? They tried a little bit aggression there. Durka went down early after they got the pick with that Hunter's Fury. So the one-for-one trade, maybe not good enough. Are they going to have to find something else?
ये second time out है, पहला ही time out है. काफी जल्दी कर दिया क्या?
Again, I don't like highlighting underperformances, but you've got to say Alpha and Durka being
पहला time
absolute
out
thus
है.
far. 0 to 6 for Alpha, Durka 1 to 6. They're not having the impact. And again, we don't necessarily look to them to have the highest impact. That's why we're looking at Hero and Chronicle, as we were discussing. But they are currently shying away from the light. They are really not finding their kills. They're not getting their 1v1s. I mean, we've seen Durka fall plenty of times on those extremities, not winning out on the other side. It's a pretty clear-cut performance between Shy and Kesnet. They're doing monstrous things. The amount of space Kesnet is getting them, their entry work is exceptional.
Yes.
It's all looking good for them. I don't know what Fnatic's options are.
Fnatic are laying out a red carpet and inviting Crew. Hey, you get to come here. We got the cameras and everything. Just come walk in. You know, make yourselves look pretty. Right now, Durka's been not hitting any duels, and yeah, Alpha's sitting at 0 and 6, but he's on breach. He can't really activate until he stuns, flashes, and has his teammates get the first kill. He comes in and starts trading it out. If that first opening's not even there, how is he supposed to get involved in the game here? And that's not really on him. That's about the positioning that Fnatic has and how they're always on the back foot.
I must wait a moment.
Camera dealt with early. Durka trying to slip into the space that they've carved away towards B main, but Crew's been very diligent in their clears. They've not been leaving many stuns unturned.
Durka actually had the Vandal purchased. He sold it in favor of the Bulldog here. Probably looking to get a kill before popping that showstopper. And a lot of effort into stopping Crew from getting into B main here. The aggression, though, they're going to get caught.
Yeah, Shy's seen it. There goes the ult, but how much of reward does he get? Not much at all. It's Hero Sheriff the only one to really sing for them so far. And now you're looking at that Bulldog, and it's just petering away. There's nothing to this. There's no punch to it. Crew are fully aware, fully prepared for what's being thrown at them. And those small silver linings, a pick here or there, are not enough for Fnatic. This is a great show of strength from Crew. This is why we were surprised by this veto a touch. Maybe seeing some cracks in the possibility, the worry. How well fleshed out is this for Fnatic? Was that just a sandbag pick throughout the playoffs? And at 1 to 6 probably here, it might just be one of those that they're gonna hopefully sooner forget. But it's not over yet, as Durka's starting to warm up now. 2 kills and a 2v2. Hero with the Sheriff, and it's found the pick, hold on! And now the ult on top, so they're gonna know where MTA is, but it's a 1v1.
1v1.
Durka, you're gonna do the dance, you're gonna dive, and he gets tagged! And now the spam, he's buying so much time here. He's got his dart up, that goes out. Durka's having his work cut out for him. He's trying to sit this to at least half. Again, the spam's perfect, MTA! Ice cold in the clutch.
Crew.
looking unmoved by any of those dangers and threats. Fnatic really being held here on this one singular round.
Fnatic unable to endure in action there at B main, getting antsy, moving up, and getting caught out in the open. I think their idea of getting into B main, getting into the extremity, and getting in front of where KRU's going is the right idea. But they thought maybe KRU's going somewhere else, let's start moving up, let's start taking that space. They didn't need it. Had they kept that setup, I think maybe KRU falls into that trap. But instead, 6-1, they built the lead. Fnatic back on another gun round here. We look at this veto, we're thinking, is this the perfect concoction for an upset?
It's gonna be Chronicle, stunner, oh god, out of third! Out of everyone to turn up, it is him. Still showing dominance, but they need more than this. It's just him giving them these rounds right now, that's it. We talk about individual impact, he's got them 3 this time. Surely they can get the rest, and they do. Durka just signs it and seals it, a flawless round, but we talk about repeatable success. How many times are we gonna ask Chronicle to be the one to bail them out?
Sometimes it's not about having him bail them out over and over again. Sometimes it's a matter of just get it once or twice, and it instills inspiration, confidence, all this for the rest of the team. Their morale builds back up, and now everyone else is like, if he can do it, nice, that's a big round. We have a chance. Hang on, my turn to step up, and now maybe we're seeing other people chiming in. Durka up to 5 kills after he was down at like, what, 0 kills a couple of rounds ago?
Yeah, there's hope, but it is slim. Well, look at KRU here, still leading. 6 rounds to their name. An early test again on the extremity, but this time a higher priority from KRU to take that space in middle, take some of that map control. Shy already testing the waters.
Normally he's been towards B main, denying that camera from Hero, denying that control, but now perfectly inserted to listen for everything.
I'm out of here. And here comes the push though. Kesnet, we've been complimenting him time and time again. Couldn't quite shut down on Durka there. Great damage to the paranoid, perfect. The trade's still there for Durka. Gets another though! Hold on, are they starting to warm up a little bit here? We're looking at that lurk coming into effect though. Shy gonna hear all of these rotations. They might start reading this. They seem a little cognizant of the chance that someone's there. Hero, yeah, definitely caught a glimpse, and that's pressure in the backlines. Chronicle does take away heat. They're losing out numbers, and Hero waited for his man. Finds Shy, and now Melzer in a 1v3. He's got 40 seconds. That's plenty of time to play with.
Lots of time to play with. Hero hears it. Into the trip.
Oh, that's a problem. Hero.
30 seconds left.
Gotta be careful. You don't want to give Melzer those chances. This guy, sharp as attack. Smoke just about back up now. Gonna opt to commit it towards, just behind him over towards market, maybe focus towards CT.
Boaster closing the gap. Hero, Chronicle waiting for this moment. The camera.
It's so possible though, it's Melzer.
Yep.
Does he get a fair fight? Oh, he absolutely does! Cuts them down a size! But he's just, oh my god, he's missed each other. Like ships in the night passing beside Boaster. Have you read it right? Though he has, but it doesn't matter! Melzer, so perfect, a 1v3, a Red Bull clutch. A KRU
clutch.
crushing Fnatic
What a
under
clutch,
the heel.
bro.
That was an
Red
integral
Bull clutch.
round for Fnatic to be able to close out. They needed Boaster to go and find out where Melzer was. He was alone. He is the one that can get the information. These guys can double peek, get that trade. But right here, the disjointed double peek. Melzer isolating kill after kill. And now that lead gets built upon and built upon.
भाई मुझे लग रहा है वो दूसरी टीम जो आज की बनेगी मैच नंबर 2 में Fnatic जो बाहर होगी.
But that's a tilter. That sort of round can be an
Durka,
absolute
down mid.
heartbreaker. Yeah, he's going for this one right off the rim. Straight through tiles, but does he find a target? Oh, that's right place.
Oh.
Couldn't quite get it in time. Kesnet gets a little bit of flak damage, but he gets to keep his life and instantly clearing that question mark through middle. Another smoke towards top middle, and Kesnet trying to clear through.
The drone reclear in middle right now. Hunter's Fury also, if he gets a drone tag.
Ooh, this is dangerous. Gotta be careful. Kesnet trying to do any sort of dodge he can, and I think he's done just enough.
Dodge.
Looking like Foon out here, 3 HP.
Dodge 2 ultimates, 147.
That's nuts. And they're going towards A, and it's just Boaster here. He's had that divide.
Booster.
No opportunity to really use it, maybe, but still. Have to fall off this angle. Not finding the impact he wanted at the beginning, and it's all 5 for Crew.
45 seconds left in the round. Crew almost committed here. They do have Melzer's ultimate to pivot back. Hero not moving from B. The first kill for
nice
Booster.
kill, Booster.
Shot in the dark, but here
He
comes
on
that next
both
layer
low
of
tha
pressure
bhai.
with that owl drone, just trying to get them closer towards the site. Dark goes in, shock dart on the way back. A little bit of a standoff here. 20 seconds, we're running low, but another shot in the dark and it works out.
20 seconds बचे हैं बस.
Giving us the
Plant
remix
करना ही
real
होगा.
quick.
Rotation
Divide's
ले
gonna
नहीं
go
सकते
through,
bro.
Hero.
ले लेंगे rotation mid पे
It's
से.
on Hero to be a hero.
This guy has had these rounds though. He
Your
has
game,
stood
bro.
tall in the face of adversity, and can he do it
Hero,
again? That's
your
what the
game.
second is needed. Oh, it's not good
Oh,
enough.
with
The
Hero.
plant's now in. A 3v3, the smoke towards CT, but Boaster finds a body. Takes down
Little
MTA,
miss.
leaving Melzer and Shy to dig in deep. And Melzer trying to be a little audacious, play through the smoke. But Shy now in a 1v3, and it ain't looking
भाई अभी भी नहीं
all that
जा
likely. That's not
Nice
gonna
round.
happen now. A very small window
एक
of
और
chance
round
for Fnatic
Fnatic
making
के
it up
लिए
to a
आता
third.
हुआ, but Fnatic mood में
Alpha
नहीं
looking
लग
like
रही.
he's starting to warm up ever so slightly. That was a nice couple
Haven
of one
जरूर
tap
इनका
that he got
picking
there.
map है, but
Remember,
ये
we're
जीतना
going into
जरूरी है bro.
Haven, and he's on ISO duty.
I was going to bring this up because if you're looking at this performance, that's his second kill of the whole series.
Yes.
And
अगर आज Fnatic जीतती है तो कल आपको मिल जाएगी यार Sentinel और Fnatic.
Absolute nightmare of a
जब भी
match.
मैच होगा Fnatic और Sentinel मिलेंगे आपको.
Two more.
Two more.
So hopefully he can mentally
Oh my
reset.
god.
But yeah, seeing him warm up here might put him in better stead, but still, that does worry you.
Only 4 rounds separate them, and keeping in mind Crew got the pistol and they converted that bonus round. That is the difference here. Fnatic still has time to catch up. Rolling Thunder in play, and an eco round from Crew. Guardian, Stinger, a couple of pistols and another Stinger. And
Crew की economy सही है, but उसने save करने का decision सही
maybe
time.
with that Neon splitting on A, getting in that backline area.
Oh, could work really well.
Paranoia down the lane potentially as well. Here comes the smoke, but they're going to go through it. Here comes the Paranoia in the back as well.
Yeah,
Perfectly timed.
Boaster, the timing on this swing is sublime from Fnatic. Dealing with those threats, I kind of liked it from Crew. I could see the space they were trying to take for themselves, but as it stands, Melzer and Heat kind of surrounded. Yeah, nowhere to go from this one. Durka looking to just try and clean this up. Melzer, yeah, comfortable in the end. 4 now. Fnatic.
One more round for
Starting to find
Fnatic.
their feet here. Starting to get back in the game a bit.
I like the idea from Crew. Wasn't bad. They had an eco round. They wanted to get a little
Last
bit tricky
round
with
aa
it,
chuka hai.
you know, use a little bit of
Achhi
subterfuge,
kills
go
mili hai.
through their own Omen smoke. Paranoia in the backline. Alpha, great timing with that breach ultimate to deny it. Boaster coming through market at the same time with it, and really shut that down from Crew. Crew maybe trying to do something a little bit different now. They've been going slow all game. They've been using middle a lot at the opening and then pivoting to the extremity. Here, 5 gathered towards B main. Hero, you gotta be really careful. Only Alpha to back you up if you get caught and run down by this Neon after the stun.
I don't think he knows the trouble he is in. Kesnit so close by, and here comes the danger, here comes the stun. And there's the
Oh
body
nice
drop.
भाई,
Kesnit
nice
again
coordination.
set into motion,
Neon
set
और
up
Breach
for
का
success.
बहुत बढ़िया coordination.
And he takes that with both hands. Plant's going to be down. I don't think much is denying that here. And the early man advantage is just glorious for Crew.
5v4 scenario.
You can see the confidence, and you can see why. Still going, that's
Oh
a
my
third.
god, Neon.
Maybe hunting for some more. Yeah, he fancies it. Why not? Go, Adam.
Ace.
Let them know this is your map.
Oh.
He tried it.
No
Hold
more
on.
secrets.
Chronicle.
Are we
Mm.
time?
Hunter's
So
Fury,
hit
no,
Ace.
that's,
Yeah,
and then
there we
stuns
go.
up as well. As soon as he taps it, stun, Hunter's Fury, dead.
Let's stun. And there's the Hunter's Fury. Oh, yeah, welcome to Sunset. It ain't so nice out here.
8-4,
Crew gonna
half
just
complete.
Sign, seal, and
4
deliver.
round की lead
So
है.
far, this has been an exceptional
Crew के पास
display
और
from them.
Fnatic
8
4 rounds
rounds
से
to their
पीछे है
name.
यार.
Fnatic clawing back 4.
Equalizer
This has
तेरी
been
के.
shaky, Josh, from start to end. We have to wait and see how this looks on the other side of the break.
कहीं मत जाओ यार, second start होने ही वाला है, half start. 1 मिनट से भी कम है second half start होने में. कहीं मत जाओ, जल्दी से वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो यार, पढ़े रहो. अंदर का कुत्ता बलबनिए. जैसे जैसे टूर्नामेंट आगे जा रहा है वैसे वैसे टूर्नामेंट टफ होता जा रहा है। कल पेपर एक्स और एक टीम और है उसका मैच है और लेविएटान का भी ईडीजी के साथ है। मे बी मुझे लेविएटान का इन दोनों का मैचेस कल हैं तो दोनों के मैचेस पता चल जाएंगे आपको किस किस के साथ है। लेट्स गो फनेटिक विन टुडे प्लेऑफ्स इज ऑन द कार्ड। लॉल बूस्टर हा। Captain, oh Captain, L. 26, yeah, crazy clutch for crew. Meltzer is so good. हाँ भाई बहुत अच्छा क्लच था वो, काफी अच्छा क्लच था वो।
Is that infamous saying of all the best laid plans often go astray, and walking in eyes wide open to sunset, Josh, is 4 rounds enough in your mind? Has Fnatic maybe sold themselves down the river here by walking into this veto?
It's definitely looking like Fnatic are dormant at the moment. They need to wake up. It is only 4 rounds difference.
बूस्टर ने पहले मैच में बोला था कोई भी आए फर्क नहीं पड़ता। बूस्टर का उस दिन के बाद से लक नहीं चल रहा है। पिछले मैच में भी नहीं चल पाया और आज भी थोड़ा सा टफ है उसके लिए।
Slowing down the game on their attack side, finding out where they want to go, disabling and disarming these traps. But it's time to see Durka and Alpha start to show up now. It can't be all on Hero Win. And Kron. Booster slipped. Slipped by. Kaznet doesn't want it though.
No, they're backing away. Oh, that didn't go as we planned.
Looks like this is a retake camera B. It's at the top of the entrance so they could look down and find out whoever's in. Breach stun is going to come off cooldown in about 18 seconds from now for Alpha.
Interesting, bro.
Getting a little bit close in this. Setup from the defense.
Dead in the water,
Gravity
but how?
wall. I thought for sure he was going to pull them in. Fnatic, minute left on the round here.
Boaster barking out the commands there, you can see it. Go, go, go! There's Kesnet once again checking, clearing tiles pretty well. Cameras there just to be taken back, but they're still looking to readdress this A side of the map. Melzer feeling compelled to finally fall away. Durka taking a couple of very tentative steps forward, but they've got to make a go of this. 40 seconds now, he slipped ahead. That's not bad, but Melzer still stands his ground. And they get overwhelmed. Fnatic win out towards elbow, but Kesnet has slipped the net. Do they expect him here? Well, the Owl Drone should reveal it regardless. So I don't think he's going to get away with too much. Hold on, maybe there's still an opportunity and a real mess of things on the site here.
2v2.
And we're down to a 2v2. They've got 20 seconds and they're running low on options. Kesnet being the thorn in the side. They're smelling like roses as they come out on top of this. 14 seconds stunned up and slowed down. Fnatic are just faltering here. Again, oh, Kesnet, so perfectly done. A Chronicle in a 1v2 with 5 seconds. He's got to fight both. Hold on.
He has to go for a kill. Kron has to push him.
You got to push. No time, no chance. It's just at the very end then.
Oh, so close. I wonder if
too late.
Chronicle had to push immediately.
Yeah.
He had to have thought, oh yeah, I got it with just enough time to be able to get that spike planted, but he had to push, and if he had pushed instantly instead of hesitating for that half a second.
That's the difference.
There's the difference. This game's all about those milliseconds. Oh, he's got to be kicking himself. Yeah. Definitely not happy about that one. Fnatic need to kind of figure out here what they want to do with the rest of this map. Are they going to expend all their energy trying to get back into this game? Or are they going to try to go for the long play, the marathon?
Will
be the next map here. Crew already showed how strong they are against DRX earlier. 13-2 win. It's not going to be easy for Fnatic. Not unless they wake up.
Right. All asleep at the wheel here, and Crew just running them down. Easy work for them. They wanted this one out.
What the fuck?
Out of the way.
Just a flawless round. Cleaning it up, 4-10. And Fnatic need to convert around sometime this year. 2-11 for Alpha. He is not finding any sort of impact at the moment. He can't, it's not really necessarily on him, but they need to find a way to get him involved a little bit more if they want to have a chance at getting him. Like, look how just distraught.
Dejected, yeah,
he's
he doesn't look
sad. There's nothing he can do. He's at the behest of his teammates to be able to get him into the game, and that's not going to be looking good if you're going to the second map and you're feeling this bad.
Yeah, you're right. If he's left catatonic after this performance, it could all be over. It looks like Shy wants it to be feeling a little aggressive, and why not? You're in a bonus round. Try and get aggressive. Try and be elusive. Melza gonna kind of body check Alpha, who's gonna be falling all the way back to spawn. His confidence clearly waning, but he does have that spike, so you don't want to see him go down there.
They're so good at this type of rotation. We're going to see this on Haven as well. On that Neon, he gets to sprint across the map and stay a step ahead. It's on Fnatic. Who's the mid-round caller right now? Who's going to make the decision about, hey, we got the kill on A, they might over-rotate to B. Are we going to go into this potentially? Can we sniff this out before we commit? Oh, that's info. That's on Kesnet as well. Hey, wait. Kesnet's over towards B. Do we want to go A now?
Even 50 seconds, though, they're still going to power
Poster
forward.
mid. Just kidding.
Lingering. This is so dangerous. Kesnet's here, Heat's here. And again, you look where
Timing.
Melza is as well. This side
Timing,
of right
timing.
Heat eviscerates Darker, can't get the follow-up, but now the cross is being watching. Kesnet slips the net and gets away with it. Doesn't get noted by the reveal there. Oh, this is huge. Oh, he's found Chronicle. Goes in for more. And he gets from Kesnet! It's Fnatic's downfall. Keeping Crew correct and moving forward. This is a perfect moment. 11 rounds. Doubling down, getting that bonus. Confidence is going to be through the roof now.
Kesnet is doing a tremendous job at the moment. Not even necessarily getting set up for half the plays that he's doing. They're just coming in with full confidence to keep swinging and swinging and swinging. But these are isolated fights. I'm surprised that Fnatic just decided to continue to go into B there. Didn't really properly support each other to get that spike planted. It was kind of like walking around. They must not have expected him.
This is cutthroat now. 4 rounds feels impossible for his crew. Sky high after this.
Dart, flash, recall the star. Try to get into the faces of Melzer here on the timing.
They're not sticking around for it.
It's fine, they broke past that one way. That's more utility used from the side of Crew. Pivot from Fnatic back into middle. But Crew, flexible, pivoting as well.
Yeah, matching them almost step for step here. 2 players now going to keep note towards that top side. Make it 3. Kesnet, you can't avoid him. He's omnipresent. Everywhere you go, he's not too far. MTA, the one to probably get the first contact, and he falls. There's the swing. Perfect.
Nice,
Fnatic finally find a way in. Felt like a drought there. Noting Shy at the back of the boom bot. They don't know quite about Melza yet. They decide to go towards A. They certainly will. But now there's going to be a problem. Backline going to be pressured by Melza, but Shy is in danger. He's got players coming through market. He's still got the test towards that CT side. Shy gonna find Chronicle, bring this back to something a bit more bite-sized. Dirk has just missed the cross here.
It's fine.
Is it?
Not fine.
It's not fine. You're getting nervous. You're getting the old going. You're starting to see it all go wrong, all fall down, and Shy and Melza, as said, their confidence is gonna be... It's on Spike. That's an interesting choice here. Have the stun just to make sure. Second tap, and they wait. Shy biding his time, and then he strikes so perfectly. Just look at these guys, so confident. They finally fall. I think they're running out of time here. Alpha. Easy, Tiger.
Oh
time
my
is
god, 2v5 tha bro.
5 rounds of Fnatic, but I mean,
जरूर ये round नहीं जीती है Crew, but shots so good, bro. What the fuck? एक मिनट गाइस, क्या हो गया?
like a bit of a death rattle. That's sort of round, right? You're facing 11. Look, maybe I'm being the cynic here. Maybe those ults will hit. Suddenly it all starts making sense. They get back to it. But you're looking at the fundamentals Crew are playing with. It's an outclass. This is a very good side. And Crew, they're easy to underestimate at times. This again should be a very clear reminder why you don't.
Strategically, I think Crew has a little bit of an edge this game so far. But when it comes down to the players, Kesnet and Shy have been just instrumental in this performance at the moment. And without them being as good as they are, and with Fnatic sleeping on their side, I'm not sure if it's this one-sided.
एक round चाहिए crew को match point पे जाने के लिए और equalizer के लिए 6 round चाहिए Fnatic को.
Durka finds the opening. Smokes are down. It's going to help with those post plant situations.
Opening मिल गई है. Pelser की wicket आ गई है.
You're going to have to deal with him, but the showstopper for Durka, he's going to pop this. They need these rounds. He needs to get something going.
I mean, that was a dangerous cross even towards CT. It's the Hunter's Fury they opt for first. And
okay.
I don't like it.
This is an opening for Crew here.
Yeah, he's going to be the counter. Hero trying to save the day with Chronicle. You saw Crew then trying to work back into it, almost on that pre-take there. But Heat now going to be left a little out in the cold. Divide goes up. Shy does claim a player prior, but it is only on Shy now in a 1v3. Plant's going to be in. I don't think Shy's got much to say about this.
Looking to do the save, repositions his trip, give him a little bit of buffer space. My read on the situation is that Crew needs to close this out as early as possible. One, it's their map pick. They want to win this. But two, the amount of time that they give Alpha to find his footing and get back into the game mentally, emotionally, physically, everything, spiritually.
No, you're right. The worse it gets, right?
The worse it gets.
There are moments in this where you do start thinking, okay, we want to see how well Crew close out in these regards, you know, with the upper hand, seen as the team genuinely on paper, at least in this map, are the favorites. I think that's a very clear way to say it if you're looking at the history and the results coming through. Bigger picture though, that's when it gets a little bit different, right? You start talking about Haven, Lotus, where do you see that landing? Yeah, that kind of evens out a bit more. Maybe Fnatic even take the upper hand. EMEA's #1 qualifier, keep in mind obviously against America's 3rd. So if you're looking at it in that regard, this does eventually even out. So if you are a Crew fan, if you are Crew themselves, you want to see them close out cleanly, quickly. Don't let Fnatic take those steps to close back into this game, and let alone build confidence for map 2.
A little bit of mix buy from Crew, budgeting for that full buy next round, but still, Guardians, Phantom Vandal in play, a Sheriff as well. Definitely a good enough buy. Alpha has Rolling Thunder, Durka with the Showstopper, and Fnatic, another slow opening, making sure that they deal with what, yeah, we saw this yesterday actually, right?
And Boaster might just be the rabbit in the trap. He goes around that corner.
Trying to just spot the tippy top of their heads there. Pre-aimed Kesnet. The way he's been playing, he might hit it too.
Yeah. It's all a little quiet on the Western front.
Right there.
Slow walk up. They got that one way on that tall box. Durka got the opening kill here last round, walking into elbow. Drone to clear. Showstopper still in hand.
Again, you're putting
sights full clear.
You're questioning what's going on though. You felt no resistance thus far, right? There's not been a mid-walk.
Yeah.
Maybe you're just getting a little bit curious. Is it a stack? Are they going for something a little weird and wonderful? And they were, but it's Chronicle to connect through the smoke. Plant's gonna come in.
And that smoke's down for the defense. They're gonna make this retake a little bit harder. Crossfire's unable to be broken. Hero far away, securing the round. You guys got this. I got your backs.
This is where it gets scary though. This is the pressure coming back in towards the site. You're looking at Kesnet to be the danger man, at least because of the Vandal, maybe Heat as well with that Phantom, but they've got to try and take those steps, and actually an isolated fight there. Alpha finally swings on it, but it's Chronicle coming in through from that kind of deeper position, swinging off the contact. Shy and Heat not getting the impact they want, and I think it's time to back away.
They are definitely backing away here. Durka on the hunt. Oh. Saw something similar from CNET.
True.
Must be an EMEA thing.
It's hard being a caster sometimes.
I'm surprised Durka actually went to chase them down. I guess they didn't realize that this was only a partial buy from Crew, not a full investment.
I'm back to हो रही है 11
he already had his Showstopper. He's had it for a couple rounds. Surprised that he didn't invest
round की बात है
just to secure
और
it,
उसके बाद
come back. But now, you know, trailing by 4 rounds, and he still gets to keep this. So probably seeing one or both of these ultimates being used in this round from Fnatic. Crew starting to get a little bit nervous. They had a really good start. They had a good lead. They had that momentum.
You're right, and I think what you're saying there is, and what we were alluding to earlier, you're starting to see Fnatic show signs of life.
Yes.
Right? There's a
smiles.
Yeah. And this is, again, it was just from that.
Oopsies.
Yeah, a little moment there for them. But this is 3 rounds in a row. The scoreline suddenly doesn't look as egregious. You're at
Timeout
that's
by
a very
Crew.
closable gap.
Pala timeout
With
Crew
the
के लिए.
pistol. So that's something that's certainly going to be heavy in the minds of Crew. And I think it's the right time to hit that timeout button, slow things down, get a grip on this because, again, they've got ultimates now at Fnatic. They may even have a snowball round in hand. Their money's looking okay. It's starting to build up. There's a lot of those win conditions starting to come in. And again, when you're looking at Crew, we discussed the idea of even letting them get confident for map 2, let alone the pressure that could come through from maybe dropping map 1. But it's 7-11. We shouldn't be that worried yet. But for Crew, they're worried enough to have hit that timeout.
As you're talking about snowballs, all I'm thinking about is maybe the sun's not setting on this map. Sun's out, melting that snow, because Kesnet, he's slowing down. He's been sitting on 17 kills for a few rounds now. Shy's caught up, Heat catching up. Crew maybe losing their steam a little bit here. Need to find some sort of way to revitalize themselves in this round, in this game. They want to be able to close this out.
Does feel like a death by 1,000 cuts here. That slow grind back in. Fnatic taking a couple of steps, but it could all go wrong. It could all be taken away in the blink of an eye. But for now, Crew taking space. The first time we're taking really deep B main control.
One thing I noticed from Fnatic a lot, especially on maps like Haven, we'll see it next map, is that when they lose space, they love to go back and re-clear it. And if Melzer sits close up, and Durka comes back with that showstopper, things can be really tricky for him. Full trust right now on Shy over on that A site.
Yeah,
got that camera, got that info. He's gonna spot Durka here.
Yeah, early info too. No risk behind it either, not for now.
Taken out.
Instant rotation from Kesnet too. He's already coming over. They do have Heat on this side of the map. Trying to re-clear middle with the owl drone as well. So Crew trying to get the full picture here.
Fnatic
Take flight.
still just progressing slowly. Spots 1, spots 2. That's gotta be a showstopper kill coming in.
They're looking for it. Hero's the one to find Melzer though. The paint shell goes in and it's just a clear pickup. This is looking far too clean. How are Fnatic doing this? Just dismantling Crew player by player. And now the last 2 players noted, look at the lurk from Hero as well. If Chronicle could just play his life, he doesn't need to overdo anything, just sets up Hero here. And Chronicle's always been ice cold. He's never gonna overheat. And Fnatic, hold on, Josh. That was
Fnatic ने comeback कर ली है. अब सिर्फ 3 rounds बचे हैं कि वो equalizer करे और ये मैच जीत
I
ले.
am shocked that the only ultimate used in that round was Hero. Kills the B pusher, gets that hat off, becomes a pinhead in the round. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder still in play. Fnatic are winning these rounds without it. And it's yes, they're hitting their shots now. Yes, like Boaster's getting involved. Alpha's getting a couple kills here or there, slowly catching back up to the rest of his team. But like one small slip, and they might be kicking themselves for not using them. Another eco, 4 Sheriffs and a Stinger in the hands of Crew. Letting this game potentially slip away. Fnatic.
This would be 9, the slow march.
Oh,
Slow
boy.
march, but you don't, come on, Crew, we don't drop these, right? We don't lose these sort of situations, do we? 11 up. You had Durka looking down and out, Alpha barely fragging. It was all looking wondrous. Speaking of looking, camera. Yeah, look at
Stun
that.
ready as well.
Hello.
They're gonna catch these guys.
Yeah, that's a trap set and a half. Durka gonna get away and no one able to close down
Camera
on the
setting
kills.
to you.
Still over a minute. Fnatic has time. They can decide to pivot if they want to, or they can come back, or they can fake pivot and re-hit A. The full rotation from Crew, trying to stay a step ahead of Fnatic here. Gonna guess on that B site. Fnatic looking to use middle here, though.
I like that. I like the Crew are trying to be proactive here. And that's going to be a little bit of an alarm bell ringing, though, because they're up middle. They're up the guts here. What on earth is going on? Already the Boombot going to go in. That's going to spot out at least 2 players. They now know there's 2 different players up here. This should be yet a back away. Nice read from Fnatic to not overdo this, but they're still going into the stack. This is where the dangers could begin. Kesnet now in the right place, but Boaster going to remove Shy. You're looking at who's holding over towards B main. He's the only one to connect so far for Crew. And Fnatic again, starting to clear through methodically. Is this the slow march back in? It might just be. 9 rounds now for Fnatic. And Crew watching this game get far too close.
I can't pinpoint exactly which round it was,
Alright,
but
guys,
there was
comeback हो रही है क्या?
the genesis of Fnatic's comeback coming back in. That's 5 rounds in a row, bringing the scoreline to 9 to
5
11.
round लगातार
There's no
जीत गई
way,
है भाई.
right? Come on.
Comeback is real. Booster is.
We're coming back, boys. What are you doing? What?
Okay.
That's the guy you're currently getting 5 rounds in a row by.
जरूर बॉम्ब में आ रहा है भाई.
Oh, get Bosch, if you've pulled out your headphones, if this
He
is
kicked
you,
the table.
Technical
I'm going
pause.
down.
Technical pause.
It's like it's
okay,
a hero
okay,
issue.
it's
All
hero.
good. All right. He's young.
He gets a pass.
It's fine. He's, you know. But let's kind of just pause for thought then. Let's kind of talk this through because on the half, I think it was a fair assessment that this was looking like Crew are going to close it out, right?
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
they got the pistol. You're
Yep.
like, oh, the odds
Shoo-in.
of that, the odds that Fnatic would come back in. But here we are at 9-11. Well, it's been now 5 back-to-back rounds and quite good-looking rounds. What would be your solution? Put yourself in Crew's shoes here. You know, you're facing a Fnatic who's slowly building back in. What do you do? What's your cure, I guess, to this
We have to
problem?
keep in mind the rounds that Crew won where they got both pistols.
True.
Converted round 2s where Fnatic ran
Yes.
5 classics, won the bonus. That's 6
That's
rounds
big. That's
right
already
there.
big, yep.
Then in there, 6 rounds. And then, 7 and 8 because Fnatic has the eco right after.
Correct.
They only really have 3 gun rounds. Maybe if you want to include the bonus rounds on top of that, they have 5 gun rounds. So right now, it's very one-sided in the favor of Fnatic. So what happened on those rounds that Crew was able to pick up? Well, partially it was that Durka, Alpha weren't really shooting back a little bit. That's a big problem. But also, Crew got to set the pace, set the tone of everything. On their attack, they got into the sites, they forced the retakes, and they shut it down. They were constantly jamming up Fnatic, not letting them have any space into the game. And on defense as well, they started pretty aggressively, taking that space down middle, taking some early fights. But right now, they're kind of shook. They're playing back. Yes, they had that trap setup with that camera. Cheeky setup. I like it. Weren't able to capitalize on it. Get over to B. They guess the right site. Fnatic goes into it. Not able to get the kills because they don't have the right weapons for it. But now, pull out an op. Stay ahead of where Fnatic's going. They've been doing all this B main control with that one-way smoke from the Omen, taking that space, denying Hero the ability to lurk up or anything. But I still look at these ultimates from Fnatic as well. They're still in play. And maybe if they lose a player because Crew's able to get one early or change something up, that's when Fnatic pulls it out, says, you know what, nope, not happening, and go back into the game. Stun ready for tiles in case there's an aggressive push by Kesnet down middle, but it's the B main control again from Melzer.
I'm also looking at the switch up of the operator as well. Kesnet finally going on to that, and look at the faith they're putting in him over towards A. That's pretty much an isolated site and an isolated player, and he still looks like he's holding his ground comfortably enough. As already, actually, Melzer's on the chopping block. Here we go. You wanted ults. You might just get him, but do they get to close down in time? Melzer's not really got anywhere to run and hide, and the showstopper goes astray. A 1-for-1 trade out, and Hero's the one they lose.
This op on the A line, they won't expect it. That full away smoke needs to happen before anybody peeks, and then you get across that line. Kesnet, if he gets a 1, he could definitely sprint away. He's got that character with that sprint. Loves to go fast. Go fast, go fast.
He's going to back away though, maybe starting to feel it, that internal clock starting to tick. That little bit of a warning message.
एक पीक दोनों को मिल चुकी है. अभी देखते हैं कि ये मैच पॉइंट कर पाएगी Crew.
He's got to hit the shot.
या Fnatic करेगी 10 और 1 राउंड.
The jump smoke this time. Fates it out. How do they know?
Oh, but he's still going to get his man. Takes down Durka, and look at him. He's going back for more. Outrageous and gets punished for it. Gluttony being his sin, trying to go back for that follow-up, but a 3v3 now on the site under Fnatic's banner. You're looking at what they're going to get done here. You're looking at maybe a pre-take. Where's that pressure?
10 seconds left.
Nothing so far. They wait. They play it patient.
If anybody gets a kill here, Shy can pop his hat, get the info, and close out the round. Good flash.
The Chronicle's been so good at this. They try and swing together, but now the site is under scrutiny. Already going to see a slip through. You're right. Boaster backing away, but it's Alpha, the babyface killer, holding this still. Looks for another. Can't get him. A Chronicle on the readjust. Good positioning from him. And they have no idea about Boaster, who's slowly creeping back.
10 and 11. What a comeback.
Crew are crumbling.
भाई VCT चैंपियन है वो. नहीं ले सकते भाई इससे पंगा. अगर मूड में आ जाएगी तो तोड़ेगी.
Chronicle sitting at 24 kills.
He's had an absolute counter of the series.
He's been hitting everything. His darts have been on point. He's been getting the kills with the Hunter's Fury. And then on that defense to keep enough life in Fnatic to keep them alive, to be able to even get to this point off the back of 2 mega rounds from him as well. 10-11. And an eco again for Crew. That B main control again. Spot Melzer in there. seems like Crew doesn't really have that much depth right now. They're scared of going down middle. Alpha's been setting up that tile stun. They've been taking B main every round, but it gets them nothing. It's all these rounds towards A. They need to get that first kill. They need to shut Durka down. And they need to have people to follow it up. Stun ready.
No one to swing on it. They
Cypher.
do go around.
They do have the Cypher cam spotting it for info at the very least. That would be the
On
trigger.
कर रहा है इस round में गलती.
Back in a place where they could capitalize on it.
भाई मेरे words नहीं है. क्योंकि 6 round लगातार जीत के आ रही है
A
Fnatic.
little bit. Durka trying to kind of feel it out. But here, is it just going to be a straight up market split?
Could be.
Crew
trying to hit that rotation at the right time.
का जो domination था उसे चकनाचूर कर
5
दिया.
seconds.
You can have MTA here. They've got a couple of ults to play with. Delay over towards main. Melza having to evacuate as quick as he can because they are starting to be feeling that pinch, feeling that pressure. Fnatic now starting to come forward, but Crew, right place, right time. Melza and MTA with back-to-back shots.
मैंने कहा था कौन
And
करेगा
now 25
गलती.
seconds, it's a mad dash. Where do they go
गलती
on
कर
this one?
चुके हैं.
Smoke up towards CT to try and facilitate the cross, but it's Boaster to try and divide and conquer. Takes away heat, but
Back to
Crew
B.
still in this round. Yeah, the double.
12 seconds.
There's no way, 10 seconds now. And MTA has no idea. Oh my god, no! Boaster
Get on the
almost
side.
whiffed it. But it's going to be a plant. They've got it down. Running this left, right, center. This is ridiculous. How is this in a 2v2? But you've got Alpha up against Kesnet, Melzer against Boaster. But he's there so early, and he gets a job
Oh my
done.
god.
Kesnet finding that form when they needed him.
Match
most here.
point.
12 for
Finally
Crew.
match
At
point ले
least-
लिया Crew ने.
At least
Oh my.
OT.
At least OT. And Kesnet was sleeping the last, I don't even know, like 7 rounds almost. He
woke
was sitting
up.
at 17 kills since round
Match number 2,
15 or
match
so.
number 1.
Now he's on
Yeah.
20 kills after this.
Why,
He's got a
why,
2K in this round. Back and forth, huge opening kills. Shy's Sheriff there on site. Stinger follow it up. Fnatic, oh man. Gotta dig deep here. They have that Cosmic Divide, but they're going against a few ultimates. And now maybe Resurgence. Kesnet feeling confident again. He's got his ultimates, the jazz hands, the finger blasters. So is he going to go and sprint around now with that confidence that, you know, I just got a 2K?
Maybe.
ये
Close out
round
this game,
lose
potentially
करना
Crew.
भाई बहुत tough
Go
था.
the distance.
गलती करी Crew ने.
Come back potentially, who knows?
Sorry, गलती करी Fnatic ने.
Now Fnatic trying to
Crew ने
keep
उठाया
them
उसका
heard the
fully
operator battle off the
advantage.
shot. Durka making his presence known.
I wonder when they're going to swap it out, give it to the hands of the most
Turkey
confident
off
offer on the
the
team, Poster.
That's true. It's weird he's not picking it up here. How strange.
This is different from Fnatic. They haven't done this before where they're walking out middle at the same time as they're taking this A main space. They're going to go and push this back, but at the same time, they have this subterfuge just ready to get in the back lines here. Hero tanking that drone, shrouding Boaster's presence.
Oh my god.
Main control is coming silently, but it's here.
Here comes the pressure. Kesnet actually hindered a little in that.
अरे यार वो जो चाहता था वो नहीं हो पाया.
Close the space.
Beyond the ultimate.
Yeah, the time's starting to tick.
Boaster's got that ultimate. I do wonder if he's going to pop this. They can
ये
commit
चाहते
right
कुछ और
back into
थे.
B with it, but already Crew staying a step ahead of this. Fnatic need to figure out where has Crew gone? How are we going to use this ultimate? They use it across a link in the spawn before.
30 seconds left.
They might do it again here. Get onto that site. Smokes up first.
24 seconds, though it's getting late in the day, and Shy could be devious about this. Right place, right time, and the perfect kill. Couldn't get the follow-up, though. Alpha still going to stand his ground, but that spike cross is a problem. 13 seconds, they've got to try and make this one count. Can they get through? Hero! Living up to the moniker, finding 2. But now Crew down to the last 2. Kesner's still alive, so there's still a threat, still danger. Alpha doesn't want any of that. He wants to make sure this one's secure.
Hey,
The
11,
answer
12.
back again. Crew now
OT,
held at 12, and
OT,
Fnatic with the
OT.
opportunity to get to OT.
It all led to this 1 point.
अगर
right
इसमें
here.
OT
Crew
चाहता है ना
gonna
भाई.
call a
Another
timeout.
timeout.
They have to. They need this round to take
GG
this
or
map
OT.
in relegation. I mean, this is the last chance to use this timeout.
You have to.
You
Use
have
it.
to. Might as well. Closing this game out 13-11 is going to be way easier than going the distance in overtime. Getting Fnatic
Hero ने hack
chance to
लगा
be
लिए
able to
भाई,
close out
hack
this first
लगा
round,
लिए Hero
steal
ने.
out the map pick from Crew after Crew had such a big dominating lead. Going into Haven after losing this, that's going to be all
Oh
in
my
favor
God.
of Fnatic. Oh boy.
This changes everything, right? This next round, even if it goes to OT and Crew still win, the mental
Crew ने अपना
alone
टाइम आउट जो है यूज कर लिया है, लास्ट टाइम आउट था उसके बाद ये मैटर भी करता है यूज करना। मैटिक भी अपना यूज कर सकती है क्योंकि ये इनके लिए भी लास्ट टाइम आउट है। एक टाइम पे में 2 टाइम आउट्स मिल सकते हैं।
The last time they conjured up a round, it was off the back of the Sheriffs and the Stingers.
It was.
If there's any round that they're gonna win, this is the type of round. We've been seeing it today, we've been seeing it yesterday. We see these rounds, the times when you're like, well, you know, just buy whatever, make something happen. That's when the miracles happen, that's when the magic happens. So will it be another magical round from KRU to be able to close out 13-11? Or is it gonna be Fnatic crawling back, making it a real comeback, not just a fake one?
Starting line. Maybe to almost kind of feign that it could be Durka and then he closes the gap. I'm curious what the plan is off the rip.
Just allows Durka to be able to move up with it.
Yeah.
They need to hit the shot on Melzer if Melzer does push up this angle right now.
Whoa.
That's info, that's the setup spotted again.
Can they punish him though? I don't know if they can.
Cover going out.
With the stun line from Alpha, they can if they want to. They just don't know what's behind it.
Yeah. And Melzer's been good at this. He, as we've highlighted, he's consistently taken that B lobby space. He's generally held his ground incredibly well. But, as you said, would you risk it here? You're probably question marking that for now. As Fnatic drifting away from it.
He does a good job. Yeah, he does a good job of just stalling out Fnatic. Because he uses the one ways, then he backs up, uses the paranoia, backs up, teleports out. He can get away from all these abilities. It's a wasted time and abilities from Fnatic. As they inch up towards A here. Shock a trip. We found out that's, you know what? That's going to be the Cypher on A. That's going to be pressure. They're pivoting. Are they going to get caught here, though? The 4-man mid-walk from KRU.
Oh my god, this is what it comes down to.
Remember, Kesnet, he's got the Stinger, but he's got his ultimate in play, too. Durka going down.
And now do they just force forward?
And the judge, right
they have
to the
no
judge.
idea on the other side of the smoke. Could be there. Downfall, a disaster. No, Hero going to keep it moving, but still number advantage. Oh, comes out. KRU in the final moments here. Could close it out in regulation. Deny the turnaround. And stalled out and slowed down. Chronicle and Alpha in a 2v4. Chronicle slipping a little bit further ahead for the cross being watched. Problems start now. 12 seconds. It's too little. Surely it's too late. Alpha can't do it all alone. And a glimpse of glory, but KRU snatch back their game. Map 1 is theirs.
KRU 1, Fnatic 0. Next map जो है Heaven है, तो जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ guys वीडियो के साथ.
I don't know if that big comeback is gonna bite them with their endurance for the rest of the series.
And that's the
Channel
question
को
we'll find
subscribe
out.
करो, वीडियो को like करो. What a match that is. What a match. जुड़ जाओ guys. मिनट का वेट करना पड़ेगा बस. 2 मिनट बाद सेकंड मैप स्टार्ट हो जाएगा हेवन. और उसके बाद जो भी वो मैच जीतेगा, अगर क्रू जीतती है हेवन, तो आगे जाएगी. फनेटिक को जाना पड़ेगा घर. तो बने रहोगा. भाई लोग Fnatic के लिए होप कर रहे हैं कि Fnatic ये मैप जीत जाए, हेवन मैप जीत जाए। Fnatic होप कर रहे हैं लोग, क्या होता है ये पता चलेगा हेवन में। तो बने रहो यार वीडियो के साथ, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो, वीडियो को लाइक करो जल्दी से। सेकंड मैप स्टार्ट होने ही वाला है, बट ये मैप क्रू के नाम जाता है क्योंकि क्रू जो खेला है ये मैप वो डेफिनेटली देखने लायक था। बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत।
That is something that we are not used to. So we noticed that we were giving so much space and they were taking it easily or by contact. So in that pause we called that mid-round push that we didn't need, and obviously we got Dirk just contacting and that's it. They get out with no entry and we were just understanding where we're going and we stacked B and we won the round.
Beautiful counter. Best of luck on map 2.
And Crew managed to pick up the win. At first, we were vamosing, then we weren't vamosing as much, but then we vamos at the end. And Crew managed to pick up the win. And a few, I mean, honestly, a large reason why, especially in the early part of the game, those post plans from Crew were immaculate. I mean, Crew were doing a lot of great things, paper thin, early on in that game, and it really felt like Fnatic were struggling for ideas at the beginning part of that matchup.
Yeah, no. I mean, it was a lot of the things that you've kind of come to expect from Crew. You know, Kesnit's kicking indoors.
जो ओवन का क्लच था वो भी काफी इम्प्रेसिव था। ओवन का रेड बुल क्लच अगर हाइलाइट्स में होगा और डेफिनेटली वो हाइलाइट्स में दिखाएंगे वो।
Both teams really showcase that they have great attacker sides on this map, but the biggest difference, same thing we saw with Sentinels and Gen G. The bonus rounds.
That's right. I mean, came back to bite him in the butt again. It's very hard to be able to win these games when you're not picking up those bonuses, when you're not picking up those pistols.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, you can't have a bonus without having a pistol before it.
Yeah,
but
having both those pistols go the way of Crew and then not being able to convert, that is pretty damn rough. And not being able to stop the conversion, rather, I should say, from the side of Crew. It's just brutality here, and it does end up making a difference given how close we were going into overtime. That gets corrected.
Next match जो है वो थोड़ा hard रहेगा दोनों टीमें
sure. Now, of course, one player that was certainly standing out in that one, Kesnit on the Neon. We said it was going to be a problem for Fnatic to deal with. My guy was trying to break some ankles out in the streets there, man. It was impressive to see him really get going on this agent. When he has that agency to move around the map so freely, Achilleos, it's really difficult to stop this man, especially when he has that cracked out aim. But then, of course, you had someone that was causing a lot of problems for guys like Kesnit, which was Chronicle, who also had an absolutely phenomenal game too.
Yeah, I mean, we can't not highlight Chronicle just because of the performance that we saw there. Yes, Fnatic did not win that map, but Chronicle was looking like the raid boss.
Yeah.
This guy was absolutely insane. I mean, 2 of the rounds that they were able to get in the first half basically only obtained off the back of Chronicle's efforts, the multiple 4Ks that he was able to have, the clutch to get them on the board in the first place. Chronicle, he's shown up to play. We started seeing the warm-up there from the rest of the Fnatic players. So if they're going to be able to continue to heat up like that and Chronicle can have another performance like that going into map number 2, Fnatic absolutely could extend this to 3.
I mean, for me, he was the player to watch out for Fnatic. He was playing so good in EMEA, the #1 rated player in their region. He can do it all. He's got multi-kill potential.
Incredible.
He has unbelievable utility. He's playing on his comfort pick of Sova. I mean, he is absolutely the real deal, as we know, right? Multiple trophy winner. The guy continues to perform at such an unbelievably high level. Yeah, they're not able to get the win, but he's a big part of why they came so close to coming back and sending it to OT.
Yeah, he had incredible plays, just like this one for a Verizon high-speed moment. Chronicle hitting a wild 4K. I mean, this guy, again, you heard Paper Thin, you know, really giving him his flowers here, but it's plays like this where he just has such a calm and steady hand, and he's taking these fights. You know, he does have a little bit of help there briefly, but then after that, it's one after another, and good luck trying to take a 1v1 battle against Chronicle. 9 times out of 10, Achilleos, he's going to come out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can see right here, it doesn't really matter how many people you throw at him. You know, granted, he does manage to isolate all of these into those 1v1s, be able to get the individual pickoffs. but he's just such a steady hand for Fnatic. I mean, again, one of the biggest things that we've seen with the teams that have had success in this year and in years past, it's that there are those multiple layers. It's not just that one guy you have to worry about for Crew. You know, it's Kesnet, it's Melzer, it's Heat for here. It's, you know, it's Chronicle, Leo in the past when he was there, but even, you know, Hero's been putting up some great rounds too. And you of course have, you know, Durka and Alpha here. So like these rosters have so many layers to them, but Chronicle was the one that was very much out in the forefront here for Fnatic.
Yeah, from the beginning, and even though they weren't able to pick up that win, you could definitely see them, you know, begin to get the building pieces going forward for what is to come. As we move on to map 2, let's go ahead and hear what Elma Putty has to say as we get ready for Haven.
I'm now standing by with the head coach of Fnatic, Elma Putty, ahead of map 2. Now, if you want to progress to the playoffs, you have to take Crew on Haven and Lotus and win them both. Normally on paper, that looks pretty good for you guys. You guys are comfortable on those maps, but it's also 2 of their best maps as well. So what do you got to look out for to make sure you close this one out?
I think we should have played together and stick to our game plan. I think both teams knew coming into this series that both Haven and Lotus were going to show up. They're both good maps, both of us. So just stick together, play together, close out man advantages. That would be nice.
And how are we handling Kesnet?
It's all right. I think he played well, as always, but I don't think it was devastating or anything like that.
All right, we'll see how it goes on map 2. Good luck.
Look, at the beginning of Sunset, I felt like Kesnet was quite devastating in a few of those rounds. But I think that cool, calm demeanor is certainly going to be something that the Fnatic camp will need as they get ready for Haven. If we take it back to 2021, this was one of the maps that these two teams have played on in the past. I believe Crew was the one who picked up the win on Haven, if I'm correct. Yeah, so here we go. We got our agents coming through here, and nothing really changes on each side. You got the Yoru for Durka, and Kesnet's back on that Neon.
Both of these teams, they come into this map with some win streaks behind them. Fnatic throughout this year over in EMEA have won it on it 5 times. Crew 4 times, I believe, over in Americas and into that series versus CRX, where they looked incredibly strong. That was a 13-2 scoreline. Fnatic, though, they still are going to be sticking here with this ISO Alfier. We know how cracked he can be, but he's going to have to deliver.
Yeah, the Yoru's really good. My eyes are on Shy for Crew. He played really well there on Sunset, led the way with first kills for them, did a great job on the defender side, but he's going to have a tough task going against this Yoru comp.
Well, let's see if this goes the distance, fellas. It certainly deserves it. We're going to send it back over to your casters for this one. It's Pansy and Steel.
The stakes couldn't be higher now. Fnatic having to come back in this after facing such a close affair on map 1, but Crew pipping them to the post. Crew looked good after that real drought of rounds. They came back, resurged it, and closed out in regulation. But now, we walk into a whole different situation here, Josh. These changes
Turkey and Alpha playing duelist.
Crew definitely faltered in the middle of that game. They won both pistols and bonus rounds and only closed out 13-11. Fnatic now on that double duelist. A change in style. Yes, we have Hero to lock down and Chronicle. Brick walls that Crew could not get past on the defense. The Crew, the contact round. Up into B this time.
Oh, Durka, good clean start. Gets away. But the exchange of space. Crew going to take the site, get the plant. You're looking at the rest of the map, though, as well. It's being somewhat surrounded. You're going to get the pressure in the backlines eventually, but they want to take space of their own. They're pressuring through towards that A connector side. Chronicle seems aware, so sitting pretty deep on this. Being herded around, but Fnatic need to start taking steps towards the side here. MTA not falling foul to any of that nonsense. Waiting this and holding these extremities. The clock is going to start ticking here. Out for the first one to draw blood. Melzer maybe next on the chopping block, but Fnatic, step by step. Just the Bash brothers here taking heads. Between Durka and Alpha.
High domination दिख रही है किसकी रहने वाली है इस मैच में.
Not only a pistol, but a flawless pistol. And as we're talking about, what are the differences between Sunset and Haven? Fnatic starting on defense, both maps, right? First change, they got a pistol round. That's going to set the tempo a little bit. Second changes, Fnatic was trying to go for all these retakes on Sunset.
ये round जिस तरीके से खेला है ना Fnatic
They
ने,
weren't winning any of those retakes.
उसे पता चलता है कि pistol round जीतने के बाद
That means that they're going to go for more fights. That means that they're going to move around way more.
ये लोग full mood में हैं इस वक्त.
More in the face.
क्योंकि इन्हें पता है ये मैच जीतना जरूरी है, वरना ये बाहर हो जाएंगे. Full mood में ये लोग.
See the setup already. Doesn't get what they wanted necessarily, but they have to respect it enough that Durka can then start working towards his own.
काफी experienced team है bro, देखो.
Reward. Chronicle.
Gonna
happy
drone.
enough.
He has to drone to re-clear the sewers. That smoke up, shrouded. The walk around.
Oh, careful. Durka only going to get to go to the back of the site, but both duelists are here. Still got Alpha on this side. They're still feeling very pressured. Crew chomping at the bit to try and close the gap, and it ain't pretty for Alpha. That's a good trade. MTA with just the classic doing the damage, and that's a rifle that could be lovingly picked up. They'll take that every day of the week if they can. But Heat down low, Kesnet still breathing. That's where the worries really lay here.
Check your work.
Durka, I mean, it was a casual glance from Heat, but he gets punished. And now Fnatic shut down.
One more round for
2
Crew.
rounds now.
2 rounds. And Fnatic looking to do the same thing that Crew did
No
to them
round
in the
जीत चुकी
previous
है Fnatic.
map. And we're talking about how Crew's been strong on Haven, how they destroyed 13-2 against DRX. But Fnatic, they pick this map all the time for good reason. Yeah. They've been dominating on it. They've been using this as like their go-to map in EMEA, and it's not even been close. They just destroy everyone that's in their paths. So right now, Fnatic trying to come back, narrowly losing that first map 11-13. They want to win this, and they want to win this big.
And the proactive play is not going to be relenting. They are going to keep this sort of tone up, this pressure up. Into the bonus, they want to be relentless. As Durka in towards Suez, the spam, good. Going to get MTA a little low, but how do Crew want to then face this? Do they try and keep almost bullishly approaching this? Or do they rescind a little? Maybe just going to...
ये round decide करेगा कौन इसमें आके जा रहा है अभी.
Over-aggression potentially. Does the
पहले
outcome
half
check
में.
in? That is the question.
क्योंकि ये bonus round है Fnatic का और buying round है.
This is huge. This could be the game changer, but it is just a 1-for-1 trade out here. Fnatic still coming out on top of those duels, at least for now. And you look at the re-aggress from Boaster in Suez. Surely you don't expect
3 versus 3.
He's all alone in here, though.
At the top. Did MTA consider? Yeah, really heads up work from MTA to recheck
this is
space.
the spot that Chronicle shines in, though. Oh, he moves away from that position, though. He doesn't know about the walk-up.
But yeah, and he gets punished on that. Nice work from Crew. That slow creep forward. Hero, he's over towards B. He's so far away. So plants in for Crew. They've got what they needed. 3 still standing.
If there's anyone to do this, it's Benji Fishy. If there's anyone else, it's Hero.
You're not wrong. But he's not being given much, right? You're going to have the Owl drone to re-clear over towards CT. Quite telling that maybe it's towards Heaven, but he got it sleeping! MTA so unaware! And now a glimmer of hope and a chance! Dwindled. Heat keeps control. Crew making a good stand in that round, but that was on knife's edge sort of situations.
Just keeping an eye on Boaster's economy here. Op is definitely able to get purchased. Light shields on Boaster, passes that off over to Durka. Now that's in play. Alpha, he's got his ultimate. He's gonna get some people in the gulag. And his success rate on it has been so good. He's been winning constantly, time and time again, but Hero's gonna get his first test of the map right here, round 4. Fnatic give him so much faith in his just ability to lock it down. So many times I see him just pop the cage, peek out, get a 3K spray down. But Crew was just doing it to apply some pressure, maybe shock or break an entrance trip. They didn't shock it.
This is good. This is good stuff from Crew. They need to kind of get the lay of the land, get the feel of what it's like to play against Fnatic here, get that tempo down.
We haven't seen them explore Garage yet. We've only seen them go B on that pistol round. We haven't seen them go C yet. Everything's been towards A right now. And I think Fnatic have a good idea of this. Durka, actually, is on the Outlaw right now. I think they were toying with the idea of a full purchase with the op, I'm pretty sure.
They were chopping and changing right until the round started.
Oh
but there's not that many light shields here, just one in the end. I think that's with MTA. Shy going to be able to withstand.
Oh! Shy.
Lucky boy.
They're quick on his toes.
कैसे बच गया ब्रो से?
Crew are kind of finding their footing here, right?
शर्मा के बचते हुए.
Something was a little up, seeing Chronicle on long like that, maybe really reading into it, dealing with Durka. Again, if you watch
शर्मा के बच गया भाई अपने.
There are trends to it, there are tones to it. Chronicle going to be forced off the angle and Crew then get the sight. Clear enough approach. Whoa, hold on. I say that. There's still threat here.
You are amazing,
bro. Be able to do some real chip damage on this one. Yeah, look at that. The vulnerability and the punish, but it's still Kesnet keeping this safe. They're the walking wounded, but they're still alive. The plant's in play, and Alpha with that rifle is the danger man. He always has been from the start. Clears a little, shows presence. Hero taking a couple of brave steps in, but the 4 men on the other side not really wanting any of what he's selling.
Neon Sunset se dominating कर रही है.
Alpha still has his ultimate to pop as well.
But the timing on this Hero would probably need another here. You got to feel it. But Alpha trying to take those steps beside him. What's the players looks for the swing. Alpha can only get one. Crew stability found here. Josh really getting the lay of the land.
बहुत जल्दी equalizer आ गया.
There's 2 things they have to keep in mind right here. The first is that Crew has gone A every single round. 1 round towards B, that was pistol, contact, everything else A, A, A. So maybe Fnatic needs to start bolstering that in those late rounds. Number 2 is Alpha still has that ultimate up. And I'm wondering when he's going to start using that. Has he found enough confidence from the end of that sunset map to be able to go and take these duels? Or is he going to find this perfect time to isolate the perfect player?
Also seeing the operator out for Durka. First time we're really seeing this here. You saw it toyed with earlier on, but position considered. And in a switch up from Crew, I like this, testing other areas on the map now. It'll be Boaster who'd be on the chopping block, and he's going to be very careful how he plays this. Kesnit has been a threat through and through. And they're respecting him enough, giving him a little bit of space to play with here. Playing off the back of connector. The Paranoids have been great from Boaster, to be fair. He has been set up a lot of this action. There's that 1v1. Melza.
Alt
In the domain expansion. Oh,
oh
he's got
my
it!
god,
Big punish there. Melza doing wonders. Does get traded, but the trade comes back. B is not safe nor secure just yet. But that reinvestment of the smoke, and Fnatic try and hold on to this. Where does Crew go? We've seen them lean heavily towards A. That's been their final destination more often than not. But an adjustment now with 40 seconds. They got options.
Booster play में आ सकता है. बहुत ज़्यादा play में आ सकता है.
With Hero going down, this feels like the right choice.
The read all these rounds has been towards A right now from Crew. So the big read here from Fnatic is that surely they go A again here. But no, C-Site is open for business.
Lovely read, good mid-rounding there. And again, just that trade back into Hero opens up so much opportunity for them to try and play through this map.
The stun is going to come up from Heat at the tail end of the Spikes timer, but doesn't matter. Fnatic's going to save here. They have that op. It's way too important for them to go for a round here and not get it. Alpha. I wonder if that's going to deter him from using his ultimate later on in the game, because first chance with it, he doesn't get it. It's not looking good for him.
He's a player who can bound back. I think we've seen him before. He's one of those that even when he first came in, I mean, called the Wonder Kid for a reason. The guy is good. I doubt it's going to fully affect him, but again, it is that confidence. When we talk about it in regular season, especially on ISO, even after the nerf, when it stopped being just a ridiculous agent, he was still statistically outrageous in those 1v1s. So you're right. Maybe there is going to be that little bit of doubt beginning, but we wait and see. We have to look how this goes forward. But for now, since we got into the bigger gun rounds, since we started to see that buy come in place for Crew, they've had a fantastic read on this game. They have been working Fnatic here, and this has been a stronghold for Fnatic.
Is this going to be a fast play? They have the ultimates for it. Melzer can ultimate into the backlines. Kesnit can sprint at their faces. Heat ready to stun. Hunter's Fury as well, but looks like maybe just a normal default opening.
There's a little bit of pace to it, at least to take towards that long control.
Mid space being taken from Dirk at the same time. Boaster tried toying with this last round. Keeping in mind from the last game, Sunset, Crew, all their rounds were basically on pistols, bonuses, not many gun rounds. Now, 3 gun rounds already posted up on the board. Fnatic needing to find their footing and fast.
You're absolutely right.
Drone reclear timing. He's going to spot multiple people here. Who's going to tank it?
Away we go. Kesnit wants in. Gap close if he can. Boaster going to be thwarted away and actually caught up on that. Boaster goes down. And with 50 seconds, they can pause here. They don't have to overdo it. They've done so well already with that opening pick. But of course, Kesnit would love to do a bit of damage, keep that ult going. But as it stands, he's still got the rifle to fall back toward.
They're going to pause and go again. But if they do go back to C, Dirk is there with the op. He's been sitting here all round. Chronicle, Alpha. Probably the 2 best players that you would want here outside of Hero to be the ones that are having to deal with this defense here. Chronicle, he's not going to have any nobody in sewers.
But this is such an individual moment for Alpha, and they've been punished on this corner before, so they've got to check it with diligence, and they do this time. They're learning their lessons. They're learning on the fly, and they are flooding the site. Crew looking perfect until now, but it's cleared. Chronicle can only do so much. Only gets one, and it's save time for Durka. As it stands, Crew have the read on this game. I think a lot of people seeing this veto thought it would end heavily towards Fnatic. That first map would have been Crew's favor, but so far so good for Crew, Josh.
So far so good. No impact yet with the op. He hasn't even been able to take a shot with it yet. So Crew doing a really good job of avoiding it, trying to hunt him down now as well. Shy coming in, but he's gonna go down. Still the hunt is on.
Yeah. I mean, money's pretty good for Crew. They've been keeping these rounds
3 in a row, yeah. A lot of people.
This is the prized possession that Fnatic can really look to try and retain, but Bowser will probably give it a last second go here. Does he get around the corner? He does, but Durka's going to secure. So it looks like that operator will be staying in hand here. So a thin chance potentially, but Josh, is this timeout time? Is this too early? Do you think Fnatic still have the answers that they need?
Operator
it could be timeout time. I wouldn't be against that. One thing that we really haven't seen yet from Fnatic is them doing this mid-walkdown. We saw Boaster smoke window and kind of hold that haystack area. We've seen even Durka in this last round kind of walk down a little bit, but they abandon it. They don't get anyone inserted into the window room. They don't get anyone down under the window or pushed all the way up by that hay area. And right now, Crew's not even testing C. If I'm Fnatic, I'm probably looking either insert someone down middle, then bolster up A, trust Hero to be able to get his 2 or 3 kills and lock down that site, and then play the retake after that, and then wait and expect Crew to keep going A, because that's all Crew has in their game plan right now is go A, go A, go A, and it's working right now. And, you know, maybe part of that is how Fnatic played that. Alpha going into the corner, you're not Reyna, buddy. They're going to clear you. They're going to stun you with that bouncy stun from the Neon, but maybe the position needs to be better. They can crossfire, pivot, bait and switch off of each other. It's not there right now, so a little bit of individual decision-making mistakes from the side of Fnatic, but Crew kind of just sticking to their guns. 5-man grouping, contact, go, walk up. If you're giving us the space, we'll take it. If you're blocking us, we'll wait, and then we'll try again. We'll wait, we'll try it again. Right now, it's working for Crew.
And you know you got them on the ropes when they're calling the timeout as well.
Yep.
A lot of teams wouldn't have wanted to walk into the death trap that's Chronicle Alpha Durka traditionally over towards that A side, but as we've seen, Crew have looked so diligent in approach. They've really got everything wrapped up, but a change here. Josh, they've brought Hero over with his utility. This is a big change, even in this kind of half-buy round.
They're kind of faking the setup here. They're showing the op, they're showing Chronicle's dart, they're showing that it's an A default, but Hero's playing A. They're probably going to leave him alone, not expecting the kill trips on the site here, but now the change up from Crew after that timeout. Hey, you know what? We're going to fake this. We're going to go over. We're going to explore Garage for the first time when it's not even being defended. What is this, a read?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Fnatic, you're just feeling the Crew are in your head. They've got the plat. Boaster, how are you alive? And Crew are chomping at the bit. They've got this red so well, but can they stick the landing? Rotations are in. Does Crew then adjust? No. They're going straight on in. Kesnit leading the charge. 3 players on this site though. It's difficult, and Durka with a missed shot, that ain't pretty. And now there's problems galore. Kesnit trying to get amongst them, he's surrounded! And there's gonna be a judge rattling off shot after shot for Crew, finally controlling the site. It was hectic, it was chaotic, but it's theirs. Durka still breathing, and Chronicle still with the Bulldog. There are opportunities here. They are locked on this site. They can't find an easy way out until now. Smoke goes up, they can cross back through. Melza noted. They're gonna know where he's gone.
Here.
Try and see if anyone falls for it, but discipline being displayed by Crew.
Backside spotted now.
They know at least where 2 players are, but they're just getting no chances. Durka's already out of there. I mean, maybe he can make it costly for them, but that's not going to be good enough. That's another round for Crew. Showing versatility now, Josh. As we said, they were hammering that A side over and over and over. They felt something. And maybe the logical choice was that they would have bolstered that A side after the timeout, but what a great pivot from Crew.
One thing that we saw last map as well was that Crew was constantly trying to pivot, stay a step ahead of Fnatic, and right here they do it again. You guys are going to take a timeout. Okay, right now you're talking about what we've been doing to you. We're going into round 7 of the game at that point. Okay, time to switch up what we're doing, because now you're adjusting to what we were doing, now we do something else. You're going to heavy pivot on A site, cool. We're going to go and abuse you towards Garage. And right now, Fnatic I mean, Durka wasn't even hitting any of those op shots. He missed 3 on the opening there. Alpha wasn't getting anything done either. Both at the back of the side. There were 4 defenders from Fnatic, and they couldn't get like more than 1 kill between them. Back to the normal standard for Fnatic. Crew looking to just farm this orb, put a little bit of pressure towards C, show a different opening, but Durka taking that space, getting that deep A line. This is the first time we've seen him this aggressive on A. He's got this op all the way up, inserted, and a pick off on an Omen would be huge.
But they aren't making mistakes. Crew are on the money, Josh. They're reading it so well. They're diligent. They're heads up about their work. They're not letting it go unpunished. Durka has to fall back. A minute still to play with, and they've already sent him scurrying.
This is the first time Shy's actually lurking towards Garage this game. Everything's been 5-man hits from Crew.
Now, that's nice, but chip damage ain't going to get you around here. Crew starting to explore the map. You're right, Shy, that lurk is the first time we're seeing it. The follow-up could have been an issue, but no. Shy going to cause a little bit of a problem. Keep players present towards Garage, towards B, towards C. They're actually going back this way.
They broke the trip. It pulls the rotate potentially. Shy still putting that pressure on Garage, but it's going to be towards B that they go. Rolling Thunder in play. Probably going to extend into one of the links here. Smoked right side, so maybe they push left side with it. Or they can save it for the post plan. Ghoster.
Paranoia and the Vulnerable finding nothing here. They can't close down on it again. A nice post plant setup sitting deep here. Yeah, Melzer's going to try and play on the side. Durka going to opt for the ult as well, but Melzer's still looking solid. Gets spotted, and he swings on it. That's sick. Looking for the follow-up on Boaster too. Desperate to try and get damage.
Oh my god, Melzer.
And now, Fnatic falling like flies, and Crew at the helm of this.
नहीं जाएंगे हम तीसरे मैप में.
This is exceptional.
यही मैप डिसाइड करेगा ये सीरीज. यही मैप डिसाइड करेगा ये सीरीज. कौन जा रहा है?
They only find problems.
Less money, more problems. Right now, though, for Fnatic. Crew in full control. Crew's control.
6 rounds.
6 rounds to 2. We saw this on Sunset. We saw how what Fnatic needed to do to get back into the game. Kind of take it round by round, slow things down, try to stay alive until they can get to their attack side. Leaps and bounds better than their defense on that first map of Sunset. Can it be the same thing here? Or are we going to see Crew actually close it out after building up this big lead? Crew staying a step ahead all the time. It's like they switched up their entire game plan once that timeout came in from Fnatic.
भाई नहीं जा रहे हैं, नहीं जा रहे next one.
Champions years ago now.
यार Fnatic जैसी टीम को डोमिनेशन दिखाना काफी सही चीज है यार.
Everything they want to try.
बहुत अच्छा खेल लिया क्रू. पिछला मैप भी और ये भी. स्टार्टिंग के 2 राउंड पिस्तौल और बोनस राउंड सिर्फ Fnatic ने दिखाया है और उसके बाद वन साइडेड गेम दिखाया है. क्रू ने.
Again, so composed in these pressure moments. You're seeing the slow walk back in from Fnatic over towards A, but Crew not moving yet, taking their time. We've still got a minute to play with.
Drone to re-clear middle, just to ensure that nothing's behind this Durka death. Right now, middle's completely clear. So Fnatic, maybe they're passive on B, otherwise maybe A stacked or C stacked. 45 seconds. Once Crew starts deciding that they're going to commit to one of these spots, it's not going to be enough time for them to pivot out, even with that neon.
मतलब सोच कर ये लोग push करते हैं ना. Last 30 seconds इतना mind लगा रखा है.
30 seconds. Reactive shield for Alpha. And not a clean fight they would have wanted. He does get out at least with his life. Crew clear in the corners. 20 seconds are running on time. They've got to commit to this. What's the game plan now? You can't pivot away. There is no running nor hiding. Already Chronicle backfilling the space towards Sewer. Fnatic are here, they are making their stand, they're trying to dig in, but Crew prying them out. First foul, but the follow-up's looking good. Fnatic maybe finally finding the 4, but a 1v2, and it's Kesnit, the death dealer himself for time. I don't think he's got
time left.
Chronicle. He just has to play to the clock, and he does.
Finally, 6 round के बाद एक round मिला है Fnatic को.
3 to 6 looks way better than 2 to 6, 2 to 7 either.
True.
Especially off suit.
6 round
3 to 6 and
जीतने के बाद Crew ने एक मौका और दिया है Fnatic को कि वो momentum पकड़ कर
didn't try to
Come back,
instantly
Derek.
buy that up. They could have done it. They were toying with it. They go for the outline instead. They get the tag, 140 damage.
Good job.
They don't get the kill. They lose the round. Crew takes a big lead. But Fnatic still in the position to be able to close this out.
Up. I mean, rolling back the years and the man to draw
sir.
blood. The smoke's there as well. Do they dare disrespect it? No. But look at the mid walk as well. The timing could be right. It is. Fnatic getting a good read now into this round.
Off the back of an eco round win, is this gonna give a second sign of life for Fnatic? Booster with the op on the box. Normally Durka has that op. He doesn't have that verticality. The smoke still blooms up top to protect against it, but doesn't matter. Kesnet down to 24 HP. The full retake on C. Hero just spotting it from CT spawn. Trip still up in garage. They can listen for any shenanigans with an Omen TP across it.
It feels like the first time in quite some time that Fnatic have a man to the good, if not two.
Oh no.
My God, Kesnet.
It's a big kill.
And there's no answer back. And look at the space he's taking. This is perfect. Chronicles read it well, but he's outnumbered here. There is Kesnet following, but he isolates the fight on Heat. Takes a glimpse, and he gets his... Oh.
Hightailing it to A with that spike. 3 on 2 in favor of Fnatic, but Fnatic Alpha has his ultimate. He can isolate definitely here. And Hero, if he walks out middle, throws his hat on a body, he can get all the info that they need.
But why do I still feel like this is Cruz? I don't know why. It's just there's so much danger and the player's still alive.
Because Melzer 1v3'd last game, perhaps.
Maybe.
They pinged the body, but they didn't go for it.
Yeah, no hat usage. There's the 1v1. And he's got him. Okay, but he's got Melzer, the healthier of the two players, and they aren't going to springboard towards the site. In the meantime, Alpha wins this 1v1. But Kesnet in a 1v3. If it was anyone else, I might doubt it. It would need an ace and nothing less. This is difficult. But this man is god tier, but not this round. Durka, good for it. Fnatic make it up to 4.
And that's revenge for Alpha on the first ultimate usage. It was on Melzer, and he lost that duel. Now he does it again. Gets the better of him. Fnatic closing that gap, 4-6. A 6-6 half would be anyone's game. Crew. Last game, they were in the lead. They couldn't close it out cleanly. Can they do it this game? Or are they going to let Fnatic get back into the game? Timeout. Economy still pretty healthy. Vandals up.
Come on.
Come on.
Okay. Who's he imitating there?
No idea, honestly. You got a good idea who?
Not sure. Not sure. Usually I'm pretty good with that pop culture, media references, but here, not sure.
But yeah, the timeout for Crew, and you're right, and this does give you kind of those echoes of map 1, where it got too close for comfort. Now, fortunately,
ठीक time पे timeout लिया है यहाँ
they
पे.
came out the other
ठीक
side
time
of
पे
it.
timeout लिया है.
You know, a win's a win. You take them when you get them, right? You're just happy.
Fnatic को momentum shift हुआ है तो Crew को यहाँ timeout लेना जरूरी था.
Especially on that attacking side.
क्योंकि अभी भी 2 राउंड की लीड ली हुई है और अगर यहाँ पे 1 राउंड जीतती है तो अगला राउंड जरूर बन जाएगा. एक और राउंड बन जाएगा Crew के लिए. और अगर ये लाइनअप पे भी 8-4 के साथ हम जाते हैं
Fnatic probably is finding their footing,
तो
and now
बहुत
they're
टफ
getting
होने
a
वाला
little stability,
Fnatic
but
के लिए.
part of it is also Crew did
क्योंकि बहुत लाइटली ले लिया Crew को Fnatic ने और उसको उसका खामियाजा भुगतना क्या बोलते हैं
the other rounds where it was at A, Durka wasn't able
उसका
to really do
नुकसान
anything with it, but now
अभी
it's all
देख
on
रही है
Crew. You have those
Fnatic.
two main openings, your A default into like walking contact A, or that C smoke at the orb and then go back to A. Is Crew going to show us something else? They've been winning with some of these C splits, but they try to go back to their tried and tested A hit. Here, they take the control.
I mean, it was working. But we are seeing that mid-walk now from Durka. That's a little different. Going to have to eventually fall away from this, it looks like. As Shy probably checking on it, but a walk from the smoke. Chronicle isolating the first and actually dividing and conquering towards Kesnet, who's now just going to be trying to take that fight as he could. But this is good. Another man advantage.
एक और early pick मिल गई है.
I'm wondering why they didn't go heaven, but here, Kesnet moving his way up, sees that trip. Maybe that's a good indicator that, hey, we can do something with B or C at this point as they're backing away slowly.
But it looks like Fnatic learning from their lessons here as well. Hero's still sitting towards C. He still has a setup here as well. You still have Boaster with that operator. Maybe another element they're not truly expecting on this connector side. But it depends on the timing and where they decide to go. This is the first test for Hero if they do opt to lean towards that C side.
Drone just re-cleared A. Long A is completely clear. They're rotating off. Ghoster is in B. Yep.
Here we go. This
Shy
is
walking through the smoke. Are they going to clear their close left? This is huge. If Shy is able to get 2, Trigger doesn't play.
He's gone for the first. That's fair enough, but the hat investment is massive. Alpha's on the other side, but they're going to get the read here. They now know the Hero's on this side, as is Chronicle. They've got their work
Timing.
so well. Gets on the swing for the site. Hero's been good at this. He's been a monster at holding these down, but under such scrutiny. Pressure!
Oh,
Pressure!
nice, Hero.
Up to the test. Another for the young gun. Looking to shut down on Shy. The last one alive. No more bullets. Doesn't need it. He's got backup. And Fnatic at 5.
What a round, boys.
Crew
What
hasn't been
a
trying
round.
Hero at C basically all game. This is the first real test, and he shows up, and he doesn't let Crew into the map.
Hero playing so good.
Site.
That's why you don't go C.
Shutdown. That's why you don't go C. That's, yeah.
People learned that. They learned that eventually in EMEA. Crew learns it real quickly now. That guy was outrageously good, and seeing it back here. I mean, again, to say this guy came into this roster, revitalized Fnatic. Seeing that sort of impact.
Hero,
is just
my
unbelievable.
goodness.
But not out of the woods yet. A lot of ults to play with here, Josh, though. Fnatic have a lot to bring through, but Kesnit still looking to be dangerous, trying to be the instigator. But tags galore, they're trying to pressure them from the offset. Oh, so much damage as well. Chronicles connection on towards
भाई
Heat.
ये एक राउंड के बाद जो एडवांटेज दोबारा से कम बैक करा है बहुत बढ़िया यार.
So low HP in so many players. Breach down.
But मेरी
Like
अभी
what
भी
Crew did in the previous round where they were able to
यही मानना है, यही प्रेडिक्शन है कि मैच नंबर 3 मैप नंबर 3 नहीं जाएंगे. यही मैप डिसाइड हो जाएगा.
He wants it.
Oh yeah.
But here, Derka sitting by the short position, Boaster with the op. Normally you'd see the
बहुत
opposite.
ज़्यादा एडवांटेज है Fnatic के
And then they're
पास.
trying to feign this pressure again, right? Towards B, towards C. They're trying to keep that there, that pause on the A-long approach. But
Question marks.
Fnatic aren't falling for it this time. They've still got 3 players here.
Wait, this drone re-clear, it's not going to see them at long A. They're going to bite and over-rotate.
Oh, but they spot them in sewer, though.
That was way too early, Kesnet.
If you'd waited a couple more seconds, you could imagine the impact that would have had. But they're still going to at least pull a player or two
Boaster
away.
up still. Boaster up.
Yeah, Boaster up works out. MTA's gone down now. You're going to be committing to this one. Nice shot from Melzer, but would need more than that. They can fall back, play a little safer. 20 seconds. It's really in Crew's court to make the next move. TP, that's not bad. That could get them...
To B? With the spike? Okay. Just to pull them away.
I mean, but the man won't be moved. We thought it was a bit of a joke when we saw it before, but there's no laughing matter now.
Let's go,
6-6.
equalizer.
We are tied all even, and again, Crew going to be getting flashbacks from map 1 after such close
तो
affair.
हाफ कंप्लीट हो चुका है और अभी हम जा खड़े हैं 6-6-6. तो यही डिसाइड कर दिया है कि क्या होगा. यही नहीं पता है. गाइस बने रहो वीडियो के साथ. चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो, वीडियो को लाइक करो. बस नेक्स्ट हाफ स्टार्ट होने में कुछ ही देर बाकी है, तो बने रहो यार. 1 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो जाएगा नेक्स्ट हाफ. Fnatic, we won up now. So close.
Game on here in Seoul. 6-6, tied up all even after an incredibly close map 1. Map 2 is delivering. Josh, now on that side switch, where is your mind going?
it's very difficult to predict how this is going to play out. I would say, based on how we've seen Fnatic playing in EMEA, they're so good on their attack sides with beating out all the traps that are happening.
अभी आपने देखा
on the side of Durka, just being able to go towards Garage, find out where the setup is, disarm the Cypher trips, bait out the stuns, pivot,
और अभी आप देख रहे हो कि equalizer आ चुका है.
And right now, the way they put their sunset attack, I think that they have it in them to be able to close out this map.
equalizer करा है Fnatic ने.
Crew, they were doing a really good job early on, but lose
map
steam.
लगा हुआ
Can
है
they
अभी.
find the steam
Map number
again?
2, match number 2.
Increase that temperature early enough for them to be able to crawl back, stop Fnatic from advancing here.
Yeah, I do get a little scared when we side swap with especially these agents on the attacking side. But you're right. Crew absolutely can do it. There's nothing denying it, but that's a start. Durka going to take the head of Kesnit, who's been a heavy hitter for that Crew side.
Olympic.
Back away, first blood drawn really early.
That was also info. That looked like a 1-3-1 setup from the side of Crew, ready to fast pivot either direction that they needed to go. Fnatic, Boaster took a little bit of damage. He's down low.
Olympic
has
आ
70
चुकी है.
HP, but he's got both of his teleports.
Momentum Fnatic के पास है.
Clearing through short. So many lanes on this map. This next fight.
It's everything, isn't it?
Timing.
Mel's are answering
What a
back
shot.
just perfectly, controlling such a large space coming in towards the
Melzer
safe side.
and
The exchange here, Fnatic just going to run it back. They don't fancy it anymore.
They're going to have Chronicle. Okay, he's just exchanging weapons, but again, Crew does this so often where they actually pivot back to the correct site so well. They did it on Sunset, but here, they faked their footsteps. They faked like they were going to run it back to C. They go back into A. They have that trip. They have that camera. Don't pop that camera. Use it. Save it for that post plant. It's gone now.
That would have been nice, wouldn't it?
3 on 4, and Alpha's positioning is everything. He's going to listen for that big rotation through CT spawn and try to take out anyone who's coming through B, cutting out close, trying to re-clear close middle, looking for a lurker. But Alpha
Nice.
gets the better of him.
Yeah, it feels like good timing on that more than anything. He crested the corner at the right time, and now they can kind of figure out where the rest of the pack is playing back in from.
No smokes, dart, and drone available for Chronicle. That's going to be the first key. Alpha's going to go first.
Needs to
garage timing.
Yep, first
Nice
found
shot,
though. MTA,
yeah.
good work here.
MTA.
Next challenger, Durka doing damage. Chronicle falls, but the time
1v1.
is on his side here. Oh, big damage from Shy. Hold on.
Time's
Play
getting
to
low.
the clock, yeah. He's got to play this to the absolute letter. Nice try.
He got off.
He got off. He didn't get half. He didn't half it. No.
He would have had it if he got it just a millisecond longer.
TP work कर
How
गई.
close was that to half?
You know how
TP
one of these
work
interviews, I
करेगी.
forget who it was, it might have been Boaster, was saying that when they first started doing Durka on Yoru, he kept mispressing. He meant to like fake TP, but he
Fake it,
actually
yeah, yeah.
TP'd. Oh man, I wonder if that happened there, or if he meant to do that at that timing. It was like, oh man, that was the slimmest of margins.
I wish I could see how close that half was, because that would have changed everything.
It looked like
Oh,
it
here
was
it
a
is, here it
sliver.
is.
It was like a sliver.
Oh, there was
okay,
a little bit on it.
It was
There
a
was
little bit.
on
He
it.
had
Fair
to get
enough.
off.
Yep.
Okay, good timing.
Thank you for
The
the
mental clock.
replay there. Appreciate you. And now coming forward, that means obviously very early rifles. We got the Vandal out for Durka, for Alpha, and also the Bulldog with Chronicle. On the other side, I mean, not much to write home about, barring Kesnit's investment.
I look right now on Boaster and Chronicle's positioning here as this A walk-up is happening right now. Are they going to do any sort of pressure or re-clearing before they commit to this? They do have all their abilities. They have that drone in play. Smoke, Paranoia. Alpha on ISO this game, not on Breach. No stuns.
Here we go. Ooh, not clean. That does give a chance for this counter swing. Yeah, nicely done from Melzer. Well timed on that. And stun to follow is Boaster to collect in the end. So they lose out on 2. That could have been a nice man advantage there.
Still a Fnatic round. They have the better guns, they have the shields, and they have the numbers. It's all about picking the right spot. But Kesnit with that Marshall at the back of C site. This is the weapon you want for the spot. Misses that first opportunity.
Yeah, and
Okay.
That's a shot.
30 seconds left.
A valiant attempt, but the plant's going to be there now, and sadly for Heat and Shy, those weapons aren't going to be what they want to be working with.
The sleeper has awakened.
Yeah, honestly. What are you meant to do if you're Crew now? Try and make it costly if you could. But even then, you'd be looking to take down maybe one of these rifles.
Durka already has his ultimate. He does not need to go hunting, although he'll be fighting his inner demons not to go for it right now.
He loves it. And And it is Alpha, the one who swapped the rifle over, so trying to be very diligent about it and not leave that to any potential chance. Last two players, yeah, he's hunting again. Even paranoia going on this close corner. Nah, not going to get it. Okay, goes down.
It's an orb.
And exactly that. Still gets an orb. Obviously not the ideal reward there for him, but he'll take what he gets. And the other's going to give this up. Spike. Fnatic stamping their authority, at least in this half to start with.
So going into this round, this would be, what, probably a bonus round for Fnatic.
Yep.
They have that Euro ultimate. I would not be surprised for them to do some sort of, subterfuge. Use that Euro ultimate as part of a fake, put a lot of pressure. We've seen them do it towards C to go pull off somewhere else.
Over there.
I want to see Fnatic kick up the pace a little bit. Show us that they're feeling confident, that they know that they can go fast and just win. They're feeling more confident. We're seeing them get
smiles
more
on the faces,
smiles on the faces,
animated, and that does make such a big difference. I mean, you saw it with Crew in map 1 until that, well, the score got so close. They were very similar scenes, but as it stands, not too pacey off the rip, taking their time, but wait and see if that ult does come into effect. There it is. Let's see the value we get here. First man on the chopping block, potentially MTA, so got to be careful. And just slip away so far, but plenty of info here, Josh. Oh, good paranoia. Lovely unison between the two there. Even three, really, between Durka, Hero, and Boaster. It was tailor-made to take down MTA. Sights theirs.
Don't know what Crew's going to do. 5-on-4 in the favor of Fnatic. Crossfire in hand as well.
You're kind of banking on Kesnit to be an instigator, right? Be the man to lead the charge, to get back in it, but it's Melz that set it in motion. Durka falls.
It's an opening.
Yeah, this is a start. This gets them in the door. The smoke's still in place, so it can give them a fair fight. And that's perfect for Shy. And the fall! Bringing death from heaven, and now Crew starting to clean house. Boaster is irrelevant to outcome here. He can do nothing but die.
One more
Crew
round.
finally answering back.
That round was a 5-on-4 post plant.
भाई बोला था मैंने.
Crew wins it
बोला
with
था.
4 alive. Fnatic has not been doing a good job. Even on Sunset, they were not being able to really hold these, lock these down. Actually, opposite. It was the retakes for both teams. So this is a very stark difference on the side of Crew for being able to do this so cleanly. Shy. One of the bigger impact players. Like, you obviously, when you have these Sentinel players, sometimes you're able to make a big impact in some of these rounds, and other times you can't. When you can't, it sucks, but that's your, like, your role on the team.
Yeah.
But when you get involved in situations, Fnatic, they use that Euro ulti. They went straight into A though. That's not the Fnatic that I've come to expect from this. You know, I see them going to Garage. Yoru baits out the trips, teleports away from danger. They make it seem like they're going C, but then they go back to A, but then they actually go back to C. We're not seeing that from Fnatic right now. It's all just this straight up 5-man. Okay, you guys are going to 5-man us at A. Cool, we're going to do it back to you. It's like they took a mirror to Crew and said, whatever you can do, we can do better.
TP should have.
Alpha has his ultimate here.
It's you and me.
He isolates MTA with it.
All right, Alpha. Whoa! That's 2 for 2. He is not having that impact here. MTA doing wonders, and now the chaos begins. On the site though, Durka divided, got to the back. How the hell did he get away with that one? But Fnatic looking cool and composed in these executes. This is Raps, I think, for Crew in this one, trying to bow out and keep those rifles.
4v5 doable. 2v4 not doable. And part of the reason why that ultimate from Alpha is so good is that even though he goes down, loses that duel, his teammates are in the site, flying through, and there's nobody to defend it. As soon as MT gets back out of that gulag, guess what? Someone's sitting on his body.
Oh yeah.
Boaster, dancing on it.
But it is kind of nice to see these set pieces, right? See those executes. We have seen it now a couple of times.
Economy abhi achhi hai ye
will be eventually. Again, we're very early into this half, starting to get the, I guess, get into the meat of things with at least the buys coming into effect. But still, this is Fnatic taking another step back here after Crew did respond quite perfectly, I may say.
Wonder what the economy is going to be like for Crew here, because there's a few of them. One player with 1,300, a couple players with around 2,200. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull out a full buy here. Maybe the players that saved are able to pass some rifles around. But this might be the last chance that they have. If they want to be able to go toe-to-toe against Fnatic on this map right now, they need to pick up this round. This is kind of the decider. Not only if Fnatic picks up this round, will they be on you know, 10 rounds. Crew's going to be on eco, but it's going to build into their confidence situation that it started so slow on Sunset, and now they've been building it slowly but surely, taking the lead.
Wi-Fi नहीं आया bro अभी kamikaze.
Remember, this is 2-6 at one point.
But
mobile से सही चल रहा है
the last 8 rounds.
Yeah, in that context, that's outrageous, isn't it? But now we had an aggressive start towards A. Sewer control gathered. Break of the trip.
This is
Spam.
This is the Fnatic that we know.
Yeah,
Come in.
This like map control, right? Like everything working every angle.
Put that pressure. Constantly move around. Crew getting baited into this reclear at garage. As soon as the smoke
Shady bola kar mujhe. Arey Shady bhai, welcome to the stream.
Shady does not get spotted.
तुम का VCT खेल लो Shady bro.
Gets spotted and backs away. But that garage,
हम तुमको भी देखना चाहते हैं VCT में और रिएक्शन देना चाहते हैं. कब आ रहे हो आप VCT में? कौन सी टीम में खेलना चाहोगे?
Bowser's going to be sitting there waiting for it.
Okay, they're getting brought to heal at least to deny the initial attempt at the plant. And look at the players now stacking up towards that connector side on A. And it looks like Shy wants to get back into it. It's Kesnet to draw blood first. Now the plant attempt with a fantastic paranoia. Fnatic controlling on that A connector and Chronicle. The patience pays.
Map number 3 जा रहे हैं bro. Map
now it's on
number 3
Heat
जा
and
रहे हैं.
MTA to try and take those strides back in. A 2v3 is not impossible, but the timing on Boaster is looking absolutely on the money. Oh my god, he just missed his chance, but Dirk is there for him. Double digits now for
TRX की call आई थी मैंने मना कर दिया.
Impact here.
You know, respect to what Boaster just did there. He's, you know,
TRX की call आई थी भाई के पास भाई ने मना कर दिया. क्या बात है Shady भाई?
They realize,
छोड़ो इतनी छोड़ो जितना समझ आ सके.
Omen's ultimate, the situation. So, you know, just kind of like funnel them that way, fall them forwards, some warning shots in the back, freak out and panic.
हाँ यार तू PRX में जा तो सकता है यार. एक बंदे की जगह वहाँ पे एक ऑफर और चाहिए.
They're against the mixed buy. Vandal up on Kesnet. He needs to be a hero.
Put on the cape, put on the outfit, and try and do something.
Ultimate up for Durka.
Careful here.
Can get all the info he needs, and his teammates just need to be in a position where they're able to pivot either way. So maybe around middle window area, so they can run A if they need to, C if they need to. But that's exactly where Kesnet's going.
We can have a fight here for this one, aren't we?
Fnatic या Crew कौन जीत रहा है ये मैच?
Sets up the other two are going to stay committed towards Cubby.
They're doing their due diligence as well. Chronicle shocking for close to see if anyone else was down middle, but here the aggression down middle, Shy.
Okay, let's see.
Oh man, this is on a knife's edge. Timing is everything.
Fnatic trying to do a little bit of maybe a fake towards A with that drone, with that Durka ultimate, and then try to get that info. If they spot any players, cool, they commit C. If they don't, they can come back. But this window, oh man.
Timing. Everything. They could live
timing.
Time, but no, the damage is done. Alpha ready to avenge. Finds Heat on the way back through, but there's still a problem dealt with. Hero takes away Shy, and now it looks like the red carpet gets rolled out. Kesnet's still alive with that rifle, though. He is your man to watch. Has to be impactful.
Back to
timing.
And Hero looks to try and be right amongst them. Get involved. Spot out Kesnet. Kesnet dives head first, and Alpha removes it. Answer made by MTA, but it's just MTA. And that's not going to be happening. A 1v3 not in the cards
11 and 7.
Crew starting to stumble now, Josh. That scoreline is getting just stepped further and further away.
That's got to be about the third or fourth time Alpha's just one-tapped Kesnet mid-slide in this series so far. And Kesnet had that Vandal, tried to be a hero, but the only hero in this server is on the side of Fnatic right now. So timeout coming in for Crew.
Damage कोई और दे और kill कोई और लेके जाए.
Hunter's Fury on the side of Crew. Are they going to be able to use these and capitalize on the situation right now?
You decided to give them a chance, bro.
Yeah, true. Fnatic, I mean, their attack side has been looking way better than the defense.
True.
Their defense, yeah, they got 6 rounds, but they had that pistol round. So not good enough there.
Last time
Lotus
out.
is going to be the decider.
Crew ने
if
अपना last time out
this map out,
किया.
Crew, they look like they have these like spurts of power.
Yes.
But then it just falters right after that. It's like, boom, okay, but now we need to recharge, and it's going to take us 3 rounds to recharge. So every time they get 2 or 3 rounds, they give up 3 rounds right after. They need to find a way to be more consistent.
Maybe this timeout will give them that. Maybe just give them a set piece to run. They've got a couple of ults here. You've got that Rolling Thunder in the hands of Heat. You've got the Hunter's Fury with MTA. And the hat, I guess, for Shy. I just don't know what the game plan could be, because it feels like Fnatic is starting to, explore the map more. You were kind of referencing it with that pressure towards Garage, starting to see them really take control of everything and not just kind of sitting in those stands.
हाँ भाई डर के नहीं देख कितनी किल कर रखे हैं 19 कर रखे हैं ब्रो डर के ने वो राउंड निकाला था ना अभी 4 राउंड 3 राउंड पहले तो क्रूशियल राउंड था
Well, I'm mainly looking at Alpha and Chronicles. Are they going to start with that long C? They have that op. They can take this fight. They can look for a jump spot, a peek, anybody trying to deny this or pick up. If they don't, I've seen this Yoru ulti, Sova ulti combo from Fnatic on C site so many times. It gets you all the info. The Hunter's Fury follows it up. It forces Crew to play the retake. They do have their own Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder to play with afterwards, though. But Alpha has his ultimate as well. Going to use that in that post plant. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 post plant retake.
Gotta look, see how much he gets. Clears sight, no one's here. Clearing the trips out.
Hero versus Melzer on that A flank.
He's committing. Oh, the barrel! Gives away Shy, and it gives away the sight.
What are you doing?
Fury from MTA on one side. Now Kesnet re-clears, but there's still no plant here. Fnatic is still playing around the minute marker. They don't have to overcommit to this. They've just baited out so much of a response.
Careful. Melzer's positioning. He's listening for everything. He walks up to the front of B. He's got his camera. I think he knows, though. There was a trip, I believe, at A, and it got broken. I could be wrong about that, but Fnatic, I think, know about this. Come back into this garage angle. Alpha still has his ultimate. Op still up on Boaster.
This is so hard, though. There's 3 players on this side. This is incredibly difficult to
ये
break
लोग
through.
वहाँ
The
पे
Alpha
see
not
कर
on
रहे
the
हैं.
clear side either. It goes towards Garage. Smoke towards CT, but there's still 3 players here. Make it 2. Kesnit's gone. And now the 1v1. He's clearing out everyone as Boaster finds heat. Alpha, his odds haven't been great in these, and there's still not 3, but it's looking like job done here. As Melzer, I think, noted earlier on, or at least considered earlier on, it looks like 12 is fated to be on this board. And map 3 looking more and more likely.
2 for 2 on his ultimates now. Alpha showing a little bit more form every round that goes by. It's going to be scarier and scarier once we get to that Lotus. Alpha probably going to be on that kill.
आजा last map के लिए Discord जुड़ जा बैठते हैं साथ में.
Aggressive fights at C, both sides. Attack defense doesn't matter. He's going up. He's taking those fights, especially if he's building the confidence here on this map. But Crew, they looked good on this map against DRX.
True.
But here, Fnatic showing why they picked this, showing that this is their playground, their battlefield.
And there is an element of pedigree to this as well when you're talking about teams with experience. Both of them have this here, but the resilience being shown after a very hard map one, those very close losses can weigh heavily. We are seeing Fnatic with a resurgence here. Look at the timeline, get a second. It has been pretty much all black and gold for Fnatic here, as Crew really struggling to find impact. Yes, some of the rounds have been close, but pipping them to the post almost every single time has been with Fnatic. So, as it stands...
Speaking of standing...
I didn't know Benji Fishy was here.
I better be sat down watching all of you out there.
Okay, big round here.
ये लोग बहुत चिल्लाते हैं सामने वाली
They
टीम
take us to
को.
map 3. Fnatic on 12, Crew held at 7. And they've been struggling to find that bigger impact. Again, trying to post up Melzer, getting deeper.
There's no trip in garage. Dark is going to take all the space. There's nothing to defend against him. He gets out. He didn't want to risk it.
Melzer. Yeah, they're sticking around this time.
No trips, no camera on the side of Crew. It's going to force them into doing some sort of re-clear together. We've seen a drone coming in through garage, clearing all of that, watching that B line right now. Fnatic walking up, contacting. That smoke is going to pause them.
Yeah,
Split pressure.
elsewhere too.
Yep.
So hard to get that full beat on what's happening. Where do you want to place Kesnet? Where do you want to put these players? Hard to try and get a real read on this. But it looks like the commitment is towards A, at least for now. Hero getting a little bit deeper towards middle.
If this pressure comes on to Melzer and he's able to, he goes down. Hero walks into B, gets a kill. That's hat info as well coming. Durka getting that opening pick. He's been so good at that recently.
Did Hero see him? It felt like he might have for a second there, but he's managed to slip the net. Heat unaware, but he still gets the job done. Takes down Hero, and now there's a couple of problems. Kesnet tries to get out of the danger zone. Big information found, and the pressure's starting him out here. Kesnet dives in. He's doing everything he can to keep Crew alive. Keep him in this map. Deny what feels like the
He's
inevitable.
ulting for C.
It's a 1v3.
मेरे पास तो
Boast
word
here.
नहीं है.
No smokes on the side of the defense. Stun would be the only thing that can take out that op. If Boaster
अगर ये मैप OT में चले
he's
जाता है
got 4 shots,
तो
3
क्या
opponents.
होगा हमारा?
Does it feel too predictable?
He spotted his shoulder.
Oh भाई मैं OT देखना नहीं
He now
चाहता
knows it,
भाई.
but he's
Get
gonna
one
take
back
the other
out.
angle. The stun about to be sent his way. First shot, big from Boaster. TP away, he's got it down to a 1v2. Change the TPs to go
This
deep.
might be it. One way on top of the site as well.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Cool, calm, collected, but he still has to land the shots.
No one's on it.
Just chill. Oh,
He's got
another
paranoia next to
Boaster! Is he the one to do this? To take Fnatic all the way? No! A fumble! The final hurdle! That's a gut
Why
punch and a
Booster?
half, but Crew gets
Why are
to
you
stay
peeking,
alive.
bro? Why are you peeking?
If he could dance in game as well as he could on stage, he could land that strafe, that jump jiggle to get that information instead.
अरे दे दे यार लड़के को हाथ, लड़का
Taken
इतनी देर
out,
से
that
हाथ
would have
फैला
been a
कर
great
दे लड़के
1v3,
को.
just playing it textbook style, getting that first kill, backing out, knowing that they have no smokes, and isolating all the kills, but Shy putting a bullet in his dome, and he can't believe it. He can't believe, not that he hit their shot necessarily, but that he jumped into the wall.
Oh, that's devastating for him.
Nice.
Who's been always out cackling. Just like a hyena next to him.
They know they've won this map anyways.
Yeah, they're
they're ready for map 3.
As long as Boaster doesn't take that to heart too much. I mean, it was a damn good try. You can't say he didn't play it perfectly until that point. That was damn good. But still, maybe a chance. I don't. But if you look at the run of rounds, I think it'd be silly to not say that Crew have not been in this half. I mean, it has been a streak for Fnatic, and it was nearly secured then. But we digress.
I haven't been paying full attention, but does Shy not have any trips again?
I think he's been absolutely skint for a while, to be fair. But yeah, it does look like that's indeed the case. Kesnit, though.
Get yourself a Guardian, mate.
Honestly. Hero steps in, there's the hat, there's the info. And this might be all she wrote, but still signs to life. Shy, still standing and kicking and finding kills. Counter, good info.
Doesn't matter, site should be still free.
Have fun, Melza. It's all you.
Boaster smoke out in hand.
This is where it starts getting a little bit scary, a little bit dangerous. Maybe 9
भाई मुझे
could be
क्यों
happening
लग रहा है
here.
ये मैप OT
30
जा रहा है.
seconds. Hero
मुझे क्यों अंदर से
lurked up in
feel हो
short.
रही है.
He's going to hear the rotations. Can call his... Never mind, Crew. Looking like they want to get this 9th round posted up on the board.
There's life in him yet. Alpha
Alpha.
and Durka, though. The dangerous duo still alive, but 3 players here truly against the odds. It's not going to happen now. 9 for Crew. Is this the moment it breaks? It's a small string around, a small chance. OT is secured for Fnatic, but a timeout has been called.
One clean round is all Fnatic needs. It doesn't even have to be clean, it can be sloppy. They're building towards their ultimates. They'll have a couple online with 3 ultimate orbs apiece for Alpha and Durka. Are they gonna wait, try to just do one big final just celebration, fireworks going everywhere, and do that on maybe 12-10, 12-11? Or are they gonna try to close it out here early?
Right
They have the economy.
अगर 1-2 राउंड हो जाएंगे OT
Can't make
आएगा.
any mistakes. They have
But
that
यहाँ बाय
offense.
तो है
They're
नहीं
not
इसके पास.
really feeling any sort of
ये
pressure.
राउंड
It
भी
feels like
समझ
they're
लो
playing
अगर
with
बाय नहीं है
confidence
तो
still.
ये
They're
राउंड भी
winning their
जाता है.
duels. They're winning their
Crew
duels
के
a
पास,
little bit more
क्योंकि Crew
recently. They still
अभी
have some pretty good
momentum
reads where
build कर
they're
चुकी है
stacking
अपना.
that A site, getting ahead of the situation. So right now, Fnatic definitely looking like they can close out this map, but it's not a done deal. Crew definitely still has the ability, the potential to start bringing this round. 3 rounds just to take it to OT.
That's it.
That's
3
easy.
rounds. Yeah, it sounds so manageable at that point, doesn't it?
Round by round.
There's all it can be broken down to is round by round, kill by kill, step by step. But with Mini looking like he was leading that conversation, maybe a little set piece in mind. Let's see what they opt for.
मुझे RGX knife ना
Crew,
personally
can you
बहुत अच्छी
withstand?
लगती है.
Can you stand tall and keep
बहुत
this
बढ़िया
one
यार,
going?
एकदम खुलती है knife और
You just extending the inevitable.
Camera at A, spots the sewers, so his teammates don't have to really worry about that. Trips garage and C with the op up on C. That's Crew's setup right now. Right now, Fnatic taking that A lobby control. This default. This is what Crew was doing against Fnatic. All of that first half. Got 6 gun rounds off the back of it. Fnatic looking to open up slow. Camera out middle. Spots for any aggression. But they pause. Let the round simmer a little bit. See if Crew does something. Maybe they have to pop a drone, re-clear something. Maybe they regress off of a certain position. But those trips up, that op line on C.
Ooh. This is dangerous, Crew.
They don't need to do this though.
No,
they have
might
that
live
op
and
line.
die
They've
by
done this mistake before.
But does the timing work out for them? There's 3 men there. They've seen it all. Boaster now knows this is a big overreaction, but you're looking at Hero's space. Yeah, he's now been trying to slip a little bit closer. He is being watched on the other side by Shy, but the timing is going to be critical. It's going to be everything to this. He can hold this site now.
Fnatic should smoke off the right and push to the left. They saw so many players in that sewers area.
Smoke to the right.
Hero already has all the space in the smoke.
Oh, he's going forward. And Shy had no idea that early progress, all off the information through from sewer.
This
and
might
now
be
they've
it.
got a plant. And you're right, this could be it. This could be the moment. Maybe doing a little too much. Hero's still going to linger on the side. Going to be shown. Going to try and play his life here. How long can he stay alive? How much can he cost them? Just trying to clear him out. Crew going to try and take steps forward. Hero still standing, still breathing, still fragging. Finds heat. Response from MTA. But Melzer and Kesner have to do some serious work. Smokes in. Making it so difficult now. Just spamming on the spike here. MTA finds Boaster. It's all on Melzer in a 1v2 here. Time's not on his side. 13-9. Fnatic are taking us the distance.
If you exclude those
Finally,
pistol
एक
rounds
एक
in
हो
that first
चुका
map,
है
Fnatic
और
have
अब
been
हम
looking
जा रहे
on
हैं
fire. This
decider में.
Lotus game, Crew needs to come out swinging. Otherwise, Fnatic, they're looking so hot right now.
Let's go. बने रहो यार वीडियो के साथ. वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो. 2 मिनट में मैप नंबर 3 स्टार्ट होता है. मैं भी आ रहा हूँ 2 मिनट. लेट्स गो.
A phenomenal matchup, a game that both teams can be very, very proud of here. Of course, Haven going 13-9 to Fnatic. So yeah, let's talk about Lotus. What should we be expecting here, fellas?
Right now, with the way that Fnatic are looking really riled up, because I mean, throughout this series, we were seeing it even there on Sunset while they were losing rounds. The cheeriness was still there. They were still mentally in the game. I think that with them kind of getting warmed up, with Durka now having a lot more impact compared to what we were seeing from him on Sunset, I'd be a little bit scared if I'm KRU, because this still has been, even with some of the shortcomings that they have had, this is still a very comfortable and consistent map overall for Fnatic.
Yeah, they've seemingly, at least up until they faced DRX, like cleaned up this map even more so than usual. They looked really good in their rotations, their decision making. It was really hard to predict that they were going to go like just A all the time and then pivot to B, or do all these various different things. But I mean, obviously, KRU looked good against Billy, but that's a different affair, right? Sure. Versus DRX, who got out of the group. So
yeah, but there is a template. Yeah. If you are KRU, on how to beat Fnatic on this map, because DRX did just that not that long ago.
Different comps, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, different comps. But the one thing that you kind of really need as you get ready to go into that is going to be, some nice, clear, concise calling coming through. That's something that Mako was able to do. The other thing that you need is a buzz. You need a buzz. Plus was going absolutely nuclear in that game, but you do have Kesnet. So the main thing that you need to avoid is a bit of what we were seeing there on Haven, which is nullifying that Tippy Spear, just clipping his wings. If they're going to be able to do that and find similar explosive impact from Kesnet like they had on Sunset, then KRU is going to be in a good position.
Yeah, Fnatic fans in full force in the chat right now, betting, hoping that Fnatic can pull this through over the line. But let's not forget that this is a KRU squad, Clinton, that when you count them out, they will find a way to scratch and claw their way back into the matchup.
Yeah, time and time again, they just find another level. They find another gear. They've done it to rebound this year. They could do it here again. You never know. I mean, yeah, sure, Fnatic's out there doing their little
stretches, baby.
Stretches, pre-matches, get the blood flowing.
If this was synchronized, if we were judging this in a certain meat sports competition, I don't think that they would be meddling.
Yeah, that's fair, but it's the effort that counts, right? It is. Oh man, this is an intense matchup here, but I couldn't think of a better way for it to close out on Lotus. Both teams have had success on this map in the past. Both squads have to feel confident here, regardless of the circumstances.
For sure, but this has been a bit of a scrappy one for KRU. I think all time since the team has found about 50% success rate on that map. There's been some back and forth within the Americas scene on this one. So I'm curious to see how they look, because you could you look at that Billy game, you say, okay, Fnatic, a very different beast compared to that team. Is that just okay, hey, we're back on Lotus, let's relearn this a little bit, let's get comfortable on that map again, and then the next time we play it, we're going to look even more dominant. That could certainly happen as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you need to think back to what was working for you on Sunset for KRU, right? Like, kind of playing together,
बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़िया experience है आज और यार मजा आ गया आज के मैचेस में.
That's where things got really out of control for them.
टर्की ने ले लिया रेस. टर्की जेट नहीं खेल रहा है थोड़ा सा ये मेरे
side here as KRU, when you switch over to that side,
same team है.
You have a chance.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, though. Of course, my eyes are going to be drawn to Hero, right? The new player on this team. What is he going to be bringing to the table here? He has been great in this series. He was great on Haven.
यही डिसाइड करेगा कि कौन ये सीरीज जीतता है और कौन इस ग्रुप स्टेज में आगे जाता है.
So let's go. With the rest of the squad.
I mean, similarly, again though, Heat having been pivoted into this initiator role, continuing to try to set up for Kesnet. Now you have that fade there alongside the Raze. It was something we were touching on in the Sen series, and we saw some good synergy there, at least from the Sentinel side of things. So looking for that duo as well to be able to try to shut down Fnatic.
Maybe a little more boaster hopping.
Oh,
looked pretty good.
He did. He looked
almost
pretty
hit the clutch.
Good on it.
Yeah, almost had that clutch.
Almost, baby. All right, folks. Well,
almost,
this
baby.
can only end this way between these two teams. All on the line. Winner moves on. Loser goes home. Let's send it back over to your
45 मिनट में हमें पता चल जाएगा कौन इस ग्रुप स्टेज में बना हुआ है और कौन यहाँ से जा रहा है.
GB, this one deserved going the distance after map 1 being so close, map 2 clawing back but couldn't quite get close enough. We deserved Lotus, and now it's down to who wants it most, who wants to live, who gets to stay here in Champs. Fnatic, of course, on one side, Crew on the other. Josh, where's your mind going now? We are going the distance.
Arguments can be made for either side right now. Crew taking that first map, having that big momentum lead, but then Fnatic crawling back, making it a 13-11, just long game. But then coming back in the second map and just starting to crush Crew a little bit after getting down 2-6. They came back and won it convincingly. Right now, it's not about who can do it, they can both do it. It's about who comes out swinging harder. Crew, they showed it on Sunset. Can they show it again here?
Crew on the attack, Fnatic on the defending side. An early glance towards the A site. Maybe looking for a fortuitous find, but nothing to be gathered. But Fnatic backfilling the space. Precarious in approach, and that could be the death of them here. Kesnet was chomping at the bits, trying to close down on one of these kills, but he leaves them breathing, but maybe a little bit bruised. And now they take that opportunity to move forward.
5 versus 5 retake. It's going to be in play here unless this pre-take comes in. Durka with the paint shells lined up as soon as that spike gets tapped.
Yeah, there it is.
Here it comes.
Melzer's in trouble. Actually, it's Fnatic who are in trouble. Crew kicking things off with a bang. 3 big kills. Chronicle down, Boaster and Hero as well, but Durka, how's he gone away with that? What? Hello?
Paint shells back online as well.
Oh my god, this could be the death of them. Alpha!
The flank!
Oh, this is outrageous! How did that just happen to them? You can't forget about Durka, you can't
favorite
leave
map
him
में आ
like
चुका
that.
है.
The way that round just
Alpha
crumbled,
अपने
fell apart
favorite map
for
में आ
Crew.
चुका है.
Oh man, I hope that doesn't ruin their confidence going into this and they're able to stay level-headed and keep their head in the game, because if they let this crush them, that is just going to be the most disastrous kind of way, consequence. Oh boy.
ये map कैसे आ
It's going to be an eco round for Crew.
तभी round
Few
कैसा?
sheriffs put up on the board. Fnatic taking that defense pistol like on that Haven game.
One player going to make it forward, that being Kesnet. He's got to fight.
Wait.
Folks are completely unaware that someone could have beaten that timing. Going to catch the lurk over towards B at the very least, but still, that is blood drawn.
Smokes down. Viper Wall is all they have to advance around the map for the side of Crew. As I talked about for a brief moment on last map, Alpha on C, both sides attack defense. He's going to be on this angle. He's going to be jump spotting, getting that info, keeping the pressure up, looking for some duels. Right now, he's the ghost player on the side of Fnatic. Everyone else has a rifle except for him, so should play to value his life here. He got that info. That's big info. But still a minute in the round. Crew could pivot away if they want to. Few sheriffs in hand. Looking, potentially, just find an opening. That's the first step.
Yeah, it's a bit of a blender waiting for if they do try and go through that one.
Oh, that's so unlucky.
Yeah, that's... As I said, yeah, it's going to sting a little.
Alpha.
And now the second attempt, but the util's still here. Yeah, they can clear a little bit of it.
Still 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
All of Fnatic has moved into the position as well. It's going to be a daunting task for Crew to be able to break through this defense.
Again, Alpha looking composed here, but they could gap close. He's got to be very careful, so decides to give them the sight. Let them have a little bit of space to work with. A tap on the spike and a fight taken, try and swing this together. That was a great try from Crew. I like that. They've made this costly. And he in a 1v2, it's not impossible, but he's being closed down on. I think he knows it. No plants to be had. Yeah, they can just play this one smart and safe and actually tell a lie. They lose out on so much here. Yeah, they get the round, but costly as hell.
It was very expensive, and what we saw in Haven actually is kind of the same thing that's looking like it could happen here. Fnatic went into the bonus round. They didn't have the best of buys. They lost that round. They ecoed, and it became a 2-0 to a 2-6 right there. And Crew could repeat history by doing that again if they're able to convert this round. But it looks like Fnatic is investing heavily here. They've got 3 Vandals, a Guardian, and a Bulldog. They want this round. They still have a little bit of leftover money, but not reserves on everyone. 200 credits, 450 credits, Chronicle and Boaster apiece. Fnatic need this round win, otherwise Crew run away from with a few rounds here. MTA toying with this wall, getting out by rubble area, getting info on the setup. Lots of pressure on Alpha here. Taking out his setup early. One-way smoke on the site. Pushes him back.
Just kind of move the setup a little bit deeper as well, which I quite like. Trying to respond in kind, not just depend on those creature comforts that would have been his the whole time. But no, I'm now looking at the pressure being on Boaster. This is...
Oh, he made a step as well. He should try to like walk away from this because he's the only person here. His teammates are not close enough, and enough time has elapsed that they could be here.
Okay, he's shown his hand.
That's info. Fades here. Real or fake, the reclear is in for Crew, and Boaster is still playing with fire, staying up close. No more re-smokes for him. What? No, this round's so important.
And he gets away with it.
Oh, you lucky boy.
And if you're a Crew fan, you'll be furious about that because it felt like they had every right to get that pick.
Now the time is ticking, 30 seconds left. A committal needs to happen. Omen outside mound. This is definitely, it has to be. Fake A, pivot back to B. The Shy lurked up towards the front of B here, but Fnatic not even trying to defend A. 3 players towards heaven, basically. This could be a fast pre-take. This, 12 seconds.
Yeah, they gotta go. They can't really stop it. And with that posted, there's not much more to depend on, just the guns in hand. Mel's has cut off the support, though. That's pretty important. Alpha's gone down, but now the pre-take, do they deny the plant?
Oh, the satchel missed.
The plant is in. Time is on their side. Man advantage. Everything they could have dreamed of is here now.
The backlines from Melzer as well, putting so much pressure. Chronicle can't move.
So many problems and so few solutions. He can just stay here, that's all he needs, but now maybe called back. Maybe needs to come back and play some support here, as Durka does at least find one, but the time is ticking. Fnatic do need to make their presence noted, and MTA doing serious work, but Durka are answering back, and Melzer now in the 1v2. Oh, what are you thinking, Melzer? Hero stands tall, and Fnatic make it through the most precarious round.
I see the vision.
Yeah.
I
What
don't
a
know if
retake
that's the time to
by
whip
Fnatic.
that out, though.
One more round for
Fnatic are able to
3-0.
steal that round away. Crew, 12 seconds left as they start that execute. The lurk from the Omen on C, the lurk from the Killjoy on B, that convergence from 3 different angles. But he surely thought the Paranoia connected, he could TP up without them hearing, be on that elevated platform, did not consider the fact that Fade was up there. Standing up tall, shouting. Fnatic is giving it.
Yeah, they're in their heads. Melzer trying to play the timing. Durka having a big impact in that last round as well. For a player who can be hot and cold, who can have issues in big series sometimes, here he's farming. Here his confidence is trying to go sky high. And again, we talk about him kind of flourishing in those more, I guess, system-based roles when he gets on the raise, when he gets played in a little bit more. Here he's finding that timing right. You're going to have to see that on the attacking side once we obviously flip. But for Crew, it's suffer through this round, or maybe...
So.
Do something like that. Take away Chronicle and give yourself a 4v4.
Some life in them yet. Shy and Kesnet are the 2 that I look for on the side of Crew.
Okay, there's their Crew, step by step and shot by shot, making this round look a worry.
Alpha and Hero, the 2 you want in this situation. But that Viper's Pit is going to make things so hard. One shot for Kesnet or MTA, they both go down. Shy, the only one with HP, has that Vandal as well. A random bullet spam here.
Trying to spam, no one being caught on it. Hero, Shorty, trying to close in.
Saw the alarm bot there as well.
But how do you deal with all of this though? How do you get him off this? Yeah, the low HP, that's fine. They're still doing it, and Fnatic gonna be forced to repent here. Getting too aggressive, too overconfident. And Crew with a quick reminder, you don't get to do that to us.
Crew, off the back of Sheriffs. We've seen that a few times this series. Where just when you think, oh, for sure, the team with the rifles, the team with the economy, they're going to close out this round. It's going to be a built lead. But now, Crew, answering back with those Sheriffs. Boaster, maybe overextending in that situation. You had that off angle, let them walk into your crosshair. Was he afraid that they were going to wrap him from his right, so he decided to swing on his left? I don't know, but 3-on-3, taking that peek, sure, against them, it's cool. But right there, he goes down, gives up the Vandal, gives up the sight, the spike plant, the Viper's Pit.
Risk-reward value just a little off there. But that was a one-off round, right? We're talking about this, there was some big shots here. Don't get me confused. There were some bloody scary shots. I mean, even the starter on Chronicle there, the follow-ups, everything fantastic, but that was a 1 in 3 that we've had so far,
yeah.
basically. So time for a timeout, cool things down, and maybe try and get them composed to go forward.
I wonder if now is the time that they're calling a timeout off the back of an eco round win like this, just for the coach to be able to say what he sees about how Fnatic's setting up. What have we seen? We see the one-way smoke. They try to get Boaster on that control. He's usually alone towards A. They pivot off. It's Alpha's always setting up towards C. They usually let him alone. Maybe there's Chronicle close by or something like that, and just telling them, hey, MTA, you can go for this timing out A lobby. Hey, when you guys do this, then you can expect this. But Fnatic, they have that showstopper, and off the back of that timeout, they're changing up their opening.
How do they want to use this hero? He forced
3 people shot.
Yeah, and Kesnit is on the hunt. It was Hero to find his shot towards Melzer, but still, they might brute force this. They have problems for Fnatic here. Alpha going to be pretty much tucked in the corner. Maybe looking for options now. Crew trying to maybe diversify their approach, look through maybe kind of considering maybe pivoting towards B, falling back a little bit. They're unsure what they're walking into.
I wonder if Fnatic keep the setup. With Melzer down, that's no smokes to break the crossfires. Against a buy like this, you need to break those crossfires. The Viper wall towards A, but the Viper's orb is available if they need it. Alpha spotting them.
Oh, they could be left dazed and confused if they don't convert this one. Kesnit trying to lead the charge, and he does. That's Alpha though, but they don't know about him. They didn't know about the paranoia, and the follow-up as well. Kron tries to it all, but the showstopper to the full stop of the round. Fnatic are back in this. It was close though. The 4-1, they take the scoreline back.
That showstopper coming into play there, Fnatic. Getting that round off the back of KRU's timeout, switching up their setup, 3 towards C mount. We haven't seen a fight from Fnatic towards C yet. This bait setup, Alpha just showing only himself. Chronicle fully hiding at the back of the site there, waiting for Alpha to disarm mentally the rest of the Crew players. That paranoia as well coming in from the sidelines there, getting them from the flank. Beautiful from Fnatic. And Crew down to a Bulldog Guardian. A few Vandals here, Nightfall aside of MTA going a little bit more aggressive out on his A lurk here, realizing it's just Boaster.
Yeah, but a switch up though, we've got
What the fuck, bro? Kya ho raha hai?
As well with that Odin towards Tree. And a pivot back towards that C side, maybe at least deal with some of the util, and it's layered. You've got an active presence from Chronicle with the Killjoy setup on top of that. This could be a whole new piece to the puzzle. They have to try and navigate through. Oh, he's doing this. This is going to be devastating. Takes down 2, doesn't even just see him, just hear him. That's Heat gone. That's one of the ults gone. MTA down as well. We're going to need Shy, Melzer, or Kesnit to do something miraculous. And this positioning from Shy could be the gateway, but no, Alpha 2 heads up. Very aware here. Expecting the push and gets the punish. Shy goes down. And Melzer and Kesnit. This is a lot to ask. 2v5. It would need mistakes. Is anyone willing to give that over?
That showstopper could get popped if he's able to get the first 2 kills here.
Look how far back Kesnit has to fall just to find safety. Banking on Melzer here a little. A fair fight found, actually, hold on. And bear in mind that Alpha is low. Now the showstopper, out of the sky, Boaster, huge punish, and the follow-up for Hero. Fnatic looking unfazed in this, Josh. The scoreline's going to become a worry now.
It is definitely worrying if you are a fan of. They put Durka with the Odin. We've seen this before. Sometimes he passes us around, and we see other players playing in that tree room with that Odin. But that one tap, I do wonder, was that good enough timing to pop that ultimate? Because that door
momentum जो है वो switch हो चुका है Fnatic के पास जा चुका है.
Surely someone knows about that.
Fnatic जीत रही है ये मैच. Let's go.
Okay. No one tapped the spike, and Melzer
कोई
had a
बात नहीं
waterfall.
booster. It's okay, bro.
Or cross the map. Now it's Chronicle picking up that Odin in that tree room, freeing up Durka to be somewhere else. Right now he's on C. But a split around the map, 1-2-2 split from Crew.
But it's hard to get a beat on this. Again, you don't know what you're coming up against. Durka now, as you highlighted, on that C site, they don't know, they're not getting the beat on this, not getting the read on how Fnatic are approaching. Chronicle waiting for a tap, potentially. And that ult orb. He's got a good read on this, and again, he's very good at holding this traditionally. Could be overrun, though. MTA does have a Vandal. Getting some pressure from Kesnet as their gap closing towards the site.
They're in the site.
You're going to be hoping the Boaster will spawn that, but he doesn't now. Chronicle's in danger, but he's going to overwhelm them. Just holds down Mouse 1, and he almost catches Kesnet. But Mouse are desperate to hold on. In a 2v2 here, they're going to get a plant. They're not out of it yet.
There's guns down too. Everyone's
Big
got a weapon.
upgrades.
दोनों ने upgrades
We
कर
have
लिए.
Mutil, still got the paint shell with Kesnet. Couple of
दोनों
satchels
टूट
as well. On the other side, though, similar scenes for Fnatic.
Turret.
Turret's there. Paint shell from Fnatic goes in. They get a fight and they win it. And now it's all on Kesnet, the main man for Crew. He's going to have to go huge. It's not to be. Fnatic again, nearly flawless thus far. And I've got to say, it'd almost be a shame to see Crew whimper out like this, just to go out with a fizzle rather than a bang. They're being held on one round, and it doesn't look like they've got a solution yet.
It would be sad, it would be unfortunate, but it's looking like it's going to be the reality here as Fnatic just keep building onto this in Crew. The two closest rounds they basically had were off the back of those ecos, back of the Sheriffs. Came really close again here, but Fnatic just subtly shifting up little things. Durka with the Odin and Tree one round, passes it off to Chronicle and plays on C the other round. Fnatic looking at
बहुत ज़्यादा ही सही lead ले ली है Fnatic ने अभी.
Couple of big ults
ये
here.
round जीतना पड़ेगा यार Crew को. अगर ये मैच में बने रहना है.
Lockdown. TP for Melzer, so maybe can find a way to use it. For now, vast majority of attention towards that C site. Damage again, just being copped here. And they've got no idea, again, misreading a little here, and Dirk are going to be rewarded. Couldn't quite get the follow-up, and actually gets punished on it, so maybe a small glimmer of hope in this round.
Lockdown still available, 4 versus 4, with 3 sites in play. It spreads the defense very thin. They either have to defend one site only and play retake on the others, or they have to defend it with only one player and can get easily shut down. Nightfall on heat, full abilities. He's got his Haunt, his Prowlers, and MTA got that space outside of A, opening the revolving door. That's pressure. There's already 2 players towards here. No one else is going to budge. Boaster needs to pay attention to that Heaven Lurk. Hero's watching Waterfall, but this ultimate's just going to pull these players close. The counter ult.
Yeah, Alpha wants to make them work for their dinner.
It's got to be a pivot. It has to be. There's 30 seconds left. They could go B. They could make it to A if they go quick.
Do they go that far? Nightfall going to pretty much tell them that there's no one on that B site. You've got freedom. 2 players do actually get detained, however. The plant comes in. See them waiting in the back lines. It's not the end of the world, but the plant is there. They've got some security to set up for the post plant. Chronicle the nearest one by, but he doesn't want to go alone. Waiting on the support and the pressure from Door potentially.
Taking all this control.
Advantage Fnatic
clearing, going for the late flank through Heaven as well. This is going to be the round secure. This might be the second round for Crew right here. MTA opening things up.
Yeah, Heat the one to really sign it if it does come down to it, but MTA is unwilling to relent. He's holding on as best he can. Mel's has gone down, however, but this is getting closer. A 2v3, make it all on Hero, not gonna do it.
Nice
Crew
one, yaar,
give
Crew.
themselves a
What a round,
glimmer
yaar.
of hope.
Yaar, round nikala hai Crew ne.
A round
Well
converted,
played,
a couple of those ults used. And hell, they needed it.
लगा था मुझे कि वो retake कर
Don't want
लेंगे.
to shake the bee's nest, though.
But मुझे जो लगता है वो कहाँ होता है?
Gonna pull out that op. They realize Crew is walking around, doing all these spread apart defaults, trying to find out exactly what's going on. MTA trying to get a little bit aggressive on that A side as well. Shy walking up B constantly. Where's that op gonna go? Is he gonna go to the generic spot, C mount long, take that peek? Is he gonna go down B?
I like this though. Good timing for a switch up here. It's gonna get dealt with as he gets to re-peek.
Hold for the jump peek again.
How long does he stay on this?
As long as he needs to. He showed his op.
All away, but yeah, you're right. Operator heard. And they're still carrying on. High-low setup here, almost just back-to-back. Hero rewarded, and they're punishing this drift across the map, as you were discussing.
Every round it's been the same thing. Shy up B, MTA out A. Everyone else towards C. Right now, the reposition is not in play from Durka's op. He's holding that C mound. Crew taking the weaker site, but I say a weaker. There's 4 on 3 here. Showstopper in play.
Heard it. Do they fear it? Do they run from it? Chronicle is still on the backside here. They've no idea. Big reveal, big C's. And actually the damage for Kesnet on towards Boaster. The plot not secure, not safe, but Mel's is doing everything he can to keep that secure. And now an aggressive fight. Hero, unfazed by the Prowler, still going to get his man. It's a 3v3, and Alpha makes his presence known. Now KRUStream to stumble on the site itself. It's Darker to find one, leaving Heat in a 1v2 in this
one more satchel.
Could be everything, it doesn't matter. Left obliterated, Fnatic again answering back.
Fnatic ने ये चीज इस मैप में बहुत अच्छी करी है कि अगर एक राउंड हारती है तो ये मोमेंटम लूज नहीं करती है सेकंड राउंड के लिए। सेकंड राउंड जीतती है और ये चीज अच्छी करी है इस मैप में, थर्ड मैप।
Even though they lost that first player, Shy walking to B, read like a book by the side of Fnatic, shutting him down. They still go into A site 4 and 3. They're able to get into that site no problem. It's right after they get that spike planted, getting converged on from multiple angles. That's where they fell apart. These rounds can go either way still.
2 बार डेथ है और 18 kills हैं bro.
Map 3 here at Champs Life tournament on the line. 7-2 is a condemning scoreline. Well, so far, so good. Boaster does get. Oh, he gets caught. Big punish from MTA. Finally.
Booster के दिन नहीं है भाई अभी.
Very,
उस
very
दिन भी था
aggressive, confident plays he's been making, almost outstaying his welcome at times. This is a half buy. It's down to Sheriffs. It's down to Guardians. It's far from pretty for Crew. Have to bring in whatever they could here to make a stand. They do get that opening pick. Now they pause. Patience. Now the name of the game.
They have that kill. They're letting Fnatic potentially make the next mistake. Alpha on that line though, at C. Not pushed off, not pressured, has that op as well. Fnatic keeping this setup towards A, because they have that turret alive on B. It's going to get all the info they need. And Crew waiting enough time to make Fnatic feel the pressure, feel the heat, but it's not going to work in their favor. It's actually going to work against them right now. Durka in a prime position.
Oh my god, this could be devastating! No! It is 3 kills, nearly 4 heroes there. It's all on Shy. A 1v3 after all of that. They had no idea. The death that was waiting on the other side of that door and the spike left over there. Shy has to face the music. The Chronicle singing the tune.
डर के से उम्मीद ज़्यादा है भाई. कामिकाज़ी और शेडी क्या चाहिए था भाई तुझे? बता क्या चाहिए था? 22 kills हैं bro की. 22 kills. 3 death और 22 kill के साथ ये खेल रहा है बंदा.
Running out of nails for this coffin. They're almost down to the last one. This is just, it's just nasty. It's dirty.
सही कह रहा.
Running and spraying and giving it after. Crew talking this time out. I don't like the body language. I don't like the posture. Leaning back. This is something you do. You know, if you're winning, you're feeling good.
Yeah,
attack pause. You're just chilling. But right now, if I'm looking left and right and I'm the in-game leader, I'm the coach, I'm anything there, I'm looking at that.
Fired up. What are you doing?
Boys, what is this? Show me something, some energy, some fire, some. This is Champs.
Right.
दोनों टाइम आउट यूज कर लिए हैं क्रू ने अपने पहले ही हाफ में. अब नेक्स्ट हाफ के लिए कोई भी टाइम आउट अवेलेबल नहीं है क्रू के लिए. तो ये एक बहुत ही डिसएडवांटेज कहेंगे इसे टाइम आउट के लिए.
Gear to shift up to, perhaps they need it now. There's a chance it has to start here. 2 rounds is not going to be enough for that second half. I don't care which way you cut it. We've seen crazy comebacks, but you're not banking on that here. Get the rest of these rounds as best you can. Give yourself a chance to go forward. Because Fnatic round by round, step by step, is getting themselves secure, and you are watching yourself fall out of champions.
Sees nade off the back of this timeout. First time we're seeing it this game, I think. Paranoia as well. Boaster got scanned on that Rebel line. But Shy is taking Melzer with him. Hand in hand towards B. Dealing with that high-low setup. They don't want to fall for that one again. Right now, they have that ultimate on Melzer. He can reposition. He can put some pressure. Viper's pit as well on the side of MTA. And Boaster alone to defend against this A lobby. On a passive line on C. Not even
ओ bro, ये चीज नहीं चाहिए भाई.
Accurate enough.
Drop the orb, drop the orb. That's what he's saying.
Asking for it, and he shall receive. Heat's the one punished on the other side, but Melzer gets one back. Maybe giving them that next avenue. Maybe a quick look towards that B side, but Durka spamming away.
They know one's A, they know one's C. The spike's coming in, but the flank from Boaster.
That could be everything. It could be the end of things. Durka just keeping them busy, keeping them spammed out. They put the ult in, but it's Melzer to find Chronicle. They're finding security and safety on the site. Plant is now in. Time is on their side. It's what they've been looking for, dreaming for, but Boaster sees nothing because of that ult. And even now, Kesnit turns his eyes for a second. He feels something happening, maybe feeling that pressure. Alpha has to walk in, has to go forward. It's all on this man's shoulders. How much can one man do? The timing, not good enough for smoke, just gonna plume, but it doesn't matter. Crew, give themselves a chance, Josh. It's 3 rounds. Maybe they can claw this back.
Last round in the half.
Now, if you're Crew, do you go try to get this 4th round or pray for that 9-3 curse to come? The thing that scares me right now is that Fnatic has not looked good on their defense on the other 2 maps. 6 rounds on Haven, including the pistol. It wasn't looking good, but right now they already have 8. Yes, they have the pistol on top of it, but it's their attack sides that are strong. And Lotus is traditionally a attack-sided map. There's so many lanes to work with. You got 3 sites, you can pivot really easily, and Fnatic's looked really strong with their attacks. So if Fnatic is looking this good now, I can't even imagine what second half has in store for us. Alpha pushed off that C line. Fnatic showing a different opening. Triple peeking front middle at B.
Exploring pretty deep on that. Being recleared a little by Crew, but first time we've seen them kind of put a stake towards that.
Then no, Shy likes to inch up, and now he doesn't have the defense of his turret. He might become the turret himself. Boaster on that jump jiggle, trying to get that info, but this wall's cut off the sight line. MTA's been out here by himself before, opening that door, creating a little bit of pressure. He has 2 teammates behind him. Nobody's made any noise. They think maybe it's just MTA here.
Just him shooting. Again, these are all kind of characteristics of what you would describe.
Take A, go B. That's it.
Now the Nightfall, again, just showing a little more. Okay, that's an additional body. Do they continue here?
Nightfall on Hero. You get a 5-man the way he's positioned right now if they want to go for the fast pre-take even.
Could do. Waiting to see him go for this. There it is, and they go for the counter swing over towards that C side, and Crew winning out. Showing what they want here. Showing that they want to give themselves that chance in the second half. 3 players on the other side, Hero, Durka, and Boaster. Paranoia goes in, not gonna get what it wants, and that's perfect from Crew. Finally showing what they are made of. 4 rounds. It's not much, but it may be enough. It gives them a window of opportunity to fight back in that second half. 8 rounds for Fnatic. They are on the verge here of walking away, getting themselves secure here at Champions.
Let's go. Let's go, guys. It's Durkin time. हाँ भाई डरकी टाइम तो है. This is what I want to do. Durki में Bad King Peter. 5 more rounds we win this Fnatic win. सबको लग रहा है Fnatic ही जीतेगा. But मुझे थोड़ा हटके लगता है कि कोई और जीतेगा.
And with 4 rounds for Crew, no one can say their challenge is now easy. Fnatic hold all the cards. They carved out 8 for themselves in this first half, Josh. They did what was necessary, and even you had it. But for Crew, what is the answer now? Do they have what it takes? Is there anything in the tank left for them here? Have we shown that capability before with this squad?
I'm looking at Fnatic going into that attack side. Durka already on 22 kills. Crew hitting a low point. And when we look at Crew, they are a team that has these really high highs and the really low lows. Right now we're seeing the lows. We saw the highs on Sunset. True. If they're able to come out swinging here, get the pistol, get that bonus converted, we have a tied game. It's how much do they want it, and they need to show it now. Because if they lose this pistol, it might be the beginning of the end.
You're right, we were talking about nails in the coffin. That would certainly be one, but it starts now. Second half, third map. Tournament life decided here and now. And we are seeing an audacious walk-up, a confident walk-up. Crew wanted to take fate into their own hands.
Shy has his alarm bot on B. His turret was aggressive on C mount. It went down early. No mollies here. Crew, very active. They need to close the gap. They know it's going to be a C hit. Shy, are you going to get one and get away?
Durka is good at this sort of stuff, though. The paranoia respected. So he falls back towards CT, but surely they're going to be adding question marks. Where the hell is everyone else? I'm feeling no pressure. Waterfall, Alpha's seen him, and he's got the Sheriff. He's trying to evade a little bit, but now the C's and the pain shell is good, but he's still alive. MTA gets him down eventually.
Reaction. They're going to push through. They're going to try hunt this guy down and pivot to a different site. They're leaving Boaster on the site, though.
Oh, this is huge. Do they commit? Do they change this up now? Boaster's still going to be given away that he is here. They seem almost hesitant, and that little bit of indifference, that little bit of self-doubt might have cost him a second, but it stemmed at least the pressure coming back in until now. The paranoia goes in and they start clearing through. 3 players close by. MTA, heat is all there. Crew starting to clear on through the site. They're doing what is necessary, a 3v2. And now you look at who's left. Durka still here, time on their side. Chronicle as well makes his appearance known. Melza falls and Shy is down so low. Hello and goodbye. Durka might have just signed their death warrant as Shy. How are you meant to do this one? A pain shell gonna come in and force him away. Didn't get it to half. Desperate to find him. Shy, having to just try and push forward. Has he got the time?
I don't think so.
I don't think he does, but let's wait and watch. He absolutely does not. The first nail will be placed in Crew's coffin.
You just want to watch them burn like that? Wait and watch? Okay. We saw that circle closing in. We knew. We knew. And Fnatic taking that pistol round away. And Durka with another huge, phenomenal round. The repositioning here on the site, catching them on different angles. The paint shells on that second kill that he got. Was able to reset, take Shy off that spike long enough to buy him enough time to win this round by a minute. Sorry, a second. Imagine it's a minute and 13. But right now, Crew on those classics. Sheriff up for a couple of players. Kesnet, Heat, and Shy. Fnatic, they're so close. They're on the precipice of this.
Touching distance. I can almost feel it now.
You can taste it in the air.
Something like that. Prowl up. Could be met with some resistance. We've still got control over the extremities, but Fnatic in no particular hurry. How does Crew try and address this? Gambling over towards A, it looks like.
Does Alpha prefer to use the classic over literally
anything? Fnatic एक और round जीतता है तो भाई बहुत close. मतलब बहुत close क्या बहुत ही ज़्यादा एक तरफा कर दिया.
Good gun.
It is a good gun.
Yep. Yeah, Mel's are trying to
मैं close
posture
बोल रहा हूँ.
here, trying to seem a little bit more dangerous than he is, but he has to respect it. Almost gets punished in the end, but gets away towards sight. Will get to keep his life for now. And
Crew.
just step by step force back.
They just kept that setup. They were hoping Fnatic was going to come back into A. It never came. So now it's 5 versus 5. Rethink's going to have to come in. No way to stop this plant. I don't think it's planned for a round as well. So
no, bro.
Reset into outside of the site.
Buffer now.
End of cards for Fnatic here. They look to back out. No shots.
And Durka looking to go farming as well. First man here. For the spear.
Why?
That's a follow-up. That's showstopper on the horizon. 2 more kills and he could just have it. Goes down, so he's one away, but you don't want to be losing that Vandal.
एक और राउंड आ गया
back
भाई
for the
Fnatic के लिए
Shy.
Best
Trying to do what he can, but only a Sheriff. His hopes dwindling here as 10 feels inevitable. Fnatic making it so. 4 standing, rifle back in hand.
3 राउंड जीत गए तो सीरीज अपने नाम कर लेंगे सिर्फ 3 राउंड बचे हैं सीरीज जीतने के लिए Fnatic को
Gosh, and the Nightfall as well is only one
अगर इक्वलाइजर करना है क्रू को तो अभी
that could have been both invested 11th round but
5 राउंड जीतने पड़ेंगे
before they lead Crew they need this round. This is their first good
डर
round
के जो
of their
खेला
defense.
है
They
ये
need
मैप
to set the tone. Because if they don't get
27
this one,
kills,
it's just so hard to
7
mentally stay in the game
deaths,
once you're looking down the
2
barrels of 11-4.
assists.
You have to buy stingers to make it happen.
It feels like it's unraveling, doesn't it? You can see it happening, and there, almost live time between these two. Crew need
Booster
to
का
core into
gameplay
this
बिल्कुल
round.
छुपा लिया
This
भाई
is the key one. You lose this, you're basically halfway out of the game.
Crew is giving so much space and respect to Fnatic here. They're playing scared right now. They know that if they lose someone early, Kesnet's the only one that's really looking to search for an opportunity here to open up the round for his team. The rest of them, so passive.
Dirk has got his ult, just seen that hit here. We're going to see the Killjoy utility, then supplementing with MTA. This is a very hard site to hit, but Fnatic are already in. Durka taking a little bit of damage though, got to be cautious about this. How does he want to play it? MTA looking like he's on a platter, he is! In the end, a little bit of a trade out. But they're going to get the plant for this.
Oh,
and the pain shot. Wait, they don't even get the plant. That's great from Crew. Keeping at least the time ticking on their side. A second attempt at a pick found is Bolster to secure at least safety for this
लीड को
one.
कैसे मारा इन्होंने
Shy looking to make his
Lead
name known,
घूम
and he
के मेरा।
does. Alpha goes down. And they just can't get the spike planted. Crew clawing back into this round. A 1v2. Bolster, this would need to be 4 in the round. 8 bullets left to play with, still with a smoke in his TP.
He was so close on the last 1v3 attempt.
Not gonna happen. Crew with a bit of resilience. 5 now to their name. Maybe not out of it yet.
अगर
They
यहाँ
said it was a
5
key
राउंड
round.
जीत लेती
They
है
had
तो
to pick this up
इक्वलाइजर
for
आ
a
जाएगा
chance, and they do.
Every round is so
और
important
अगर
for
5
Crew.
राउंड
That
जीतती
was
है तो
probably
बहुत बड़ी बात
the most important. Here is another very important one because this is what separates. Do they have enough buffer into the next round? Are they going to put Fnatic onto an eco round of their own and then be able to take more rounds, build towards their ultimate economy? This is so important to get the momentum rolling, to be able to snowball like they did on that Sunset opening on their attack side. Crew, it's all on you.
You asked how bad do they want it. They're showing it now. Grit, determination.
That's A control taken from the defense.
The answer for Fnatic is just lean back in towards the seaside. Rinse, repeat, it feels like. But MTA is holding a lot of this space. He's got the support now as well. Shy's come over.
Poison's on.
Gotta play this just right though.
Oh, the Nightfall.
Doesn't catch, but still there's danger on the side. MTA being hunted down. Damage on his side though. Takes away Dirk, a hero trying to prowl further forward, but it's Fnatic. Oh, come off it. It's just their name up in lights, leaving Melzer so far away and unable to turn the outcome of this round. Plant's gonna come through and you're feeling like 11 is gonna be there.
कैसे
bro? कैसे?
As you said, the last few little whimpers of what's left in the tank of Crew. 10-5. It's going to be 11-5 once that spike expires. Ticks all the way down. Melzer saving that rifle, that Vandal. Not many players on his team that are able to really afford anything. Kesnet's not going to be really able to get anything. Maybe light shields and a Vandal of his own. No op-up. Crucial round for Crew to be able to convert. But we might be watching them take their final breaths.
Yeah, it could be. Well, you even get to keep the rifle here. Again, Fnatic not going to probably overchase this.
Oh, Lord.
He makes it. He's okay. They at least keep the Vandal. And yeah, looking at the economy, they can still get maybe another rifle. Yeah, light shields, 2 more Vandals, but it's going to be Stingers beyond that, Josh.
Dirk is on 28 already. The longer this game goes on, he'll be approaching 40.
And the thing is, again,
what is going on?
Get him on that raise, get him in a system like this, on this sort of map, he is monstrous. Highs and lows for Durka, but this is certainly a high note for him. On the other side, a pretty even spread. Yes, Kesnet towards the top, but it's not really the individuals. It feels like Crew just being a little outplayed here. Those final moments, those first 2 maps felt close enough. But this
Killed my bot.
Small little change-ups from Crew in the opening of all these rounds. This time it's Melzer on C by himself. The same 3A defense, taking that lobby control, but Fnatic, they waited out. They disarm everything, and then they slowly make their way back to C. Again, this has been their bread and butter, their go-to. Melzer, timing on this peak. He's gonna get...
Oh, belting shot. He's gonna get
took out Alpha.
Is what he's gonna get. Exceptional work from him. Surgical. Needs a bit more though. 4 players still walking forward, disrespecting his site. He's still got paranoia here, but he's got the kill. Boaster's dead, buried, but he can't find any more. But here comes the showstopper. Kesnit struggling, can't make it land. Durka with the quick reactions. Hero now on the site, joined by Chronicle. And it looks like a death sentence now. But Chronicle left in a 1v2. Is it going to be 12? Oh, he's seen another. Chronicle has been devastating throughout this series. He wants to plant.
Oh my god, Chronicle.
Ridiculous stuff.
Really, bro?
Was devastating.
Really?
And that's why 12 for Fnatic. And Crew
What are you
falling to
doing,
pieces.
bro?
Honestly, with the way that Fnatic's hitting some of these shots and
Match
closing out
point.
some of these rounds, they are looking deadly right now. That is disgusting. So quick. The snap, the timing to get off the spike.
Match point now, guys.
If you wanted to, yeah.
Thank
I could read lips there.
Yeah, makes sense. Back and we go though now on the verge, Fnatic. Large and in charge, Crew starting to feel the pressure. Kesnit now outgunned, outnumbered, surrounded and dead and buried, and it looks like the rest of Crew will be joining them. Just 1 man alive, all on Melzer here. And
Fnatic
felt
win
this
the
roster
series.
before. They felt what it was like to misread the situation, to walk in now, eyes wide open.
$17 Fnatic का होने वाला है.
Looks like they're going to
Let's
serve
go.
this revenge.
Get the meat thermometer. It's at the temperature, you take it out, let it rest, it'll rise to temperature. That's basically what's happening here. 4-1, it's just a matter of time for this game to come to a close. Melzer.
Hear 'em. They're at the door. A couple more steps, a valiant attempt on the first. The paranoia goes in. Does he have what it takes? Are you the hero of the day here, Melzer? Hell, even the turret's getting your attention. But he's garnered enough respect from them, right? They're considering.
No.
For 20 seconds, they got the time for it.
They have the time for it. I like
थोड़ा
the
सा
idea
चल
from
जाओ.
Fnatic. Melzer needs to consider that they could go B off that. They could hear him rotate. They could go back to C. He has to take a gamble. It's the wrong read.
Plant कर दो भाई, कभी रह जा.
Taking all the time in
इनके
this
बंदा
round to
बचा
make sure
रखा
it's
है,
secured. They can close
खत्म
it out
करोगे भाई.
here
ठीक
and
है,
now. Melzer.
They are putting up a fortress. How much can they throw at this 1 man who's desperately trying to keep his side alive? Keep his head held high. Fight as best he can for this diving in. He gives it a go, but look at everything in his way. Fnatic, hell-bent on revenge, and God, do they get it. A 13-5 final map. Crew started out looking blisteringly hot, Josh, but then it fell to pieces.
Before the
ये
series,
map
we
डर
look
के
at
ना
the veto,
जिताया.
we're talking about if there's going to be potential for Crew to take this series. Here it is. And I went in thinking, oh, for sure, Fnatic's got this. Then I see that opening from Sunset. I see the opening from Crew, looking at how strong they are, their high highs that they're hitting, their peaks. But then Fnatic, slowly but surely, crawl their way back in and just have consistency in their game plan, their identity.
What a marathon of a series that was. You can't say that they didn't fight tooth and nail in those first 2 maps. They were there. They were pushing Fnatic to their limits. A great attempt from Crew, just falling short at the end, running out of steam, running out of that momentum. It just fell apart in map 3. But you look at Sunset, you looked at Haven, hell, that was a coin flip. It could have gone either way then. But of course, there has to be the winner on the other side. Fnatic now walking to the front of the stage, carrying on here, heads held high. Some exceptional work, Chronicle hitting some big moments during this game. Durka, map 3 looking fantastic. Hero having his time in the sun as well. Everyone doing what they needed.
Such a well-rounded team right now. They have so many things in terms of set plays, protocols, fundamentals, and there's the mechanical skill. We can see so many different players coming out and just having these big impact rounds. Durka was just running around, killing everyone this last map, but we saw the first map to even get to this point. Chronicle, Hero, Alpha on the second map as well. Even Boaster, give him an op.
Yeah, almost at that 1v3. Some real moments throughout the series I'm sure we'll be looking back on here. This map alone, I mean, it feels almost unfair that it ended on this note for
Let's go guys. Fnatic पहुंच चुकी है सेंटिनल के पास और सेंटिनल और Fnatic का मैच होने जा रहा है. तो आज का VCT मैप समाप्त हो चुके हैं, मैचेस समाप्त हो चुके हैं, खत्म हो चुके हैं. तो अब हम कल मिलेंगे, पर अभी मैं हूँ क्योंकि इंटरव्यू के बाद मैं चाहूंगा इंटरव्यू तक हूँ. तो गाइस जल्दी से वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो यार, प्यार दिखाओ.
Very much here, still very much a threat. After a hot and cold season at times, I think seeing the resurgence with that young gun of Hero coming into the roster, bolstering their map pool, certainly looking alive and kicking here today.
So good at that.
Mini, almost smiling.
Almost.
That's why it's in the highlight reel. Mini almost cracked a smile, but more importantly, we are going to be hearing from the main man of that third map, Durka, in the Verizon post-match interview.
Durka.
Hello everyone, welcome to the last post-match interview of the day. I'm joined by Fnatic's Durka. Congratulations, Durka!
Thank you.
프나틱의 덜카 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 21년도에 복수를 오늘 프나틱이 해냈습니다. 오늘 그때 탈락의 복수를 이렇게 되갚아준 승리 소감부터 먼저 만나봐야 되겠죠? Today was your time to take that sweet revenge against Crew, and you're a monster. 30 kills? What? Tell me, how sweet is that?
I knew we were going to play Crew. I knew we lost to them like 3 years ago. And I wanted the revenge really bad because we shouldn't have lost to them like last time. Like we didn't defuse the spike twice for some reason. And then we have Doma with us like as a sixth man with us, giving us vibes. And I was like, he lost with us that game, so it's going to be a good revenge for him. Also, I don't know, Kazin said something in the teaser trailer about me, so I wanted to show him.
Oh, then Durka isn't here to play. Yeah, you shoot them, right? 이제 그 3년 전에 그 실패를 다시 오늘 대갚해 줄 수 있어서 일단 너무 기쁘고요. 6번째 멤버인 그런 그 팀원 전체로 오늘 복수를 성공했기 때문에 너무 특별하다고 합니다. 그리고 트레일러에서 캐징 선수가 이제 본인에 대해서 어떤 이야기를 했었는데 그거에 뭔가 이렇게 대응할 수 있는 오늘 덜카가 누군지 보여준 것 같아서 상당히 기쁘다고 하네요. 그리고 이번 경기 헤이븐에서 덜카 선수 요류의 활약으로 이제 기세를 프나틱이 다시 가져올 수 있었는데 좀 부담이 되게 많이 됐었을 순간인 것 같은데 그때 좀 팀원들과 어떤 이야기를 나눴는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Yoru on Haven, that was like you turned the tide around with that Yoru. So, you know, it was an intense moment for you. You guys had to win that map. What were you guys talking about at an intense moment like that?
I mean, we lost Sunset and we were like, Haven is a really good map. We have Alpha on like ISO, which is like a really broken combo. I think I like Euro a lot, and I think it kind of makes our Haven really good on the map. Like just rotating around, going into sides is really smooth, and I was just having a lot of fun, more compared to Sunset. Yeah.
이제 아무래도 요루가 헤이븐에 되게 잘 맞는 요원인 것 같고 우리 그 팀원들 자체가 좀 이렇게 되게 재밌게 경기를 할 수 있었기 때문에 성공을 할 수 있었던 것 같다고 하네요. 뭔가 요루를 맡으니까 좀 더 본인의 경쟁 그런 선수의 그런 불꽃을 이렇게 다시 태울 수 있는 것 같다고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 다음 플레이오프 진출 상대 아직 드로우를 통해서 알게 될 거지만 좀 덜카 선수가 만나고 싶은 팀이 있는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, you're off to the playoffs, but you don't know your next opponent. Do you have a team that you would like to face or avoid?
not really. I mean, I think the best thing that when you were coming in the tournament was like, maybe avoid like first seeds. But I think they all lost in the group, so like we cannot play against them. So we're gonna play against some second seeds, whoever came to the champions house. So basically play off seed 1. I think it's gonna be fun. Like we're gonna be way more prepared, I think, and I think this game gave us more kind of life into us. So I think we're ready now.
For sure, for sure. 이제 원래 1시드 팀들과 만나고 싶었는데 우리 빼고 뭔가 다 이렇게 탈락을 해가지고 그냥 뭐 2시드 팀도 괜찮고 오늘 경기를 통해서 이제 푸나틱의 그런 뭔가 생명, 활력이 다시 찾을 수 있는 것 같아서 좋다고 합니다. 이상 푸나틱의 덜카 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. That was Fnatic's Durka for the interview, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Valorant action. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Let's go, guys. GG for today.
Thank you so much
Hello
for that,
guys,
Bella.
thank you
And
so
yes,
much for
Durka
watching
absolutely
my
popped
stream
off in that
today.
game, but we got the brains of the
आपने साथ में
operation.
देखा, thank you so much. कल मिलेंगे आपसे, तब तक के लिए bye bye. See you soon. Good night. Take care.